thing. So I think it's going to be a little bit different. But what I think we should say is we're at least open to having the conversation as opposed to saying no data centers, nothing at all, like it's going to happen. Again, that's not realistic. And I think the realistic part of it has to be how can we benefit, how can we partner, not just for the short term for the construction that will be done for a couple of years, but how can it benefit long term? And you hit on something. What are some of those other companies? Where are they going to locate? Are they going to locate in Michigan or New York or Atlanta, Georgia? Or are we going to want them to locate here to do some of the things that we have? And having a place like CMU, for example, one of the largest, if not the best AI, university in the country. Of course, there's some advantages we can use to leverage that.
Absolutely. We have advantages on the tech side and on the energy side. We should be at the front of this conversation, and the front of the conversation about how to do it well. Not just like not just like hungry hippos taking as much money as possible, but just doing it in a responsible way. And I feel like we've been there, but not to the degree we need to be. I got to get to some traffic, Rich, but thanks so much for calling. As
all right, Brandon,
always.
Be in touch.
Okay, sounds good.
All right.
I actually have an idea on this I'm going to talk about after the break. I might talk to Rich about it later also. But we need to get to some traffic. It is from the PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center. It's KDKA AAA traffic powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Logan.
All right, thanks, Brandon. Taking a look at the major roadways, the Parkway East outbound has brake lights from before the Oakland on-ramp. The Parkway West inbound is stop and go. That is causing you delays through Robinson Town Center, and further down traffic restarts from Green Tree Hill in the S-curve as you head towards the Fort Pitt Tunnel. The Parkway West outbound is clogged as you wrap into the bathtub region of the city, and both lanes of the Liberty Tunnel are stacked as well, with Route 28 remaining heavily congested inbound from Sharpsburg through the Millville area towards the North Shore, with delays carrying onto the Veterans Bridge and downtown approaches. With AAA Traffic, I'm Logan R. Blaster on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Between the daily demands of work, family needs, running a household, and more, you deserve some real relief at the end of the day. At the Original Mattress Factory, we have a wide variety of mattresses that are built to provide the ultimate in comfort and relief when you need it most. Mattresses that are hand-built locally using high-quality materials. Mattresses that are sold factory direct to offer you a great value. Mattresses that are designed to provide real relief to real people like you. Visit an Original Mattress Factory location today and get the rest you deserve tonight.
At Liberty Mutual, we love helping people with things like customizing car insurance, just like how we customize a song for you. Catered country tune. Liberty Mutual, saving you bucks by protecting your truck. 'Cause Birdie told me to only pay for what I need. Thank you, Limu. I'll always trust in Limu with Liberty, 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 Liberty.
PGT Trucking celebrates 45 years of flatbed excellence. Established in 1981 in Beaver County, PGT continues to lead the trucking industry by providing safe and trusted transportation solutions. For their flatbed truck drivers, PGT has been named a 2026 Best Fleets to Drive For company, receiving the award 4 years in a row because of their top driver pay and home time options. Learn more about PGT Trucking at pgttrucking.com.
100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, covered by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 platinum roofing company.
Did you see that UFO last night?
Is it real or is it AI?
How about the aircraft carrier floating down the river?
Nowadays, it's tough to determine what's legit and what to believe.
I know it's true because it was all over my feed last night.
But when it comes to news, depend on Pittsburgh's original news source since 1920. The Voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
For almost 40 years, Rugby Realty has been a leading real estate company in the heart of Pittsburgh. They specialize in the operation and leasing of iconic office buildings. 1 Oxford Center, Frick Building, and the Coppers Building. Rugby Realty is leading the effort of converting historic office buildings into luxury apartments and hotels, including the Gulf Tower in 933 Penn Avenue and 4 Allegheny Center on the north side. Thank you, Rugby Realty, for supporting KDK's 4th of July celebration.
The birds are singing, the flowers are in bloom, the sun is shining. What more can we ask for? Maybe to feel great and be the best version of ourselves. This is Dr. Shufo from the Weight Loss and Wellness Center. Isn't it time to take care of ourselves now? We put it off during the cold, dark, dreary days of winter. But it's time now. Get rid of that extra weight, which affects our movement, our physical health, and yes, affects our mental and emotional health. Have more self-confidence and self-esteem. Be happy, be healthy, be alive. Call me at 1-800-900-THIN.
I'm John Morgan at Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm. Over 35 years, I've seen it all. Car crashes, work injuries, defective products, medical mistakes, lives flipped upside down in an instant. But I've also seen something else, the power of fighting back, the power of winning. Over $30 billion recovered and counting. Size matters, reputation matters, results matter. There's only one Morgan & Morgan.
Morgan & Morgan, 603 Stanwyck Street, Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania lawyer will handle Pennsylvania cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
Buy one window, get a free unicorn. Just kidding. Are you tired of dishonest offers? I'm Brian Murphy, owner of Easy Home Exteriors, and we take your home seriously. If you need windows, roofing, siding, or doors, we'll give you fair, honest pricing the first time, every time. No pressure, no gimmicks. We'll give you a free estimate. You don't even need to be home. Call 412-678-7008. That's 412-678-7008. If you're lucky, we'll throw in a unicorn.
Life-changing is happening every day at UPMC.
UPMC is building the future of healthcare right here. Working at the Cayman Tower, the scale of the project is incredible. It's a very large facility, 1.2 million square feet. It's essentially going to be a landmark for the city. You're going to be able to point out where you're at in Oakland by pointing to this building. I am very proud to work at UPMC.
That's life-changing medicine at UPMC.
Join Allegheny County for the summer concert series with free live music all season long at Hartwood Acres and South Park amphitheaters. Bring a blanket, bring your friends, and come hungry. Local food trucks, Black Dog Winery, and Hop Farm Brewing Company will be on site starting at 6 p.m. Concerts kick off at 7:30. No tickets, no cost, just great music and even better vibes. Your summer soundtrack starts here. Visit AlleghenyCounty.us/summer for the full lineup.
From the Goldberg, Persky & White Pioneers in Asbestos Litigation News Desk, here's a look at the top of the hour news with Paul Alexander.
Brandon, thank you very much. It's a dry run for the moment, but the Parkway East is going to close in the not-too-distant future. You better get ready. Details coming up, top of the hour, right here in the Voice of Pittsburgh News Radio, KDKA.
Reacting to the stories you're talking about. Colin Dunlap, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
Feeling pretty smug about being a South Hills guy during that closure. My commute is from the South Hills to the West End and a little bit kind of north side sometimes. I just steer clear of the entire thing. And I feel bad for you. You can't steer clear of it. And there will be knock-on effects around the city when you have like 100,000 cars a day or whatever it is that are going to be plowing through the middle of the East End. That's going to bump other people onto other roads. It's going to affect everybody. But Logan, your traffic reports are just going to be insane. You're going to have to be totally on the ball during that time.
Oh, they're going to be through the roof. I'm sure that the entire Google Maps will be lit up in dark red, like the darkest dark red you can find.
Exactly. No, it's gonna be crazy, and it's gonna be at least a few weeks. I mean, I don't remember the exact details. I should know, but it's it's kind of like the doomsday scenario, at least for the east side of the city, losing the entire parkway. I mean, it has to be done. Now, the thing is that there's the other bridge too, the bridge that people don't notice, the one that goes over the 4 Mile Run, where Big Jim's is down in the valley down there. That's where our friend Councilwoman Barb Warwick is down there. That's going to be bad news because when that one's going to have to go next. Old St. John Chrysostom Church down there. That's a bridge, and there's actually a whole other bridge underneath it, the old Fraser Street Bridge. I mean, that whole situation is going to be at least as bad. So talk about like a dry run. This is like, that may even be worse. And so what we're experiencing now is like practice for that, I guess. But gosh, It was great having Rich Fitzgerald on to talk about the data centers. I mean, he comes from a very practical, pragmatic perspective on this. One of the biggest issues is going to be how do we deal with the relationship between these kind of hyperscalers, these folks who have access to literally like hundreds of billions or trillions of dollars who are just building stuff everywhere. How do you deal with the relationship between them and like Springdale when Springdale was looking at this issue or other small communities around the region? One idea that I was kicking around was, could there be a regional agency, a regional organization? Maybe this is a role for the Allegheny Conference. I don't know if it really would fit with them, to serve as the intermediary between the big corporations and the local communities. Because it's hard for Springdale to strike a community benefits agreement with a hyperscaler, and it's hard for a hyperscaler to deal with several small communities. Perhaps if we had a way to smooth that over, where you have the whether it's the Allegheny Conference or someone else who's advocating on behalf of the communities to the hyperscalers, but also serves as the conduit from the hyperscalers to the communities to make it easier for everyone, so that you can have a communication, lines of communication that make it easier for everyone to have that conversation and get the benefits that, I mean, I agree with Rich, and I agree with the people who are skeptical of the data centers, that if nothing else, we have to make sure that our local communities are benefiting from this, and not just in the sense of getting a few jobs here and there, but getting tangible benefits in the long run. Alrighty, speaking of traffic, we got to talk about it. Okay, Logan. From the PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center, KDKA AAA Traffic, powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Logan.
Brandon, taking a look at the major roadways, the Parkway East outbound still seeing relative brake lights from before the Oakland on-ramp area, and the Parkway West inbound has backups that take you through Robinson Town Center. Further down, traffic beginning again at Green Tree Hill as you head towards the Fort Pitt Tunnel. The Parkway West outbound is clogged as you wrap into the bathtub region of the city. Also, both lanes of the Liberty Tunnel are still clogged. Route 28 remains heavily congested, approaching downtown approaches, and as well as the Veterans Bridge and other downtown approaches. With AAA Traffic, I'm Logan Arblaster on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Every Tuesday morning at 7:20, listen for Inside Independence Health, a look at all things healthcare with the experts from Independence Health System. It's brought to you by Independence Health System. Expert care here.
The Village at St. Barnabas, the perfect place for mom.
Spreadsheets, clunky software, 100 different logins just to run your business? Ah.
There's a better way. Odoo. One simple, connected platform that handles sales, inventory, accounting, and more, so you can focus on growing, not juggling. Make the switch today at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated the best hearing aids of 2026 by Forbes Health, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, starting at just $98 a pair.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aid.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 1 million happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
I'm pediatric allergist Dr. Carla Davis. If your child has asthma, let's take a breath together and talk about it. Does your child need to use a quick relief inhaler or a breathing treatment more than twice a week to treat asthma? Has your child repeatedly awakened at night due to coughing, wheezing, or shortness of breath? Have you taken your child to the emergency room, urgent care, or hospital for asthma symptoms? Has your child missed school because of asthma? If you said yes to any of these questions, it's time to talk to an allergy and asthma specialist like me, who understands how difficult and frustrating it is to see your child struggle with asthma every single day. The good news is there are new ways and new medications to help you and your child take control of asthma and live an active life. If you feel your child's asthma is not under control, go to controlyourasthma.org.
Being diagnosed with leukemia, lymphoma, myeloma, or one of over 100 other types of blood cancer makes people want more time to do the things they love. That means more time to be artists, prom dates, world travelers, and moms. We are Blood Cancer United, the world's leading organization focused solely on blood cancer research, support, and advocacy. We do the most for more people with blood cancer, so people with blood cancer can do more of whatever they want. Blood Cancer United. Join us at bloodcancerunited.org.
Everyone needs to take care of their mental health, even running back Bijan Robinson.
When I'm on the field and feeling the pressure, I usually just take a deep breath. When I'm just breathing and seeing what's in front of me, everything just slows down. It just makes me feel great before I run the play.
Just like Bijan, we all need a strong mental game on and off the field. Make a game plan for your mental health at loveyourmindplaybook.org.
Love your mind.
Brought to you by the Huntsman Mental Health Foundation, the Arthur M. Blank Family Foundation, and the Ad Council.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
KDKA and KDKA-FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Aetna Medicare studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Partly sunny and 88 degrees at Pittsburgh International at 5 o'clock. I'm Paul Alexander. An Oakmont man is wanted after what police describe as a violent assault over the weekend in Verona. Verona police say 39-year-old Michael Powell is wanted for aggravated assault after a fight inside the Hula Bar on East Railroad Street Saturday night. Police say it happened just after 11 p.m. with the victim suffering potentially life-threatening injuries. The 27-year-old victim was stabilized on scene by paramedics and taken to a local hospital. Anyone that knows of Powell's whereabouts is asked to call 911. Powell's picture is on our website at kdkradio.com. In Indiana County, state police are investigating a shooting involving an Indiana Borough police officer. State troopers say officers were responding to a domestic disturbance call on North Cherry Avenue. The male suspect came after the officer with a shovel. The suspect fled, and when the officer caught up, the suspect stabbed the officer with a knife multiple times in his head and face. During the struggle, the officer discharged his weapon, killing the suspect. The suspect was pronounced dead at the scene. The injured officer was taken to a local hospital for treatment. An update on last week's story where a man was struck by two separate vehicles in Homewood. Pittsburgh police now confirm the Prius they were looking for in connection with the incident has been located and secured for further investigation. However, no arrests have been made. A man was hit by an SUV Thursday night at Bennett and Oakwood Streets as the SUV driver stopped to check on the victim. The Prius then struck the victim a second time. The Prius driver fled the scene, and the car was located over the weekend. The name of the man who was killed is yet to be released. Temperatures are expected to be around 90 today and close to or above 100 degrees for much of the rest of the week. Dr. Don Yealy is chair of emergency medicine at UPMC. He reminds you to avoid strenuous outdoor activities in this kind of heat and humidity.
So the key thing is to be aware of the temperature, make sure that you have scheduled opportunities if you have to be outside for rest, for shade, and to stay up with fluids because the very first deficit that will happen is dehydration.
Signs to watch out for: headaches, nausea. He says if you stop sweating, that's a red flag. As things become more severe, you may have difficulty with thinking, pain in the extremities, and losing consciousness. Yealy says when it's this hot, something with electrolytes is recommended to help that hydration. Pennsylvania's budget is due tomorrow, and Pittsburgh Technology Council CEO Audrey Russo says she doesn't want to see lawmakers make a rash decision about data centers in order to reach a budget agreement. She's written to Governor Shapiro and legislative leaders urging for a temporary pause on considering data center legislation.
If they don't build those, some of those data centers here, they're going to go other places. And when they go other places, they like to have businesses up and down their supply chain pretty close to them.
She says the more investments that are made in data centers, it can become easier to find solutions to concerns like their water usage. Russo says the demand for data means the centers will be built somewhere, and she doesn't want to see Pennsylvania lawmakers do anything that sends them elsewhere. On Wall Street, the Dow closed up 306 points, the NASDAQ up 522, the S&P 500 up 86 points. KDK Sports brought to you by NASCO Roofing, Pittsburgh's trusted and passionate roofer. Call NASCO Roofing at 412-373-2000. Pirates open a 4-game series in Philadelphia tonight. Braxton Ashcraft on the bump for the Bucks. First pitch at 6:40. KDK Radio News Time 5:03. Right now, mostly sunny and 88 degrees in Pittsburgh. KDKA AAA Traffic and AccuWeather. Together, next.
Summer is here and the savings are great at Coons Market. Isn't that right, Frank Dentisi?
Right, Rob. In our meat department, 80% lean fresh ground beef is $4.99 a pound. In the produce department, sweet bicolor corn is $5 a dozen. In our deli, plain or garlic Eckrich bologna, $4.99 a pound. An additional savings this week, selected varieties of Blue Bunny ice cream, 46 to 48 ounce containers, 2 for $6.
Coons Market, a Pittsburgh tradition.
1 in 4 Americans have a disability. I'm one of them. I'm also a working mom who cares deeply about making sure every child with a disability thrives by getting their access needs met. We've got a trusted ally by our side. Easter Seals provides children and families the foundation for lifelong success through early learning programs, skills training, and prep for college and career. That's my Easter Seals. Make it yours. Join us at easterseals.com.
With Progressive's Name Your Price tool, you can choose the best coverage option for you. Because you know you. Like, you know that hiking isn't for you. Sure, it sounds nice to be in nature while exercising, but that's what a gym and houseplants are for. I mean, you don't even like walking upstairs. So why would you walk up a hill for miles? To what, end up high in the air? Come on, you know you're scared of heights. Only you know you. So get coverage options within your budget with Progressive's Name Your Price tool. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Price and coverage match limited by state law.
From the P.J. Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center, it's KDKA AAA Traffic, powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Logan.
Brandon, traffic around Pittsburgh has improved modestly compared to the previous update, although several rush hour bottlenecks remain. The Parkway West inbound is still the most congested corridor, with heavy delays from Green Tree through the Fort Pitt Tunnel into downtown, but the backup appears slightly shorter than before. While the Liberty Bridge and Liberty Tunnel continue to carry slow northbound traffic into the Golden Triangle, with congestion extending through the Mount Washington area. Also on the east side of the city, I-376 through Oakland and Greenfield remains slow in both directions, though traffic is moving rather more stop and go around that region. Route 28 southbound is experiencing moderate delays approaching the North Shore interchange, while northbound traffic is flowing well, and I-279 north of downtown continues to move freely with only minor slowdowns near the city. With AAA Traffic, I'm Logan R. Blaster, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Clear and humid tonight, low 71. Turning hot tomorrow with clouds and sunshine, high 94. Clear tomorrow night, low 76. And hazy sunshine Wednesday, high 96. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Ka Erickson on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
So, at Monroeville Physical, spelled F-Y-Z-I-C-A-L, they help people move with less pain and more confidence. I've seen it. In fact, Physical has helped Pittsburgh get back on its feet with confidence through personalized one-to-one physical therapy and advanced balance treatment. It's amazing. The therapists use leading technology and customized care plans, focus on balance, neuropathy, and pain relief. You get back to doing the things you love safely and confidently. Call Monroeville Physical, 412-457-8200. 412-457-8200.
Spring storms can cause havoc. When water gets in, ServiceMaster Greater Pittsburgh, they get to work. 412-RECOVER, the best call to make in the worst situation.
Man, the yellow van, call ServiceMaster.
The Drive at 5. The stories driving today's headlines. Brought to you by ServiceMaster of Greater Pittsburgh. When disaster strikes, demand the yellow van. On 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
Alrighty, folks. Brandon McGinley filling in for Colin Dunlap. I'll tell you, the number one thing we'll be talking about this week around the city is going to be the heat. I mean, it's going to be pushing 100 going into the 4th of July. So people are going to be incentivized. They're going to be, their habits are going to be outside. They're going to want to be outside. We're going to all want to be outside. Enjoying what should be a great time of year. But gosh, I mean, I know we've been hearing during the news breaks about all the ways to know if you're, in trouble out there in the heat, and it's gonna be something. Like I said earlier in the show, I'll be heading to Virginia, so it's actually going to be 5 or 6 degrees hotter down there. We're going to be spending the whole time inside, I'll tell you that. I've been amused to see that while a lot of the Europeans who are here in the U.S. for the World Cup seem to be having a great time, there's been a lot of stuff back home where these European countries are, basically blaming America for the fact that it's really hot over there. They don't have AC. It's like 10% or so, even in your Germany's, your France's, UK, it's just there's not a culture of air conditioning, and because they're actually in a super high northerly latitude, the heat just historically hasn't gotten that high. Now that it is, and they're having days in the 90s and even pushing 100, they're in trouble. But their governments are telling people, don't buy AC, don't run your AC. Some of it is like this climate alarmism. Some of it is that their electric grids aren't built to handle AC. And so they're in trouble when it gets hot. But I do get a bit of a dark chuckle out of them blaming us for their heat. As if I saw a really funny cartoon. It was like, showed America as this big AC unit that's cooling itself and sending all the hot air over to Europe. It's not how it works, folks. That's not how it works. We've had AC in here for ages. We built our infrastructure around having AC, and we have it because it's a hot and humid climate. It's a hot and humid continent over here in a way that it hasn't been so much in Europe. So, yeah, I mean, the AC situation is pretty critical over there. But it's another example, by the way, of like, if you're feeling down about America this week, think about in Europe where their governments are telling them not to run AC when it's 95 degrees because it might make the Earth 0.000001 degrees Celsius hotter. I think that I'm perfectly happy to say that it's hotter here and it's hotter over there because of climate change. I'm perfectly happy to say that. But running a little bit of AC in order to not die in the heat, that's not the problem here, folks. That's not the problem. And the idea that European countries are telling their people not to run AC because they're going to kill the planet if they run AC and then blame us for it. I have a soft spot for Europe as a whole. I have a soft spot for the UK and France and these other countries in particular. I love seeing them in the World Cup. But this is just kind of, for me, this is the worst of EU, European kind of weenie, bureaucratic, administrative state stuff that's just, let people stay cool, man. And if you didn't build your infrastructure for it, then that's on you guys. You had to figure it out. You have to figure it out. Don't blame us. Come on. You can blame us for some things. You can blame us for something. You can't blame us for your heat, and you can't blame us for your lack of AC. That's on everybody. Okay. Got that off my chest. DJ, you have been incredibly patient, and I want to make sure I give you a chance to talk about data centers. So go for it.
I was just listening to you on my phone. It's the same thing. Don't worry about it. So I was up Homer City, the power plant up there. Okay?
Yeah.
I was going by there. I had to wait like 20 minutes for the cars to go through the one little spot on 56 to go down to Apollo, all full of coal. So that place is running on coal as much as natural gas or even more. And I was surprised at that. But those cars were full of coal, car after car. I was surprised about that.
Interesting. Because I know that in they're definitely going to be plowing through a tremendous amount of natural gas down there. But your perspective is that there's still going to be some coal there as well. And I thought they were decommissioning the coal plants and there was just going to be natural gas, but you're saying it's different.
Oh, I mean, it was coal truck after coal, car after coal car,
and going right there.
Long, full, full.
I don't know. It could be that it's not yet decommissioned. I'm not an expert on the thing down there, the plans. I will say that when it's done, it's going to be one of the biggest energy and data center projects anywhere. And I don't think there's been like a massive amount of opposition in Indiana County. I like to think I would have heard if there had been. Have you heard of any major opposition down there?
No. Them people up there are pretty. They like it the way it is. They don't want it to be busy. It's quiet, beautiful up there. Nobody wants it to be like anything different as far as I know. That's why people move up there for that.
Oh, yeah, yeah. Well, I think it also helps that they're building it on the footprint of an already existing huge power plant, so people are used to it out there. It's not like they're taking beautiful farmland and saying we're going to plop a 5-acre warehouse on top of you that makes a funny noise and and guzzles water. And like I said, the water thing is overstated, but the at the end of the day, though, these things are coming whether we like it or not. Are there any proposals out in the Allegheny Valley other than the Springdale one that you know about, DJ?
No, but I would say that pipes, the smokestacks have been spewing out smoke since I remember.
Oh, yeah.
64 years old. So I don't know about what kind of smoke it is, but my experience is there's not any good smoke. Some is just worse.
Yeah, no, it's.
You know what I mean?
No, I appreciate it. Thank you for the call. I got to get going. Thank you for your patience as well. No, I mean, at the end of the day, Josh Shapiro cut a deal to keep a few coal plants going. Not out here, as far as I remember, but I was a little surprised by that because he's very cautious of how that will be received in the Democratic presidential primary. And honestly, I don't think, I know Rich Fitzgerald mentioned coal as one of the big three that we'll still be using. I'd be surprised if, I still think we can get by with, let me put it this way. If we're smart about it, we can get by with natural gas and nuclear, and the nuclear can replace the coal. I'm not trying to throw our good coal miners in West Virginia and parts of Pennsylvania out of work, but that is really dirty business right there. That is if we're gonna talk about fossil fuels, the coal situation is where we should be talking about really weaning. Natural gas, on the other hand, is a hell of a lot cleaner, and that is where the action's going to be. But we've got to also make sure we're getting our nuclear plants done. Alrighty. Traffic. Logan from the PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center. It's KDKA AAA Traffic, powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Logan.
Thanks, Brandon. Traffic around Pittsburgh is beginning to improve as the evening commute winds down, though a few major trouble spots remain. The Parkway West inbound continues to see the heaviest delays approaching the Fort Pitt Tunnel and downtown, while the Liberty Bridge and Liberty Tunnel remain slow northbound into the city. The Parkway East, though, through Oakland and Greenfield has improved, with only moderate westbound delays towards downtown and smoother eastbound travel. Route 28 southbound and I-279 are moving well with only minor slowdowns, and outbound I-376 towards Carnegie has recovered significantly. Overall congestion is becoming more localized, with the Fort Pitt Tunnel, Liberty Bridge, and the downtown interchange remaining the primary areas of concern, while most other highways are flowing near normal speeds. With AAA Traffic, I'm Logan R. Blaster on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. It finds them for you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio.
ZipRecruiter. Did you know that the only cause of mesothelioma is exposure to asbestos? Did you know that many local area tradesmen were exposed to asbestos and didn't even know it? The sad reality is asbestos-related diseases are often fatal, yet entirely preventable. Pittsburgh-based Goldberg, Persky, and White understands the complexities of asbestos exposure and are dedicated to fighting for the compensation you deserve. GPW can't change the past, but will work to transform your future. Call 1-800-COMPLEX to learn more.
Liberty Mutual customizes your car and home insurance. And now we're customizing this rush hour ad to keep you calm, which could help your driving. And science says therapy is great for a healthy mindset. So enjoy this 14-second session on us. I think you've done everything right and absolutely nothing wrong. In fact, anything that hasn't gone your way could probably be blamed on your father, not being emotionally available because his father wasn't emotionally available, and so on. And now that you're calm and healing, you're probably driving better too.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Progressive Insurance. Progressive can protect your home, auto, boat, motorcycle, ATV, RV, and more. In short, a lot of things. Bundle today at Progressive.com.
Heart disease is the leading cause of death in the United States. So when it comes to your heart, there's no room for compromise. At UPMC Heart and Vascular Institute, innovation, technology, and world-class expertise come together to treat the most complex heart cases, redefining what's possible for patients who need it most. Getting your heart checked can save your life. Schedule your appointment with the region's leader at upmc.com/heart.
Kick off your 4th of July weekend with a tribute to the greatest rock and roll band in history, the Beatles. Celebrate at Jurgles on Saturday, July 4th, as Beatlemania Again brings the iconic sights and sounds of the Beatles to life with stunning authenticity. From the early Ed Sullivan era hits to the psychedelic masterpieces. Tickets available now at Jurgles.com for Beatlemania Again, July 4th, another Dresky Entertainment event.
I never thought of myself as the type to settle down. Never knew where the team's next lunch was coming from. But then I met you, Easy Cater.
Workplaces everywhere are saying, I do want delicious food at work. And they're ordering from beloved restaurants with Easy Cater.
You were reliable. You had great options for every budget, even when marketing ops did keto again. We got through that together. With you, it's just so easy. Easy Cater, will you keep showing up at my workplace forever?
Find love at first lunch. Order at easycater.com.
Party at your place this summer? Fix things up inside and out with July 4th deals, now at Lowe's. Get up to 45% off select major appliances and save up to an additional 25% off when you bundle select major appliances. Plus, save $80 on a select Charbroil Performance Series gas grill, now $299. Our best lineup is here at Lowe's. Valid through 7/8 while supplies last. Selection varies by location. See Lowe's.com for more details.
When it comes to your home, trust means everything. At Home Genius Exteriors, trust starts with a conversation and a free roof and attic inspection, and it's earned with every roof we install. Let our dedicated project team and certified installers give you peace of mind. Call now and get 50% off all roofing materials, plus 0% APR and no payments till 2027. Call Home Genius Exteriors now at 855-UR-GENIUS. That's 855, the letter U, the letter R, Genius. See website for details.
In retirement, there's only two things that matter: income and growing your money. You don't spend a portfolio, you spend reliable, predictable cash flow month after month. I'm Brian Quaranta at Secure Money Advisors. We specialize in retirement income strategies built to help protect what you've earned and turn savings into sustainable income. As a fiduciary, our job is to make sure that you don't run out of money and you've got a strategy to keep pace with inflation. To learn more, claim your copy of my complimentary book, Right Track Your Retirement, at righttrackpittsburgh.com, where your retirement journey begins on the right track.
From the Goldberg, Persky, and White Pioneers in Asbestos Litigation News Desk, here's a look at the bottom of the hour news with Paul Alexander.
Brandon, thank you very much. The man wanted in that Verona assault has turned himself in. Details coming up. Bottom of the hour, right here on the Voice of Pittsburgh. News Radio, KDKA.
This is a Bloomberg Money Minute. After the Trump administration ended federal subsidies for Obamacare enrollees, the new federal government figures show about 3 million fewer Americans had Affordable Care Act health insurance plans in February than they did a year ago. And it happened as health care costs skyrocketed higher. On Wall Street, stocks with sizable gains today thanks to a rebound in tech stocks on news that two South Korean tech giants plan to build new chip-making plants. Add in rising hopes that U.S.-Iran peace talks will resume tomorrow, and the Dow today up 307 points, enough to close at a fresh record high. The tech-heavy NASDAQ up 523 points. That's a 2% jump. The S&P 500 added 86, rising more than 1%, but oil was also higher, up 2% to $70.75 a barrel. And after a 6-year absence, Starbucks this week is bringing back its S'mores Frappuccino, along with a few new S'mores-themed drinks. Tom Busby, Bloomberg Radio.
Your drive just got easier. It's Colin Dunlap on the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Okay, folks, Brandon McGinley from the Post-Gazette filling back in for Colin today. Colin was doing the Big K Morning Show. He'll be doing the same tomorrow. And I will be back doing this show with you again tomorrow. So I've spent a lot of time in the studio the past few weeks, but it's been a blast, and I'm really glad to be talking with you. You know, it's the data centers, the point I keep trying to make is that they're coming whether you like it or not. And we can make sure that they are placed in ways that ensure that local communities benefit. We can make sure that they are not dropped into places where they are not appropriate. I have an idea, actually. I have a big idea. You know, we have a huge, basically empty island in the middle of the Ohio River, right next to downtown. Right next to downtown, Bruneau Island. It's basically wilderness. There's listen to this. There's a power plant there. There's already a power plant there. I proposed, actually, at the Post-Gazette a while back, I said, why don't we just get rid of the power plant, turn it into a neighborhood, build a few bridges. You could put thousands of people on that island. It's huge. It's a huge river island. Okay, maybe that's far-fetched. Do you know what might be less far-fetched? Putting a big old data center on that island. It's across the water from everybody who would be bothered by it. And talk about water, it is more than it'll ever need. I've looked this up. The biggest data centers in the world, they guzzle what basically amounts to a few seconds worth of the flow of the Ohio River at Pittsburgh every day. That's it. It's like, people think that they're going to like dry up the rivers. No, it's not like that at all. And a lot of that's getting recycled anyways. It's gone back up into the sky. It'll come back as rain. Okay, folks? It's not going away. So, I don't know. Whoever has the powers that be at Bruneau Island, that's the place to do it. You know, Rich Fitzgerald said there won't be any in the city. Well, that's in the city. Maybe there could be one there. Alrighty, folks. Where we don't have to worry about traffic is Bruneau Island, but the rest of you do, and we should talk about it. From the P.J. Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center, it's KDKA AAA Traffic, powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Logan.
Thanks, Brandon. Taking a look at the major roadways, the Parkway East outbound is still slow through Oakland, but traffic is beginning to loosen past Technology Drive towards the Squirrel Hill Tunnel. The Parkway West outbound remains congested through the Bathtub region, but is starting to improve slightly. With AAA Traffic, I'm Logan Arbalester on 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
Summer's here. Time to take advantage of Zero Res's best deal of the summer. Don't let rising gas prices stop you from having a clean and healthy home. Zero Res is keeping comfort affordable with powerful cleaning at a price families can feel good about. Zero Res can handle every surface of your home and your air ducts too. This month, get 3 rooms of carpet cleaned starting at only $139 and $5.99 per system for air duct cleaning too. Visit ZeroResPGH.com and ask for the KDKA special.
At Liberty Mutual, we love helping people with things like customizing car insurance, just like how we customize a song for you. Catered country tune. Liberty Mutual, saving you bucks by protecting your truck. 'Cause 30 told me to only pay for what I need. Thank you, Limu. Always trust in Limu with Liberty, 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 Liberty.
My name is Ariel. When I arrived in the U.S. at 19, I struggled to find job opportunities without my high school diploma. My entire life changed when I took a chance and got my high school diploma at age 22. Everything I have, my education, my career, my marriage, I owe to the Adult Literacy Center and my teachers. They were with me every step of the way, helping with my English and math, making sure I pushed through all the challenges.
Ariel, your success proves that what I'm doing as a teacher has real meaning.
It was an honor helping you achieve your greatness. Now you're helping others achieve theirs. It inspires me.
Education was the key that unlocked all my opportunities.
When you graduate, they graduate. Find free and supportive adult education centers near you at finishyourdiploma.org. Brought to you by Dollar General Literacy Foundation and the Ad Council.
You have some dough. It's lunchtime, but there's no way you would eat just dough for lunch, right? Well, the good thing is, I have some cheese. Your friend has some tomato sauce. This random guy on the street has pepperoni in his backpack. If we bring all these ingredients together, we end up with something much better than any of them alone. A savory pizza for lunch. But each of us has not only different ingredients, but also different opinions coming from our different life experiences. If we bring all these experiences and all these opinions together in friendly, civil conversation, we end up with opinions and ideas that are better than any of our individual opinions before. So if we want to come up with better ideas for a better world, what we really need are civil, civic conversations. Pizzas. It's an American thing. AmericanThing.org.
At Habitat for Humanity, we believe home is where you find peace, stability, and safety. But 1 in 3 people on Earth woke up today without a good home. Let's open the door to opportunity. Visit Habitat.org to learn more. That's Habitat.org.
From the Aetna Medicare Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Sunny and 87 degrees at Pittsburgh International at 5:30. I'm Paul Alexander. News brought to you by PJ Fitzpatrick with their famous lifetime warranty on materials and labor. TrustPJ.com. The man who allegedly nearly killed another man in a Verona bar fight over the weekend has turned himself in. Verona police say 39-year-old Michael Powell will be charged for aggravated assault after a fight inside the Hula Bar on East Railroad Street Saturday night just after 11 o'clock. The victim suffered potentially life-threatening injuries. The 27-year-old victim was stabilized on scene by paramedics and taken to a local hospital. The Pittsburgh Technology Council is urging state lawmakers not to make any rash decisions about data centers. We have more from News Radio KDKA's David Colorado.
Tech Council CEO Audrey Russo has written the governor and the state's legislative leaders asking them to take a breather and to hold off on any further data center legislation for the time being. She says she doesn't want to see lawmakers do something that could jeopardize both technology and manufacturing jobs in Pennsylvania.
We have manufacturers that are, in the components that are actually producing components that go into data centers, and they're providing that to data centers all over the United States. And, that kind of business ecosystem is really important for our region.
Russo says she wants to see manufacturers, labor, and community leaders brought to the table to discuss the centers, their benefits, and to hear people's concerns. What she doesn't want to see, Pennsylvania doing something that makes it less attractive than neighboring states who get the centers and the jobs. David Colorado, News Radio KDKA.
Today, Luigi Mangione was back in court for a hearing that set a date for his federal trial. Jury selection will begin January 5th of next year, with opening statements slated for January the 25th. The state trial is slated for September the 8th. ABC News legal contributor Brian Buckmeyer also says defense attorneys could bring up Mangione's mental health in the federal case.
We saw in the state case as well that they brought up the issue of a psychiatric defense. That's going to play a big part in this, even though the fact they pulled it away in the state case, because I think it's going to impact the potential jurors who are going to look at this case. And I think that's what comes down to being the biggest part of this case. Who's going to sit in that jury box to decide the fate of Luigi Mangione?
Someone in northern Pennsylvania has the choice of $1 million a year for the rest of their life, or a lump sum payment of $14.5 million after buying a winning scratch-off ticket. Ironically, the ticket was sold at a Walmart on Million Dollar Highway. The winning ticket sold at 1102 Million Dollar Highway near St. Mary's in Elk County. On Wall Street, the Dow closed up 306 points, and Nasdaq up 522, the S&P 500 up 88 points. KDK Sports brought to you by NASCO Roofing, Pittsburgh's trusted and passionate roofer. Call NASCO Roofing at 412-373-2000. Pirates open a 4-game series in Philadelphia tonight. Braxton Ashcraft on the bump for the Bucks. First pitch, 6:40. KDK Radio News Time, 5:32. If you're injured, time to hire America's largest injury firm, Morgan & Morgan. Dial poundlaw. For the people. Our next update is at 6 o'clock. I'm Paul Alexander, the voice of Pittsburgh News Radio, KDKA.
When it comes to building Pennsylvania's future, the laborers are on the job. From highways and bridges to schools, hospitals, energy projects, the men and women of the Pennsylvania Laborers District Council deliver the skilled work that keeps our communities moving forward. Joe LaQuatra is leading the charge to train the next generation, protect worker safety, and stand up for fair wages and benefits. When laborers build, Pennsylvania grows stronger. The Pennsylvania Laborers District Council, working hard every day. My people. For almost 40 years, Rugby Realty has been a leading real estate company in the heart of Pittsburgh. They specialize in the operation and leasing of iconic office buildings. One Oxford Center, Frick Building, and the Coppers Building. Rugby Realty is leading the effort of converting historic office buildings into luxury apartments and hotels, including the Gulf Tower in 933 Penn Avenue and 4 Allegheny Center on the north side. Thank you, Rugby Realty, for supporting KDK's 4th of July celebration. Hey, folks, it's Marty. Look, I hear this all the time, and folks get scared about their debt. If you're struggling with your debt, give my friends at Harold, Shepley & Associates a call. Right, Harold?
Absolutely. We have offices throughout Pennsylvania, but you never need to come into the office. It's always a free consultation, and there's no travel required, so there's no reason to pick up the phone and not give us a call.
And don't hide from it.
Yeah, there's no reason to be ashamed. You want to get back on your feet, and you need some help.
Check them out, ShepleyLaw.com.
Are you turning 65 and have questions about Medicare? Aetna has Medicare Advantage plans that include prescription drug coverage in Pennsylvania with a $0 monthly plan premium. Plus, the plans include benefits like dental, vision, and hearing. You may also qualify for a monthly credit toward your Part B premium. Call Aetna today at 1-888-76-AETNA to learn more.
Aetna Medicare is an HMO PPO plan with a Medicare contract. Our D-SNPs also have contracts with state Medicaid programs. Enrollment in our plans depends on contract renewal. Plan features and availability may vary by service area.
From the PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center, it's KDKA AAA Traffic, powered by Bowser Chevrolet with Logan.
Thanks, Brandon. Taking a look at the Parkway East, the outbound lane near the Oakland on-ramp progressing through the Bennett Bates in the direction of the Squirrel Hill Tunnel and Wilkinsburg Interchange is seeing brake lights. Now taking a look at the other major roadways on the Parkway West outbound, the bathtub region of the city is stacked, starting right before 2nd Avenue, moving towards the lower level of the Fort Pitt Bridge. On the Parkway West inbound, it is stalled back at Green Tree Hill. Also, both lanes of the Liberty Tunnel are stacked as well. 28 outbound is slowed starting into the city, and that's causing delays with AAA traffic. I'm Logan R. Blaster on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Warm and humid tonight with a clear sky, low 71. Partly sunny, hot and steamy tomorrow, high 94. Very warm tomorrow night, low 76. Hazy sunshine and hot Wednesday, high 96. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Ka Erickson, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The KDKA radio text line is driven by Kenny Ross Auto Group. Find your best deal and Pittsburgh's best warranty at kennyross.com.
All right, I'll catch you on Tuesday, and man, the weather will be a story. Colin Dunlap in for Larry one more day. I'll catch you at 5:40 until 10, and we'll talk about the Heat and a whole lot more right here, KDK.
I'm not the world's biggest soccer fan. I will say that I saw a tremendous Riverhounds game. It was in 2024, so it was 2 seasons ago. I think they won like 4 or 5-0. It was brilliant. Great stadium down there by Station Square. Great stadium. Great place to watch anything, especially a soccer game. This is Brandon McGinley, by the way, from the Post-Gazette, filling in for Colin Dunlap this afternoon. So yeah, I'm not the world's biggest soccer fan. I played through like 8th grade. You know, I know the game reasonably well. I mean, probably, a decent. I mean, not at the level of somebody who played played in high school, or certainly the level of most Europeans, but I have a sense for it. But the point is, I can't help but love the World Cup every 4 years, and I love especially those matchups where. So I mean, for me, it's kind of like the NCAA tournament. You know, sure. The power on power matchups at the end of the tournament are fun. That's where you're going to get the best basketball. That's where you're going to get the best soccer. I get it. But these are some of my favorite matchups right now, where you're getting the serious underdog up against a world power. And right now, Paraguay is beating the Germans by 1. Just 1-0 right now. Well, at last, I don't know. We're about to start the second half, but I love the tension of these games. I love seeing. Usually you have a loose underdog who has nothing to lose. You have a tense favorite who doesn't want to see it, who doesn't want to be, mortally embarrassed on the international stage. These games are fascinating to watch, and now they're arguing about the second half kickoff. They're arguing about shin pads. That's exciting. Okay, Well, but no, I do love it. I can't help it. And I hope you all are enjoying it as well. Would have been nice to have gotten some of these games out here. I assume maybe Acrisure wasn't big enough or something, or the city wasn't big enough. They're in Philly. This game here is in Boston. They've been all over the country. Even more than not getting a game, that seems not too surprising. But with 48 teams, I think like the Spanish are being hoteled in Chattanooga. I think some teams are like in Omaha or whatever. It would have been nice to get a piece of that action. Where you I don't care. I don't care if it's the Japanese or the Cape Cabo Verdeans or whatever. I don't know. Curacao. I don't care. It would have been nice to get a little bit of that action, especially with the Riverhounds, who are they won the championship in their league last year. We're really expanding. Well, missed opportunity for us, but would be nice to see maybe. Get the region a little more action in terms of the international sports. Hey, as always, you can listen to us at 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA or on the Odyssey app. That's AUDACY. But you can also watch us online with our KDKA video stream presented by Metropolitan Window Company. Just go to KDKARadio.com and click on Watch KDKA Radio live stream. Or now you can just go to our KDKA Radio YouTube page and watch everything we are doing in the studios. Alrighty, folks, I have a few more minutes with you now. Wow, even on days whenever I not 100% sure what the plan is going to be, we always end up covering more ground than I expect. And I want to think back to this data center thing for a little bit. Especially as we're thinking about, this is the week, America 250, et cetera, et cetera. Are we going to be timid in this region about the potential for growth, or are we going to try to seize the moment? If we were talking about, and I don't want to pick on like Omaha or something, but if we were talking about a different city with a different set of advantages, we'd be having a different conversation about data centers. Omaha probably is actually a decent example, or let's go somewhere like Scottsdale or something like that, where water really is an issue. Like that's really, I know they're doing it anyways, but there are parts of the country where they're drawn on aquifers, and you actually have real water issues to be concerned about. That's not the case here. We have the water, we have the energy, we have the gas, we're taking it out of the ground right now. We have the coal, if you want to go down that road. We have a tremendous history and legacy of nuclear. We have all of the advantages to do the energy, and we have the tech side. We have the institutions. We have the CMU. Arguably, maybe not even arguably, the most well-respected on the tech side AI institution in the world. All right here. The water, the energy, the brains. I'm not saying we should be steamrolling local communities. I'm not even saying that data centers are I'm not saying you should be like the head of the cheerleading squad for the data centers. I get the hesitation about them. As I always say when I talk about this issue, in my perfect world, we wouldn't have them. But this is not my perfect world. In the world that we have, they're coming. And the question is, are we going to use our advantages to get in on the game or not? It would be a massive, massive waste if other parts of the country were getting, and I want to be clear about this also, like the benefits of the data centers are, we should talk about what the benefits are. First of all, you have the construction jobs. That's temporary but real. And we have, this is actually something I talked about on the program last week with Senator McCormick. We actually don't have enough workers for the amount of work that needs to be done. But that should be spurring us to develop our workforce, better, to get better training programs, to work with our labor unions, to make sure we have enough men and women who are out there ready to build. So there's jobs there. Now, those are temporary jobs. Now, you have people who need to run the day-to-day of the data centers, maintain the data centers, and all of that. But there's other parts of this that I think we often forget. And this is what, in the news breaks, Audrey Russo has been pointing out. that there's also the upstream and downstream businesses. Upstream, this is where something like the U.S. Steel investment comes in. These data centers are full of steel. They're full of materials that we are actually pretty darn good at building and producing. So we already have businesses and could have more businesses that are producing the materials needed to build the data centers. And then there are, on the tech side, businesses that want to locate themselves near the compute power. The compute, as they say, signals to the market that we're serious about getting in the game. And then there are also, in some applications, where, being an hour or two away in driving time affects like infinitesimally small latency between the data center and the application, but that can be meaningful in some businesses. So the question that faces us is not, will there be data centers and will there not be? There will be data centers. There will be data centers all over the country. The question is, are we going to get the most out of this, or are we going to watch it pass us by? That's the question. And it's going to take regional leadership, because the state can only go so far. Josh Shapiro can only go so far, because at the end of the day, he's at least as beholden to the eastern part of the state. In fact, more so, because that's where there's more money and people. We need regional leaders who are organizing public and private sector leaders, not just in Allegheny County, not just in Pittsburgh, but in the surrounding counties as well, so that we are making a regional case. And if it's happening behind the scenes, and I'd like to see more of it. We are uniquely positioned to benefit from this. And even if it's not a technology that in the long run is good for humanity, which I'm not sure it is, we can make it a little bit better for us than otherwise. And I'd rather we do that than let it pass us by. Alrighty, Logan, let's do some traffic. From the PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center, it's KDKA AAA Traffic, powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Logan.
Brandon, traffic around Pittsburgh is continuing to improve as the evening rush tapers off, although a few slow spots still remain. The Parkway West inbound is still the area's biggest bottleneck, with delays approaching the Fort Pitt Tunnel and downtown. The Liberty Bridge and Liberty Tunnel continue to see moderate northbound congestion into the city, while the Parkway East through Oakland and Greenfield has improved with only moderate delays heading west. Route 28 and I-279 are moving well overall, and outbound traffic towards Green Tree and Carnegie is recovering. Aside from the Fort Pitt Tunnel, Liberty Bridge, and the downtown interchange, most major highways are now moving at normal speeds. With AAA traffic, I'm Logan R. Blaster, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Listen to Colin Dunlap on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Injured? Call the expert personal injury attorneys at Shenderovich & Fishman. They handle all types of injury cases. Their fee is only 25%, not 40% like other law firms. They're smart, aggressive, experienced, and have a 99.7% success rate. They win for you. Car accidents, motorcycle wrecks, tractor-trailer crashes, dog bites, any accident, only 25%. Shenderovich & Fishman, 888-98-TWINS. They've got your back, not your wallet.
Life-changing is happening every day at UPMC.
I've always had aspirations to serve my community. I enjoy working at Children's Hospital and being around an environment where I make the kids happy and make the kids smile. Not all hospitals have a dedicated police force, but UPMC does, keeping patients and staff safe. I want families to know that when they come to UPMC, we're here for them.
That's life-changing medicine at UPMC.
When you're handling an estate or an inherited home, the decisions can feel overwhelming. At Homebuyers of Pittsburgh, we help families through this every single week. We make a quick, fair cash offer on the home, coordinate any cleanouts, help you through the process, and we'll buy it in its current condition. No pressure, no surprises. Visit homebuyersoftpittsburgh.com or call 412-500-9057 for help selling today. That's 412-500-9057 for help selling today.
Homebuyers of Pittsburgh, Pittsburgh's local trusted homebuyer since 2015.
Back to school starts now.
Get long-lasting battery life on the Dell XPS laptop powered by Series 3 Intel Core so you can work from anywhere. Now starting at $699 with exclusive student pricing starting at $599. Complete your setup with savings on select monitors and must-have electronics and accessories. Limited time deals and free shipping on PCs and more await you at Dell.com/deals. That's Dell.com/deals.
While you sleep, there are people you've never met who are working hard to make your morning. People who get up at ungodly hours to make sure you get the information you want. People who dedicate their lives to make yours better while you sleep. These people come together during the Big K Morning Show with Larry Richert, 5:30 to 10 in the morning, to make sure you have the best news, traffic, and weather to start your day. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
From the FIFA World Cup to competitive business environments, grand ambitions lead to game-changing achievements. At Bank of America, we're there to support businesses at every step, providing insights and expertise to help you gain an edge.
He shoots, he scores!
What would you like the power to do? Explore winning business solutions at BofA.com/gamechangers. Bank of America, official bank of the FIFA World Cup 2026.
Veterans and active duty service members, when your call to service ends, your mission doesn't have to. Go from GI to IT in just a few months at My Computer Career. Prepare for a high-demand career in cybersecurity, protecting people, systems, and institutions from real cyber threats. Cyber warriors are needed now. Will you answer the call? Go to mycomputercareer.edu/CWP to learn more. That's mycomputercareer.edu/CWP, an elite CompTIA certification partner. VA education benefits are available to those who qualify.
30 time would have been 30, no, would have been 30, being 30, been 29. If that'll help, been 29,000, being 7, would have been 9.
Get ready to bid on the equipment you need in the Ritchie Brothers Northeast Regional Auction on August 4th. Inventory is housed at locations in Pittsburgh, North Franklin, and Northeast Maryland, with in-person inspections available. Bid on a wide selection of construction and transportation equipment. Don't miss this great opportunity. Visit rbauction.com/Pittsburgh to sign up. Again, that's rbauction.com/Pittsburgh.
I want you to want me.
Cheap Trick, all washed up. The Rock and Roll Hall of Famers bring you all the hits, plus music from their new album, All Washed Up. September 22nd, the Palace Theater. Get tickets now at thepalacetheater.org. Produced by Drusky Entertainment and SLP Concerts.
This is Greg Trzynski of the Original Mattress Factory. Many retailers use a computer program to tell you which mattress to buy after answering a few questions. That's not how finding the right mattress works. At OMF, our associates take the time to understand your specific needs. They'll guide you through our showroom, explain the differences between models, and help you select the right mattress. No computers, no gimmicks, just personal attention and quality mattresses built locally. Visit any showroom and experience the OMF difference for yourself.
Between the daily demands of work, family needs, running a household, and more, you deserve some real relief at the end of the day. At the Original Mattress Factory, we have a wide variety of mattresses that are built to provide the ultimate in comfort and relief when you need it most. Mattresses that are hand-built locally using high-quality materials. Mattresses that are sold factory direct to offer you a great value. Mattresses that are designed to provide real relief to real people like you. Visit an Original Mattress Factory location today and get the rest you deserve tonight.
From the Goldberg, Persky, and White Pioneers in Asbestos Litigation News Desk, here's a look ahead at the top of the hour news with Paul Alexander.
Brandon, a Fayette County couple has been accused of committing horrific crimes with the woman's minor child. Details coming up, top of the hour, right here on the Voice of Pittsburgh News Radio, KDKA.
You've heard the news. Now, talk about it with Colin Dunlap on 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
Okay, folks, this is Brandon McGinley filling in for Colin Dunlap. Rob Pratt will be in just a moment, but in the last 2 or so minutes I have with you, I would like to circle back to the beginning of the show, where I discussed how the America 250 celebrations don't seem to be landing the way I think people hoped they would have, and the way that certainly people 50 years ago would not have expected they would. It's been a bit of a fizzle. There's not a lot of excitement. It's a shame. It shouldn't be this way. But everybody who called in, I challenged you. I said, call in if you've seen something different. Call in if you've seen more enthusiasm, or you're feeling more enthusiasm than I am describing. And everybody who called in said, no. Maybe I'm feeling excited about it, but it's kind of hard to get into it. I understand. I want to leave you with one last thought, and one that can maybe take us into tomorrow's show, because I'll be back again tomorrow, same time. If you're having trouble getting into the 4th of July, if you're having trouble getting into the America 250 celebrations because you're focused on the media, because you're focused on the government in Washington, whether you love it or hate it, because you're focused on the politicians, because you're focused on politics generally, if you're having trouble getting into it because you're worried about where this idea of America is going, you're not alone. But one way that might help, one thing that might help would be shifting the focus off of the abstract, off of the abstractions of politics in Washington, off of the abstractions even of the American idea, and shift it onto the tangible things about this country that we love. Shift it onto the land, the rivers, the mountains, the streams. Shift it onto the music, onto the culture. Shift it onto the stories, the books, the novels. Shift it onto your family, your community. Shift that anxiety toward the things that you know that you love about this country. Go hiking. Listen to folk music. Read a great American story. These are the things that cannot be taken away by any politician, by any political movement. And I would hope that if you're having trouble getting into the America 250 celebration, you could shift your focus to that, to those things that bring you joy no matter what, and that remind you why you love this place in this country that calls it home. Alrighty, folks, Rob Pratt's about to come in. This is Brandon McGinley from the Post-Gazette. I will be back here tomorrow, and Colin will be doing Larry's Big K Morning Show. And I will see you tomorrow. And also, from the PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center, it's KDKA AAA Traffic, powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Logan.
Thanks, Brandon. The Parkway East outbound remains slow-moving through Oakland, but traffic is gradually improving towards the Squirrel Hill Tunnel. The Parkway West outbound is still clogged through the Bathtub region, though delays are easing slightly. With AAA traffic, I'm Logan R. Blaster, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
When you need to know, depend on the news leader. At home, in your car, or at work. The voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM, AM 1020, and KDKARadio.com.
Hey, Pittsburgh! It's time for Pool City's 4th of July store-wide clearance. For your game room, patio, and backyard, we've got everything you need to enjoy time with family and friends. All up to 60% off. Dive into summer with Pittsburgh's largest selection and savings on all of our products. Plus, enjoy 0% financing for up to 60 months on select items. Hurry! These unbeatable deals end July 7th or while supplies last. Don't miss out. Visit Pool City today.
Summer is here and the savings are great at Coons Market. Isn't that right, Frank Dentisi?
Right, Rob. In our meat department, pork baby back ribs are $2.88 a pound. In the produce department, sweet Northwest cherries are $1.98 a pound. In our deli, butterball turkey breast, $7.99 a pound. And additional savings this week, Gold Peak or Simply Gold tea, 52-ounce bottles, 2 for $4.
So get to Coons Market for the summer savings, a Pittsburgh tradition.
Let me tell you something about insurance. When you sign your insurance policy, for some brokers, that's the finish line. Handshake, commission, done. Then you may not hear from them again until it's time for renewal. But your business runs all year, so do the gaps and the risk. So go to Supersure.com. If your company has more than 25 employees, whether you're the owner, CFO, or HR manager, it can be too complex to just go buy a policy online. Supersure is the super agency built for you, licensed in every state for your business insurance and employee benefits, all with year-round support for you and your team. At Supersure.com, you can access tools like fine print facts. It'll translate your current policy into plain English so you see what's covered and what's not. plus a business value calculator so you can estimate what your business is worth so you know what actually needs protecting. Go to supersure.com. One super agency, one powerful platform, all your policies in one place. Supersure.com. That's supersure.com. Paid for by Supersure Insurance Agency, LLC, a licensed insurance agency.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Are you passionate about youth hockey but facing financial barriers? The Assisted Goals Foundation helps to provide funds for those who need it. We believe that every player deserves a shot at their dreams, regardless of financial circumstances. Scholarship applications are now open through the Assisted Goals Foundation. Don't let cost keep your child from hitting the ice. Visit our website, assistedgoals.org, to learn more and apply today. Together, we can break down the barriers and keep the love of hockey alive. Not in need, but love the sport and want to pay it forward? You can also donate online at assistedgoals.org today.
Everyone needs to take care of their mental health, even running back Bijan Robinson.
When I'm on the field and feeling the pressure, I usually just take a deep breath. When I'm just breathing and seeing what's in front of me, everything just slows down. It just makes me feel great before I run the play.
Just like Bijan, we all need a strong mental game on and off the field. Make a game plan for your mental health at loveyourmindplaybook.org.
Love your mind.
Brought to you by the Huntsman Mental Health Foundation, the Arthur M. Blank Family Foundation, and the Ad Council.
KDKA and KDKA-FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Aetna Medicare studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Sunny and 87 degrees at Pittsburgh International at 6 o'clock. I'm Paul Alexander. News brought to you by PJ Fitzpatrick. Home improvements with no interest financing if you need it. TrustPJ.com. A Fayette County couple has been accused of committing horrific crimes with the woman's minor child. 48-year-old Patricia Ann Muttery and 46-year-old Arthur Brooks have been charged with incest of a minor, rape by forcible compulsion, and sexual abuse of children. The couple will be held for court for numerous sexual acts and intercourse with Muttery's minor child and producing videos of those sexual acts. The man who allegedly nearly killed another man in a Verona bar fight over the weekend has turned himself in. Verona police say 39-year-old Michael Powell will be charged for aggravated assault after a fight inside the Hula Bar on East Railroad Street Saturday night just after 11 p.m. The victim suffered potentially life-threatening injuries. The 27-year-old victim was stabilized on scene by paramedics and then taken to a local hospital. In Indiana County, state police are investigating a shooting involving an Indiana Borough police officer. State troopers say officers were responding to a domestic disturbance call on North Cherry Avenue. The male suspect came after the officer with a shovel. The suspect fled, and when the officer caught up, the suspect stabbed the officer with a knife multiple times in his head and face. During the struggle, the officer discharged his weapon, killing the suspect. The suspect was pronounced dead at the scene. The injured officer was taken to the local hospital for treatment. Tens of thousands of people are still missing under the rubble in Venezuela after the twin earthquakes that hit the capital, Caracas, and other portions of the country last week. Nearly 1,500 people have died and more than 3,000 hurt, but rescuers are finding survivors, including an 8-day-old baby and child's mother. Katie Sussman is the Deputy Regional Director of the Latin American branch of the International Rescue Committee and tells ABC News that these earthquakes were unprecedented.
We're seeing huge water shortages. 7 of the states within Venezuela are without water now, which means that the survivors that are coming out of that rubble are facing greater challenges and really just being able to have their basic needs met, which is what IRC and other humanitarian organizations are really focused on right now.
Pennsylvania's budget is due tomorrow, and Pittsburgh Technology Council CEO Audrey Russo says she doesn't want to see lawmakers make a rash decision about data centers in order to reach a budget agreement. She's written Governor Shapiro and legislative leaders urging a temporary pause on considering data center legislation.
If they don't build those, some of those data centers here, they're going to go other places. And when they go other places, they like to have businesses up and down their supply chain pretty close to them.
She says the more investments that are made in data centers, it can become easier to find solutions to concerns like water usage. Russo says the demand for data means the centers will be built somewhere, and she doesn't want it to be somewhere other than Pennsylvania. On Wall Street, the Dow closed up 306 points. The Nasdaq up 522. The S&P 500 up 86 points. KDK Sports brought to you by NASCO Roofing, Pittsburgh's trusted and passionate roofer. Call NASCO Roofing at 412-373-2000. Pirates about to begin the first game of a 4-game set in Philadelphia. Braxton Ashcraft gets the start for the Bucs tonight. First pitch about 32 minutes from now. KDK Radio News Time, 6:03. Time to call Rhino Shield at 888-RHINO-41. That's 888-RHINO-41. Don't paint. Go Rhino. Right now, sunny and 87 degrees in Pittsburgh. KDK AAA traffic and AccuWeather. Together, next.
Liberty Mutual customized this song for you. Like your car insurance, it's custom too, yeah. Liberty Mutual's got the coverage that could save you money. Thanks to Doug and Limu, well now you can go and take that cruise. Liberty, 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 yeah.
Buy one window, get a free unicorn. Just kidding. Are you tired of dishonest offers? I'm Brian Murphy, owner of Easy Home Exteriors, and we take your home seriously. If you need windows, roofing, siding, or doors, we'll give you fair, honest pricing the first time, every time. No pressure, no gimmicks. We'll give you a free estimate. You don't even need to be home. Call 412-678-7008. That's 412-678-7008. If you're lucky, we'll throw in a unicorn.
Life's best moments start with perfect choices. For Connie Nowak, it was a trolley ride and a 67-year love story. A life of family, smart decisions, and companionship with Chester the cat. Her retirement choice? The Village at St. Barnabas. Recreation, healthcare, close to family, everything on her list. Right now, we'll make your move to the Village perfect too. Up to $2,000 toward moving costs. St. Barnabas Retirement Communities, stbarnabascommunities.com, or call 724-444-5568. KDKA traffic on the 5s.
All right, here we go for Manic Monday. It's your Pratt Pack 605 from the PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center, KDK AAA Traffic, powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Here's Logan.
Rob, several crews are out on the scene of an accident at the intersection of Penn Avenue and 12th Street in Pittsburgh. Now taking a look at the major roadways, the Parkway East outbound is still slow past Oakland, but traffic is steadily improving towards the Squirrel Hill Tunnel. The Parkway West outbound remains heavy, but is beginning to loosen across the bathtub region of the city. With AAA traffic, I'm Logan Arblaster, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Clear and humid tonight, low 71. Turning hot tomorrow with clouds and sunshine, high 94. Clear tomorrow night, low 76. And hazy sunshine Wednesday, high 96. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Ka Erickson on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Life is all about attitude and perspective. The old saying is the glass half full or half empty. Life will always throw curveballs, so how do we survive and actually thrive? This is Dr. Shufo from the Weight Loss and Wellness Center. Yes, I will get the weight off of you. That's a given. But I also find the root of the eating, and that's always emotional. It's actually weight loss therapy, and I know it works. People lose weight, feel better, and have lifelong tools. I want to help you. I really do. Call me 1-800-900-THIN.
In celebration of America 250, Precision Pointing and Restoration is honoring the people who built our country. Pittsburgh's premier award-winning masonry company is giving back to those who served. Right now, you can nominate a veteran in your life to receive a free chimney restoration or brick repointing project from Precision Pointing and Restoration. Go to brickpointingpittsburgh.net before June 26th to nominate a veteran today. Because after everything they've given, Precision Pointing believes that our veterans deserve a home that stands strong.
Heart disease is the leading cause of death in the United States. So when it comes to your heart, there's no room for compromise. At UPMC Heart and Vascular Institute, innovation, technology, and world-class expertise come together to treat the most complex heart cases, redefining what's possible for patients who need it most. Getting your heart checked can save your life. Schedule your appointment with the region's leader at upmc.com/heart.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
The voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
All right, your Pratt Pack. We get started on page one. Been talking about it all day, either as a news story or Brandon this afternoon in for Colin Dunlap. Here it is. Governments at the local, state, and federal level are all still figuring out how to legislate artificial intelligence-boosted data center development. You heard from the CEO of the Pittsburgh Technology Council, Audrey Russo, and Paul's newscast, and this in today's PG on that app. It goes on to say the Pittsburgh Technology Council has a suggestion for Governor Josh Shapiro and the Pennsylvania General Assembly. Wait. The request is simple, said Audrey Russo, president and CEO of the council, in a Monday release. Take a brief pause and let manufacturers, local labor leaders, and others in communities and policymakers figure this thing out. Let's make sure we get this right before decisions are finalized. Now, Audrey's going to be with me a week from this Wednesday. She'll be joining me in the 8 o'clock hour, and we're going to continue to talk about artificial intelligence right here in the Commonwealth. So I have a lot of things I've got to put together. Her and I are going to go back and forth. So everything you've ever needed to know about artificial intelligence, good, bad, or indifferent, and these data centers, July 8th, 8 o'clock, Rob Pratt, Wednesday night. So we're going to take some time to plan it out, but we'll have all of the deep dive stuff that you need. But let me just say this, and let me just say for one moment, when it comes to politics, whether you be a Democrat or a Republican, and you work in Harrisburg, where you make your living as a state senator or representative or even the honorable governor, just know this. In the end, after that timeline, we need to move into the future. We need to blaze new paths for future generations. If we do not move forward with these data centers after all the due diligence has taken place, we're going to get left behind. And do you understand the real reason why this country is stuck in neutral is because we have stopped manufacturing for 40 years. When those steel mills went dark up and down the Ohio, Monongahela, Youghiogheny, and Ohio River, this region went dark. The lights went out and people started to leave in a mass exodus that has never brought those numbers back. And every time we have a census in Pennsylvania, nobody is using the plus column. I know people are concerned, and I get it. But artificial intelligence is not going away. It is here to stay. You better learn to work with it and embrace it. And make sure that we get our fair share when it comes to tax revenue, because if there was ever a time to build the tax base, it's now. But the best way that you can do that is by adding more jobs, especially with the great building trades that will be a part of these data centers moving forward. Don't be frightened. Get educated, because education is knowledge. And then we'll know the right thing to do. Let's talk about the war in Ukraine. Saw this story earlier today, also in the Pittsburgh Post-Gazette on my app. Mr. Zelensky is saying, how dare you, shameful, to Vladimir Putin. Russian missiles are launched, killing a number and injuring 40 citizens in Ukraine. Putin is a madman. He is a criminal. He will go out in a blaze of glory, and he will take whoever he wants with him. As long as he can be the biggest bully on the block, he will never change his course. How much more are we going to have to see before someone smarter than me says, look, we, meaning NATO, the United States, and others, need to gather around a table and make a decision? Because this just isn't for the people of Ukraine. God bless each and every one of the 44 million who are no longer that number, because many, including citizens, lost their lives when 120,000 troops came across the border. And remember, your Pratt Pack was there as it was going down, and I said it is not a fluke, because it's the have and have-nots. And all of this was going to happen. And I mentioned when the pandemic began in February of 2020, there would be hell to pay during the pandemic, in which it cost 1 million lives in this country, but it would also be a race to take, not beg or borrow, but to steal other resources from other parts of the world. And Ukraine has agriculture, they have natural gas, and more. And Putin needs it. I'm hoping somehow, some way, if there's anything that is possibly even somewhat positive that comes out of that nastiness, as far as epic fury, if we put the oil industry on pause long enough that it stops Putin from fueling his army and this war comes to a grinding halt, so be it. But Vladimir Putin is murdering innocent women, children, people, civilians. And we have people on his side of the border that are burying their own at record numbers. Many don't even know because there is no real journalism in Russia. They're not fortunate enough to have journalism as we do in this country. So they're not getting the backstory. They're not getting any story other than that they have lost a son or someone to battle. And many of these people are relatives, close relatives from Ukraine and Russia. They're killing each other. Even though it's a different country, meaning Ukraine and Russia, it's almost like a civil war. But Putin has got to go. That madman has to be removed from power. And when you think of Mikhail Gorbachev, the only Russian leader to leave that presidency upright, no wonder why Putin is continuing to fight. Because if he fights, his time in Russia is over. And maybe so is his time on planet Earth. As always, you can listen to us at 100.1 FM, AM 1020 KDKA on the Odyssey app. That's AUDACY, but you can also watch us online with our KDK video stream presented by Metropolitan Window Company. Just go to kdkradio.com and click on Watch KDK Radio Livestream, or now you can just go to our KDK Radio YouTube page to watch everything that we are doing in the studio. Don't forget, if you know someone in your community who's done something extraordinary in the past year, nominate them now, kdkradio.com, to be honored at this year's Larry's Hometown Heroes event. So in a little bit, next hour, we're going to go to the phones at 866-391-1020, but you can also reach us, NASCO Roofing, instant access to our shows, just a click away. Email us at instantaccess, kdkradio.com. A lot of stuff in the news today, and we're going to try to go through it page by page here in the first hour and kind of get your thought process heading in the right direction to start talking to me tonight. And we also have a great columnist who has read not only in the PG, but the Trib and around the world, Oliver Bateman. We're going to be talking about these data centers and more. That's all still to come tonight. We're with you till 10. It is your Pratt Pack. It is 6:15. From the PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center, KDK AAA traffic powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Here's Logan Armblaster. Logan.
Thanks, Rob. The Parkway East outbound remains slow through Oakland, but most major backups are starting to thin out across the region. The Parkway West outbound is improving gradually through downtown approaches, and with AAA traffic, I'm Logan Arblaster on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Ready to start thinking like Wall Street without leaving Main Street? Tune in Sunday mornings at 6:30 for a slice of advice with Kelton Burgess, right here on the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
1 in 4 Americans have a disability. I'm one of them. I'm also a working mom who cares deeply about making sure every child with a disability thrives by getting their access needs met. We've got a trusted ally by our side. Easter Seals provides children and families the foundation for lifelong success through early learning programs, skills training, and prep for college and career. That's my Easter Seals. Make it yours. Join us at easterseals.com.
With Progressive's Name Your Price tool, you can choose the best coverage option for you. Because you know you. Like, you know that hiking isn't for you. Sure, it sounds nice to be in nature while exercising, but that's what a gym and houseplants are for. I mean, you don't even like walking upstairs. So why would you walk up a hill for miles? To what, end up high in the air? Come on, you know you're scared of heights. Only you know you. So get coverage options within your budget with Progressive's Name Your Price tool. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Price and coverage match limited by state law.
For almost 40 years, Rugby Realty has been a leading real estate company in the heart of Pittsburgh. They specialize in the operation and leasing of iconic office buildings. 1 Oxford Center, Frick Building, and the Coppers Building. Rugby Realty is leading the effort of converting historic office buildings into luxury apartments and hotels, including the Gulf Tower in 933 Penn Avenue and 4 Allegheny Center on the north side. Thank you, Rugby Realty, for supporting KDK's 4th of July celebration.
Are you turning 65 and have questions about Medicare? Aetna has Medicare Advantage plans that include prescription drug coverage in Pennsylvania with a $0 monthly plan premium. Plus, the plans include benefits like dental, vision, and hearing. You may also qualify for a monthly credit toward your Part B premium. Call Aetna today at 1-888-76-AETNA to learn more.
Aetna Medicare is an HMO PPO plan with a Medicare contract. Our D-SNPs also have contracts with state Medicaid programs. Enrollment in our plans depends on contract renewal. Plan features and availability may vary by service area.
I'm Ultima Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Every time one of my children started driving, it was terrifying. Thousands of accidents happen across the country. We see it every day. If you've been injured in a car accident, call us.
Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
All right, from the Goldberg, Persky, and White Pioneers in Asbestos Litigation News Desk, here's Paul Alexander. Good evening, Paul.
Well, Rob, we lead. Well, don't lead. We're in the top 5 of the category that's nothing to be proud of. I'll explain. Bottom of the hour, right here on the Voice of Pittsburgh News Radio, KDKA.
All right, some Money Matters. Bloomberg Money Minute Report, Bloomberg Radio, KDKA Radio.
This is a Bloomberg Money Minute. After a wave of sexual assault lawsuits filed by ride-hailers against its drivers, Uber is doing deeper background checks, expanding the number of criminal convictions to disqualify a driver from working there. Uber says the tighter restrictions could mean tens of thousands of current drivers may lose their jobs. Big gains today on Wall Street and a fresh record closing high for the Dow thanks to a rebound in tech stocks and rising hopes that U.S.-Iran peace talks will resume tomorrow. The Dow today up 307 points. The NASDAQ, with all those tech stocks, up 523 points. That's a 2% rise. And the S&P at 86, up more than 1%. And Walmart needs more opticians at its stores. So it's launching 2 years of training to get a degree in optician science to its employees. A licensed optician at Walmart makes an average of $33.75 an hour, nearly double what the average store worker makes there. Tom Busby, Bloomberg Radio.
All right, I'll catch you on Tuesday, and man, the weather will be a story. Colin Dunlap in for Larry one more day. I'll catch you at 5:40 until 10, and we'll talk about the heat and a whole lot more right here, KDK.
All right, sounds good, Colin. And Brandon will be back in his time slot tomorrow. Really enjoy Brandon McGinley doing some really good stuff, as is Colin here at KDK. Speaking of the weather, I got a text message from Duquesne Light. Duquesne Light, incredible work. I love who they are, what they stand for, all of these utilities, what they do on a day-to-day basis. It amazes me. And, I was out doing some video work for our friends at Coons Market to promote this 2-day sale we have coming up this week. And I was in the parking lot over in Bellevue. And I said, you know what, Rob, you're going to stay out here for a while, and I want you to perspire, even though you got a suit on. I want you to feel the pain a little bit. That's right. Why? Because it just makes me appreciate even more, like the people are working on the bridge, 376. And I got more on that to say, that modern marvel, absolutely phenomenal. We were talking moments ago about the building trades. These men and women, not for the faint of heart. I got to share another story with you. So I'm coming to work today, and I usually come 65, Ohio River Boulevard, because it's familiar. I've been doing it since the mid-'80s. Usually when I come into work or go home from work, I at least on one of my commutes go Ohio River Boulevard, because I just like to kind of get a feel of, Allegheny County, some of the older parts of Allegheny County and some of the historic parts, like a Leetsdale or like an Emsworth or Swickley, right? But I basically got off the 9th Street Bridge and made a right, and I started to head out to get on Ohio River Boulevard. And, Rochester, Beaver County has got some pretty good things happening right now. Got a new Dunkin' Donuts coming in. I know that's a big deal for your Pratt Pack, and a new McDonald's. And being that I live right across that bridge, and I'm a bachelor, that's like 2 for the show, right? Well, Dunkin' Donuts bought this huge corner lot right at the end of the bridge, and they bought the lot behind it. And they're grading it and getting it ready and what have you. But you have to lay the pipe, right? The drainage pipe. I saw 2 young men who have a company who were laying some of these huge plastic pipes that are going to be for the drainage system and things that they need to do when they get the foundation going. And I was at the red light looking at them, and I'm saying to myself, even when I was that age, I could have never done what those 2 young men were doing. So when you see people that are working outside this time of year, even your postal worker, give them a bottle of water, offer them something, whatever. Just say thank you, because this workforce is such a key part of who we are. So I'm coming down 65, and there's that giant rail yard that is owned by Norfolk Southern that could soon be owned by Union Pacific, which is a major story, and nobody seems to want to wrap their hands around that but me. But that's Another sign of something big happening, because Union Pacific is a transcontinental railroad, and it makes me think the natural gas footprint, those tanker cars, I'm just saying. It's something that I think we should be embracing. But I saw these people working on the railroad, working on track, and I thought to myself, can you imagine, no matter what money you're making, that's hard work. So I go into the store at the Bellevue Coons Market, and it's air conditioned. And I'm thinking to myself, if I'm a kid, I'm getting me a job here at Coons Market because I'm at least in the air conditioning. But people were buying all of this stuff for their picnic. And, you could just see there's a buzz because the holiday's fast approaching. But Duquesne Light, I said to myself, let's talk about this for a minute. And why we need data centers, and why we need to be moving forward, and why we need to plug into the future when it comes to being energy independent. We need to make money so we can take the electrical grid and completely revamp it. This is not Duquesne Light's fault. It's not any of the utility company's fault. We are antiquated. We need to start making revenue in this region. And let me say this, there's going to be an overload of electricity because of air conditioners, and those people who need them, need them. So as your dad would tell you, there was never a sign on the switch, turn the light out if you're the last one in the room. My dad was like a ninja warrior. He could have been in the basement, and if you would forget to shut the kitchen light off, you would hear him say, shut the blankety blank, blank, blankety blank, blank kitchen light off. And I'll tell you, this was sheer suicide if your dad ever came upstairs or came out of the bedroom or the bathroom and you were sitting at the table eating a bowl of cereal and you forgot to shut the refrigerator. That, to me, sends chills down my spine. I can't tell you, my dad would say, what's wrong with this picture? I'm like, what are you talking about? And he'd be standing there on a hot summer night, 10 fans going, curtains flapping. It was like so stifling. You almost wanted to go outside and sleep because it was too hot in the house. And he'd come out there in his pajama bottoms, no shirt, looking for a bowl of maple walnut ice cream, It's like midnight. And you're a kid. You don't have a clock. You're just going 24/7. It's summertime, right? And he's like, what's wrong with this picture? I'm like, what do you mean? I'm having a bowl of cereal. No. Come on, Mr. Big Stuff. What's wrong with this picture? You need a night light. I'm like, what are you talking about, night light? He said, look over your shoulder. And you knew right away. So you would do the 90-degree spin move off of the chair that Bruce Lee would have been proud of, and you do the little pirouette, and you try to catch the refrigerator door with your foot before your dad comes over and slams it. All I'm saying is people need air conditioning. People need to stay cool. So be careful. Listen to the radio, National Weather Service, KDKA Radio. But when you're not in a room, turn the lights off. Let's take as much pressure off the grid as we can so those people from Duquesne Light won't be out there on those poles late at night in the humid weather. Look, I remember one time my son, Robbie, was still in the car seat. And we would go out on these little drives at night, go to McDonald's or whatever. And one night, it was a bad storm. I mean, one of these storms that when it, boom, it like light the night sky up like it was broad daylight. So we pulled over, and we saw some Duquesne Light workers that were working. We were in Rochester. And I said to my son, I said, you see those people right there? I said, those are the people that make America what it is. Amazing. These are the people that are out there at night taking care of our house so we can have our lights on. So when times get tough and the weather gets horrific, and it's going to be, listen, I was in that parking lot for like a half hour today. It took me literally probably an hour to finally dry out. I mean, it was just, I was soaked. It was hot, and it's nowhere near what it's going to be like. So just make sure that you take care of yourself, stay hydrated, take care of others. And if you're the last person in the room, turn the lights off, okay? Let's preserve some of that energy. All right, some other things, including a very sad story about an NFL hero who made the announcement on Good Morning America with Michael Strahan that he has ALS. We're going to talk about that when we come back. And also, a country music superstar is no longer going to be touring. That and more moments away. Your Pratt Pack, KDKA.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
When you get a diagnosis of Parkinson's disease, things get real.
And nobody understands that better than the Parkinson's Foundation. All across the country, we provide resources and support in the fight against Parkinson's, a neurological disease that affects movement.
The Parkinson's Foundation is dedicated to improving care and advancing research towards a cure.
And when you call our helpline, you'll speak to a real person who can help you find the right information. Because while living with Parkinson's can be challenging, there are things you can do to improve your quality of life. So, whether you're newly diagnosed, have been living with Parkinson's for years, or caring for a loved one,
When Parkinson's gets real, find real answers at the Parkinson's Foundation.
go to parkinson.org or call our helpline at 1-800-4PD-INFO, 1-800-473-4636. The Parkinson's Foundation. Better lives together.
From the Aetna Medicare Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Mostly sunny and 86 degrees at Pittsburgh International at 6:30. I'm Paul Alexander. This is brought to you by PJ Fitzpatrick. For all your home's window, siding, doors, and bath, trust PJ.com. You need to be aware the Commercial Street along with Forward Avenue and the 9 Mile Run Trail have been closed around the clock for construction. This full closure is part of the $95 million Commercial Street Bridge replacement project and will remain continuously in place until early August. The reason behind all this disruption is the Commercial Street Bridge demolition, followed by the slide of the alignment of the new bridge. The Parkway East itself will see major shutdowns later this summer. Pittsburgh Police Chief Jason Lando has appointed retired Karen Dixon as new Assistant Chief of Administration. Dixon had been with the force for 33 years before she retired 5 years ago. Lando calls her a proven leader who earned widespread respect from her colleagues and the community. The Pittsburgh Technology Council is urging state lawmakers not to take any rash measures about data centers. We have more from News Radio KDKA's David Ballarado.
Tech Council CEO Audrey Russo has written the governor and the state's legislative leaders asking them to take a breather and to hold off on any further data center legislation for the time being. She says she doesn't want to see lawmakers do something that could jeopardize both technology and manufacturing jobs in Pennsylvania.
We have manufacturers that are, in the components, that are actually producing components that go into data centers, and they're providing that to data centers all over the United States. And, that kind of business ecosystem is really important for our reason.
Russo says she wants to see manufacturers, labor, and community leaders brought to the table to discuss the centers, their benefits, and to hear people's concerns. What she doesn't want to see, Pennsylvania doing something that makes it less attractive than neighboring states who get the centers and the jobs. David Ballarado, News Radio KDKA.
June is Dog Bite Awareness Month, and the U.S. Postal Service is stepping up efforts to protect its workers. News Radio KDKA's Pat Septek has more.
According to the annual USPS report, Pittsburgh tied for 19th place nationally with 21 reported dog attacks on mail carriers. Pennsylvania ranks as the 5th most dangerous state on the dog bite list. USPS spokesperson Mark Walls says such incidents have prompted the Postal Service to increase safety protocols for its mail carriers.
We instruct carriers if they do feel unsafe, they cannot deliver to the house, or if it's a known dog in a neighborhood, then we just tell the carriers to just stop delivery. Sometimes we ask the neighbors to get involved.
As for pet owners, they're asking for good dog owner responsibility, not only for letter carriers, but for everybody in the community as well. Pat Septak, News Radio KDKA.
AAA says the average price of unleaded self-serve gasoline in the Pittsburgh area is now $4.23. That's down a dime from a week ago. The national average, $3.86, staying below $4 for a second consecutive week. On Wall Street, the Dow closed up 306 points. The Nasdaq up 522. The S&P 500 up 86 points. Pirates and the Philadelphia Phillies open a 4-game series in Philadelphia in about 6 minutes from now. Braxton Ashcraft gets a start for the Bucks. Again, first pitch about 6 minutes from now. KDK Radio News Time, 6:32. Our next update at 7 o'clock. I'm Paul Alexander on the voice of Pittsburgh News Radio, KDKA.
Time now for today's Spotlight on Tech, sponsored by Ethos.
Google's home speaker is getting an AI refresh. The Gemini-powered speaker comes 6 years after Google's last smart speaker, and now Google is looking to take on Amazon's new Echo lineup and Apple's HomePod. There's a new feature with the microphone remaining briefly active after a response for follow-up questions. Google's home speaker costs $100, matching Amazon's newest Echo and Apple's mini HomePod. I'm Jason Brooks.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Hi, I'm Chuck McDowell, the timeshare cancellation guy and founder of Wesley Financial Group. And I want to set the record straight. I am not an attorney. I've never wanted to be an attorney. And the truth is, I really don't even like attorneys. If I sound like an attorney, I'll apologize. But what I've learned in my 15 years in the timeshare cancellation business is you don't need to be an attorney to get folks out of their timeshare. After 15 years and over 50,000 cancellations, I can tell you with confidence, we know how to get you out of your timeshare. Call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit guide absolutely free with all your options for cancellation. Attorneys, this was meant to be funny, so please don't sue me, especially my friend Kenneth from Black River Falls, Wisconsin.
Call now for your free timeshare exit info kit. 800-838-6767. 800-838-6767. 800-838-6767.
At UPMC Hillman Cancer Center, we believe cancer care shouldn't just be good enough. It should be life-changing. As the region's only National Cancer Institute designated comprehensive cancer center, we provide groundbreaking treatments and innovative clinical trials with renowned cancer specialists and a compassionate support system for patients and their families. Discover more at upmchillman.com/lifechanging.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
KDKA traffic on the 5.
From the PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center, KDKA AAA traffic powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Here's Logan Armblaster. Logan.
Thanks, Rob. Getting reports of a traffic collision at the convergence of 5th Avenue and the Birmingham Bridge in Pittsburgh. Now taking a look at the major roadways, lingering delays remain on a few key routes, but the afternoon rush is fully broken up across the city. With AAA traffic, I'm Logan Arblaster on 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
30 time would have been 30, no, would have been 30, being 30, been 29. If that'll help, been 29,000, being 7.5 would have been 9.
Get ready to bid on the equipment you need in the Ritchie Brothers Northeast Regional Auction on August 4th. Inventory is housed at locations in Pittsburgh, North Franklin, and Northeast Maryland, with in-person inspections available. Bid on a wide selection of construction and transportation equipment. Don't miss this great opportunity. Visit rbauction.com/Pittsburgh to sign up. Again, that's rbauction.com/Pittsburgh.
Brian Schlaba here from the Home Buyers of Pittsburgh. Born and raised right here. Since 2015, we've helped over 1,000 Pittsburgh homeowners sell their houses quickly and without the stress. No repairs, cleanouts, inspections, or appraisals. We give fast and fair cash offers, buy your home as is, and you choose the closing day. Visit homebuyersoftpittsburgh.com or call 412-500-9057. That's 412-500-9057.
Pittsburgh's local trusted home buyer since 2015.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Warm and humid tonight with a clear sky, low 71. Partly sunny, hot and steamy tomorrow, high 94. Very warm tomorrow night, low 76. Hazy sunshine and hot Wednesday, high 96. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Ka Erickson on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Are your property taxes too high? You have from July 1st until September 1st, 2026 to file an appeal of the Allegheny County Property Tax Assessment. Contact Richard Ernsberger at the law firm Barrenden Ernsberger. Call 412-391-2515 for the help you need.
The KDKA radio text line is driven by Kenny Ross Auto Group. Find your best deal and Pittsburgh's best warranty at kennyross.com.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
All right, so even on days you can sleep in, I never sleep in anymore. I guess that's a sign of getting old. But I was up really early today doing some work getting ready for tonight's show, and I saw this interview that Michael Strahan did, ABC Good Morning America, Chris Johnson, who retired from the National Football League back in 2017. Not the first time I've known someone to get ALS, Lou Gehrig's disease, named after the person that got it. Obviously, it ended his baseball career and eventually would end his life, the former New York Yankee. I know many people very close that have gotten ALS, and it's just a horrible, horrible disease. But a man like him, who retired in 2017, one of the fastest to ever play the game, a great running back with the Tennessee Titans, to see him with his family in that interview, it's sad. He's got beautiful children, obviously a beautiful wife, and as his wife, who's been his caregiver and doing incredible work, said how their life really has changed so quickly. And he said it all kind of started with some numbness in his, left hand. And then it eventually got to the point where, to this day where he is, he can't even hold a cup. But what is amazing about research and technology and things that are happening, and, I remember when Christopher Reeves had that horse accident in which he broke his neck, this Superman. Christopher Reeves was this mountain of a man, 6'4", matinee idol looks, and then he slowly withered away. But every single day he was on this earth, he fought for paralysis and trying to, be able to overcome people who have an injury that enables them to no longer walk, right? And ALS basically takes everything from you. And up until recently, there was really no way to communicate at all, maybe with an eye blink or two. But Chris Johnson communicates using a computerized speech generating device known as an SGD that utilizes eye tracking technology because ALS has robbed him of his natural voice. What they did, they recorded his voice before he became too weak to speak. And it's actually in his voice. It's one of the most amazing tools I've ever seen. But as he said, he's going to keep fighting. And he just could not thank the people who are in research and fighting and doing things that they're doing. And obviously, because of who he is and others, certain things come their way. But what I love about what this gentleman is doing, he could basically say nothing, do nothing. But he went on national television today. And here's a guy that's used to being in the spotlight, the man, big man on campus scoring touchdowns in the biggest brand of all sports. But he put himself in a vulnerable situation to say we have to keep fighting in research, and they're doing so much every day. And if he could be the vehicle to get the word out, he would. What a courageous story. And honestly, when I saw it, I was fighting back tears. I remember him as a player. But more importantly, what he did today, and I had a chance to witness, was bigger than anything he ever did on a playing field. So please keep him and everyone. And you may know someone listening right now, or you may be that person listening who is struggling with this dreaded disease. Absolutely horrendous, horrendous disease. One of the things And again, this is all speculation, but they have never found out what the cause of it is. And it's the same with dementia and Alzheimer's disease, these injuries to your motor functions, the spine, your brain. Many people have said there may be something connected to it as far as taking hits to the head, concussions. They talked about, Lou Gehrig, when he played for the Yankees, they didn't have batting helmets, and, you would get hit with a ball, you would slide head first, get kicked, or whatever the case may be, and they would just use smelling salts and you'd get back in there. And because of the research by the late Dr. Cyril Weck and others right here in Pittsburgh and the story of Mike Webster, concussions, we've come a long way as far as sports medicine and what they're doing there. You just have to wonder if there is some sort of connection to head injuries and trauma that can cause this. Now, one of the things they talked to Chris about was, it's a disease that can be passed down from one generation to the next, but the type that he has, basically nobody in their family has ever had it, is kind of common too, where people that seem to be very healthy get symptoms, and the next thing you know, it's full-blown ALS. But for him to do what he did today, that took a lot of courage. And how his wife was standing by him and his children, and he said that he wanted to live every single day that he could because he just wanted to be around to experience things with his children, even though he couldn't do them anymore. And he talked about another thing that kind of made me step back and think, what would I do or how would I approach this? But he said just, a little while ago, he was able to have the strength enough to lift his daughter up to blow out her birthday candles, but he could no longer do that. I mean, imagine being this high-octane athlete, the best of the best, that can go from 0 to 60 in just seconds and do incredible things on the field of athletics. And he did for the longest time. And then all of a sudden somebody just turning the key and you are unable to do that anymore. Even though the thing about ALS, which amazes me, and I've done many shows on it, we've talked about it, obviously. There have been so many things that people have done as far as going viral on social media, the ice bucket over the head, the water thing. But he said, your mind is sharp. So your thought process and who you are, that's what's so strange about this disease. Your mind that tells the body to do certain things, right? Fire that finger, point to the right direction, move your hand, lift up your leg, take a step, all of that. This disease ruins your ability to do that, but you still have that consciousness, that thought process that is as strong and as just as sharp as it was before you got ALS. So imagine him knowing what's going on, but he can't do anything about it. But he understands everything that's happening around him too. But this tool, this computerized speech generating device, SGD, it is phenomenal. Because the first thing I thought of, how do they have his voice? Well, they recorded it before he died, and it actually worked out. Let's just keep him and anybody dealing with that horrible disease in our thoughts and prayers. All right, 645. From the PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center, KDKA Triple-A Traffic powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Here's Logan.
Thanks, Rob. Just a few lingering delays that remain on a couple routes, but the afternoon rush is fully broken up across the city. With AAA traffic, I'm Logan R. Blaster on 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
Why would a guy in financial services pick a fight with the financial industry? Because in many cases, the system they built works more for them than it does for you. Tune in for a new kind of retirement show with Greg Ayler. Now at a new time, Saturdays at 5 on the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
Join Allegheny County for the summer concert series with free live music all season long at Harwood Acres and South Park amphitheaters. Bring a blanket, bring your friends, and come hungry. Local food trucks, Black Dog Winery, and Hop Farm Brewing Company will be on site starting at 6 p.m. Concerts kick off at 7:30. No tickets, no cost, just great music and even better vibes. Your summer soundtrack starts here. Visit AlleghenyCounty.us/summer for the full lineup.
Life's best moments start with perfect choices. For Connie Nowak, it was a trolley ride and a 67-year love story. A life of family, smart decisions, and companionship with Chester the cat. Her retirement choice? The Village at St. Barnabas. Recreation, healthcare, close to family, everything on her list. Right now, we'll make your move to the Village perfect too. Up to $2,000 toward moving costs. St. Barnabas Retirement Communities, stbarnabascommunities.com, or call 724-444-5568.
Let me tell you something about insurance. When you sign your insurance policy, for some brokers, that's the finish line. Handshake, commission, done. Then you may not hear from them again until it's time for renewal. But your business runs all year, so do the gaps and the risk. So go to supersure.com. If your company has more than 25 employees, whether you're the owner, CFO, or HR manager, it can be too complex to just go buy a policy online. Supersure is the super agency built for you, licensed in every state for your business insurance and employee benefits, all with year-round support for you and your team. At supersure.com, you can access tools like fine print facts. It'll translate your current policy into plain English so you see what's covered and what's not. Plus a business value calculator so you can estimate what your business is worth so you know what actually needs protecting. Go to supersure.com. One super agency, one powerful platform, all your policies in one place. Supersure.com. That's supersure.com. Paid for by Supersure Insurance Agency, LLC, a licensed insurance agency.
Zero Res wants to help you clean your home. Big summer savings with 3 rooms cleaned starting at $139 and $599 per system for air duct cleaning. Visit ZeroResPGH.com and ask for the KDKA special.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
All right, from the Goldberg, Persky, and White Pioneers and Asbestos Litigation News Desk, here's Paul Alexander. Paul?
Rob, an officer-involved shooting has a tragic ending. Details coming up top of the hour, right here on the Voice of Pittsburgh News Radio, KDKA.
Bloomberg Money Minute time again. Bloomberg Radio here on KDKA Radio.
This is a Bloomberg Money Minute. A JetBlue pilot reported hitting a drone this morning as he approached JFK Airport in New York City. The plane, coming from Las Vegas, landed safely. No damage reported, but the incident now under investigation by the FAA. Shares of JetBlue tumbling more than 6% today, while elsewhere on Wall Street, some big gains for stocks on a snapback rally in the tech sector and hopes for U.S.-Iran peace talks to resume tomorrow. The Dow today adding 307 points. It closed at a new all-time high. The tech-heavy NASDAQ up 2%, adding 523 points. The S&P rose 86. That's a more than 1% gain. Stellantis plans to start selling a new Jeep in Europe in 4 years, one of 6 planned new models for Europe, but they'll be made in China with a Chinese automaking partner. And former Disney CEO Bob Iger is teaming up with investor Joshua Kushner. He's the brother of President Trump's son-in-law, Jared Kushner. They're going to make a bid to own the NBA's expansion team in Las Vegas. Tom Busby, Bloomberg Radio.
Everything you need, every time you listen. 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
All right, Mr. Iger and Mr. Kushner, while you are generous with the thought of Las Vegas, how about opening up your checkbook and getting me a WNBA team for Pittsburgh? I still think it would work. I mean, if Cleveland and Philly have one, why can't we? And I must tell you, for a guy that's done a lot of sports, I love watching these WNBA games. They're exciting. They play the team aspect. They get a little physical. It's good basketball. And here's the amazing thing. You know, I'm watching these daily highlights, and these are just regular season games. I mean, it could be Seattle. It could be Indiana with Caitlin Clark. It could be Atlanta with, Angel Reese. It doesn't matter. Paige Becker, Dallas, doesn't matter. Crowds, massive crowds. These are major arenas that are being sold out, and I still think PPG Paints Arena would welcome that. Now, a couple of things from that Bloomberg Money Minute report. First off, that JetBlue story about how they're suffering as far as the bottom line. Whoever was responsible, whether it was Joe Biden or a Republican judge during the Donald Trump administration, they should have let Spirit and JetBlue merge. And we had a pilot who is now retired who worked for JetBlue who called me on my show a while back, and he said that would have been the best way to go. And now you see what's happening to Arnold Palmer Airport, and who told you so? So if there's any life or possibility of that merger taking place moving forward, somebody's got to start talking about it again. Now, the drone story. Listen, these drones are the reason why Iran is still fighting. Drones are becoming such a part of our lives that you've got young children who can fly them with the greatest of ease. Now you have jet planes banging into them. Is it too late? Or do we simply say license certain places? You can only fly a kite where there's no power lines, in a park, whatever. I mean, terrorism, anything could happen. So when you have a drone hitting a commercial airliner, and thank goodness everything turned out okay, that's something I think we should be concerned about. Before we get to that country superstar, a superstar of Hollywood. Mel Brooks made it to 100 years of age, June 28th. Yesterday. Turner Classic Movies have been paying tribute to him all day. The producers, Gene Wilder, Zero Mostel, Blazing Saddles, Cleavon Little Williams, along with Gene Wilder. I mean, just Alex Karras, the former Detroit Lion. Just hysterical stuff. Harvey Korman. And then Young Frankenstein, just Gene Wilder, tremendous. Cloris Leachman in that. Marty Feldman. Maybe getting some of these names wrong, but the bottom line is they're all good. And, you know, the sheriff in Blazing Saddles was supposed to be Richard Pryor. But Cleavon got it because Richard Pryor was having way too much fun in the Hollywood Hills. But groundbreaking, some of the things that he did, high anxiety, Spaceballs, they're actually making a new version right now. But he's 100 years old, and he's holding court, funny, he's bright, he's as sharp as he was. I mean, I started doing some of the, you know, the math. When he was in his heyday, he was in his late 50s, he was in his 60s. But the energy that this guy has, and he told a story once on the Tonight Show about meeting Cary Grant and having lunch with Cary Grant every day. If you get a chance, you got to Google this thing. I mean, I had belly laughs. I was laughing so hard. And speaking of laughing, Larry David has got this new thing out on HBO Max talking about our country's history and some of the unhappy times, right? As only Larry David can spin things, right? Curb Your Enthusiasm, Seinfeld for years. He's got some big-time co-hosts. I just saw the first episode today. It's only like a half hour long. That guy, I mean, I almost fell off the treadmill twice. I mean, that guy is maybe the funniest person of all time, and he's pushing 80 years of age. So I guess my age, you're not really all that old after all, are you? Speaking of my age, he was born in 1958. Alan Jackson, great songwriter, great performer, country music. Actually was with Arista Records from 1989 to 2011, but has made hit record after hit record. Chattahoochee, Remember When, Little Bitty, has sold millions of records. Still the one. He's got a new one out now, kind of paying tribute to his wife, Denise, who he met many, many, many years ago and is still married to this day. Well, he did his last on-stage performance recently, and I saw a bunch of clips because he's that big and the thing has gone viral, so you're not scrolling for more than 2 minutes and you don't see another piece of that concert. They brought out people like George Strait and others. Eric Church, I think, was there too. And you could tell he walks out on stage, he's a little frail, something's going on, don't know what it is, I hope he's going to be okay, or maybe he's just done enough. But that man's voice, what I love about it, it's kind of like the old school with a new rule. If you like country music, all eras of country music like I do. I mean, I'm going back now to Hank Snow and Johnny Cash and Loretta Lynn and Patsy Cline to Reba and Dolly up to like Vince Gill, Kenny Chesney, all these people, right? And Elvis obviously did a lot of country as well too. But Alan Jackson, man, he just kind of bridged both worlds. And he just had this rhythmic sound, this voice. And honestly, whenever I hear any of his music, I have to stop. I mean, there's some people like Brooks and Dunn, Neon Moon, great song. But Alan Jackson, man, when you think of his body of work and the library of music, what this guy has done, it's phenomenal. But it's so sad because just as in every situation, time kind of handles everything, doesn't it? And as he came out last night and finished with a rendition of Remember When, there's some very poignant parts to that song, and he's got the video in the background of him and his wife kind of going through the ups and downs of a relationship that has been going on forever and how they recaptured it, and now they're more in love than they ever were. It is a great song, but last night, having a chance to see some of that concert, he still has it. I hope that he keeps recording. I'm glad that he has a new single out, still the one, the old Orleans song. And he kind of tied that to about, his wife and how after all these years, she's still the one, still wants to whisper, her whisper in his ear. Just good stuff. But he's kind of like the soundtrack of summer, too. I mean, he always seemed to put something else that made you want to go to the river or go on the water or have a barbecue or drink a cold beer. And he really is a good slice of that soundtrack of America. And sad to hear that he will not be performing on stage anymore. But man, oh man, I knew back then many, many years ago when I was working in a country station, and obviously we have the best right down the hall here at Odyssey and Y108. When I heard that guy's voice, I knew I was witnessing a future icon, and he has lived up to that billing for sure. So wish him well, and still one of the best ever to do it, a legend, Alan Jackson. All right, news coming up. Then we're going to get into some of the stories of the day and give you a chance to phone in. So ready, set, go. Your Pratt Pack for Monday night. We're on the launching pad after Paul Alexander checks the news at 7, 3 minutes away, KDKA.
When the weather turns bad, turn to us for the best news, weather, and traffic information from the KDKA Radio Storm Center. Presented by Duquesne Light Company. Larger than light. Online and on the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA. Covered by JP Roofing and Siding. Pittsburgh's #1 platinum roofing company.
Your neighbor Mike loves the summers in Pittsburgh, but he hates to paint, so he called Rhino Shield. And right now you can get the guaranteed protection of Rhino Shield for 10% off the regular price.
The thing about Rhino Shield, the heat gain has been reduced. We save $70 a month. You don't hear that about any type of paint.
Here's Rhino Shield Shane Smith.
Call me at 888-RHINO-41. That's 888-RHINO-41.
Don't paint. Go Rhino.
Never paint your house again. Rhino Shield.
Life-changing is happening every day at UPMC.
I always knew that I wanted to help people. I was a clinical dialysis technician. The UPMC School of Nursing made it possible to keep working while I pursue my education. When I graduated and I stepped back into the dialysis unit, but as a registered nurse, it's just an amazing feeling because all my hard work paid off. UPMC has helped me become who I am.
That's life-changing medicine at UPMC.
Another app for inventory, one for CRM. Oh, don't forget accounting. Wait, which login was that?
Or you could use Odoo, one fully integrated system that does it all without the hassle. Ditch the app overload. Get everything your business needs on one platform. Try Odoo free today at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
Honey, did you invite the minions over?
Well, you know how we talked about getting Wi-Fi from Xfinity?
Yeah.
I ordered it this morning, was online in minutes, then they showed up.
So they just came over to use the Wi-Fi? For what?
Better not to know.
Get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi from Xfinity. Plus, lock in your price for 5 years and see Minions and Monsters only in theaters. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Learn more at xfinity.com/same-day Wi-Fi.
The Village at St. Barnabas. The perfect place for mom.
KDKA and KDKA-FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Aetna Medicare studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Partly sunny and 86 degrees at Pittsburgh International at 7 o'clock. I'm Paul Alexander. Today, Luigi Mangione was back in court for a hearing that set a date for his federal trial. Jury selection will begin January 5th of next year, with opening statements slated for January 25th. The state trial is slated for September 8th. ABC News legal contributor Brian Buckmeyer also says defense attorneys could bring up Mangione's mental health in the federal case.
We saw in the state case as well that they brought up the issue of a psychiatric defense. That's going to play a big part in this, even though the fact they pulled it away in the state case, because I think it's going to impact the potential jurors who are going to look at this case. And I think that's what comes down to being the biggest part of this case. Who's going to sit in that jury box to decide the fate of Luigi Mangione?
The man who allegedly nearly killed another man in a Verona bar over the weekend has turned himself in. Verona police say 39-year-old Michael Powell will be charged for aggravated assault after a fight inside the Hula Bar on East Railroad Street Saturday night just after 11 p.m. The victim suffered potentially life-threatening injuries. The 27-year-old victim was stabilized on scene by paramedics and taken to a local hospital. A Fayette County couple has been accused of committing horrific crimes with the woman's minor child. 48-year-old Patricia Ann Muttery and 46-year-old Arthur Brooks have been charged with incest of a minor, rape by forcible compulsion, and sexual abuse of children. The couple will be held for court for numerous sexual acts and intercourse with Muttery's minor child and producing videos of the sexual acts. In Indiana County, state police are investigating a shooting involving an Indiana Borough police officer. State troopers say officers were responding to a domestic disturbance call on North Cherry Avenue. The male suspect came after the officer with a shovel. The suspect fled, and then the officer caught up. The suspect stabbed the officer with a knife multiple times in his head and face. During the struggle, the officer discharged his weapon, killing the suspect. The suspect pronounced dead at the scene. The injured officer was taken to a local hospital for treatment. Pittsburgh Police Chief Jason Lando has appointed retired Karen Dixon as the new Assistant Chief of Administration. Dixon had been with the force for 33 years before she retired 5 years ago. Lando calls her a proven leader who earned widespread respect from her colleagues and the community. Pennsylvania's budget is due tomorrow, and Pittsburgh Technology Council CEO Audrey Russo says she doesn't want to see lawmakers make a rash decision about data centers in order to reach a budget agreement. She's written Governor Shapiro and legislative leaders urging a temporary pause on considering data center legislation.
If they don't build those, some of those data centers here, they're going to go other places. And when they go other places, they like to have businesses up and down their supply chain pretty close to them.
She says the more investments that are made in data centers, it can become easier to find solutions to concerns like their water usage. Russo says the demand for data means the centers will be built somewhere, and she hopes it is not somewhere other than Pennsylvania. KDKA Sports, Pirates not off to a great start as they open a 4-game series in Philadelphia. They have fallen behind the Philadelphia Phillies by the score of 2-0. They're now moving to the second inning. I'm Paul Alexander on the voice of Pittsburgh News Radio, KDKA.
Hi, Tom Yakupin with West Penn Life and Health. Being self-employed is rewarding, but finding affordable health insurance can seem almost impossible. That's why we recommend New Era Health Plans. Unlike marketplace plans with hefty premiums and high deductibles, many people are saving 30 to 60% or more and have no deductibles or copays on things they use most. If you pay for your own health insurance, are uninsured or on COBRA, give us a call at 724-228-7187 or visit newerahealthplans.com to learn more.
The birds are singing, the flowers are in bloom, the sun is shining. What more can we ask for? Maybe to feel great and be the best version of ourselves. This is Dr. Shufo from the Weight Loss and Wellness Center. Isn't it time to take care of ourselves now? We put it off during the cold, dark, dreary days of winter, but it's time now. Get rid of that extra weight, which affects our movement, our physical health, and yes, affects our mental and emotional health. Have more self-confidence and self-esteem. Be happy, be healthy, be alive. Call me at 1-800-900-THIN.
For almost 40 years, Rugby Realty has been a leading real estate company in the heart of Pittsburgh. They specialize in the operation and leasing of iconic office buildings. 1 Oxford Center, Frick Building, and the Coppers Building. Rugby Realty is leading the effort of converting historic office buildings into luxury apartments and hotels, including the Gulf Tower in 933 Penn Avenue and 4 Allegheny Center on the north side. Thank you, Rugby Realty, for supporting KDK's 4th of July celebration.
I want you to want me.
Cheap Trick, all washed up. The Rock and Roll Hall of Famers bring you all the hits, plus music from their new album, All Washed Up. September 22nd, the Palace Theater. Get tickets now at thepalacetheater.org. Produced by Drusky Entertainment and SLP Concerts.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Clear and humid tonight, low 71. Turning hot tomorrow with clouds and sunshine, high 94. Clear tomorrow night, low 76. And hazy sunshine Wednesday, high 96. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Ka Erickson on 1.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Retirement, it's almost here. Are you ready? Well, join Kurt Kanodik and Ethan Lane of Accurate Solutions Group for your retirement blueprint. Let Kurt and Ethan help you plan for your retirement dreams. Don't miss your retirement blueprint, Sundays at 10. Investment advisory services offered through ASG Investment Management, LLC.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
All right, we begin. Time for you to chime in. You know how it works. 866-391-1020. All of our lines are open. Logan will get you in the queue, get you up, and get you running. So let me get up and get running on this data center story. You know, I have a lot of respect for Audrey Russo. She has the right to plug in. Technology is their life. That's what they do at that Pittsburgh Technology Council. But when it comes to politicians and stuff like this, I think, and again, You may not look at it this way, and that's okay. I think most politicians would rather not even be involved in this type of conversation. You see, because if you think about why we have lost our middle class in this country, because every chance we have taken to get back into the race of manufacturing since the demise of the steel industry, the brakes have been pumped or slammed on by some sort of lobbying group or a particular politician. Why do you think President Trump has been struggling of late with his polling numbers? Because he's getting opposition from politicians who want to control how things go in this country. Look, if I didn't know better, and this is a hypothetical, but you would think that certain people in political office do not want the working class to become the middle class because they enjoy basically dangling the carrot in front of our eyes. Can you imagine if the steel industry had to go in the beginning to every politician and get a thumbs up? We would have never built America the first time. I don't know why so many people are afraid of these data centers or pushing back. I think also, whether it's pausing or full steam ahead, somebody's got their hand in the cookie jar. Because when you have some names like Microsoft in Texas, Meta in Western Pennsylvania, multi-gazillion billion, and in some cases like Apple, $1 trillion company, through sweat equity, Mr. Cook, we thank you, especially every time we pick up our smartphone. They want to pay the freight, and they're not going to do anything that's going to hurt the public, because the public basically uses social media, Meta, Facebook, that Apple smartphone, that Microsoft Word or computer. Come on. Be sensible about this. And if you're telling me that this is an eyesore, have you seen some of the litter on the highways? Have you gone through a river community that once had a mighty steel mill at the end of Main Street that has had no industry for 50 years? Oh, by the way, you could probably say, yeah, I have. Or maybe not so sure. Why? Because you never know if you're even on Main Street, because Main Street doesn't exist anymore. So beam me up, Scotty. Let's move to the future. And let's quit complaining about everything. I'll give you the time that you need. But I will go on record here tonight and tell you right now on KDKA Radio, if we do not find a solution for these data centers, they will go somewhere else. Build it, and they will come. Thousands of building trade jobs. And I can tell you what happened with the Shell petrochemical plant. When that project was at $2 billion, that turned out to be 4, then 6, then 8, and beyond, we had 3,500 construction workers, heavy equipment operators. The rental equipment alone could have floated Beaver County's entire budget for 5 years. And those hard men and women who were wearing the tool belts and the hard hats were taking those paychecks and going down the street to McDonald's, spending money for a room to rent at almost twice the going rate. They never complained. And they went out every night and put it back into the community or that local grocery store. There was a reason why we had 6, then 8, now 10 or so hotels right there at that place that is the exit ramp, 376. If you go right, you come to Monaca. If you go left, you're still in Monaca, but you will run into the most pristine property and piece of construction I've ever seen. The largest piece of construction in our country's history. So what did you think that was going to happen? Did you think that we would just stop when we got AOL or the World Wide Web or direct messaging? Do you think we would stop? No. And artificial intelligence is here. These data centers are here. Do you understand in Indiana County, $15 billion when it's all said and done? This is just the starting point. Plus, in Shippingport, Beaver County, that eyesore that was the Bruce Mansfield coal-fired power plant, like the one in Homer City that they basically knocked down and are starting from square one to build a brand new building and complex. You're not only going to have the data center in Shippingport next to that great nuclear power plant, but you're going to have the coal-fired power plant generating again, being supplied natural gas, the Frontier Group, from EQT. We have to face reality. We got to get off the snide. Quit complaining. And don't ask anybody's opinion. And to you, Mr. and Mrs. Politician, if it's a construction project, then the municipality, township, borough, city, large or small, says, let's do it. Stay out of the way. Because the whole idea about government is simple. You bring it basically to the community, and then you walk away. You don't have a say on whether or not they get green lighted or not. Let it go. Let it go. And I'll tell you what's ironic about this. This just gives you an idea. It's like flipping the coin. The Democrats are more for these data centers than Republicans. Go figure. And it has nothing to do with me being a Democrat saying that. But you know why I think? Because I think the Democratic Party, especially on a national level, is realizing they're losing the working class people of this country. Losing the working class people of this country. And that means the men and women of the building trades, the backbone, the heartbeat, the main artery to everything in this country. You know, high school graduation just took place for many in this region and this country. And looking back, if I didn't go down this path, I'd have ran to the Carpenters Union. And even though my dad said I was right-handed, but I swung a hammer like I had two left hands, I'd have figured it out. You get a great livable wage. You have benefits. You have all the things that you need to get her done. These data centers have to happen. And this idea of putting them in nowhere, meaning out in the country where nobody can see them, I'd be proud. You know what? Put a white picket fence around it. Build a garden. Do something. Have a flag, spotlight, floodlights. I don't care. I would rather see a structure with people going to work as opposed to nothing. Look, I grew up when Shippingport had 3 shifts, 24/7, and they had security people directing traffic in the morning, in the afternoon, late at night, and throughout the night because you had a heartbeat. I've seen what has happened to communities like Industry and Midland and others that have lost certain things, like Bruce Mansfield, the coal-fired power plant, and Crucible Steel. I've seen what's happened in Aliquippa and Ambridge, Monessen, Denora. You can't deny it. If it wasn't for Nippon and U.S. Steel, zilch, not a nothing. West Mifflin, Clairton, nothing. So, okay, I'll give you a chance to do the X and O's. But this is a game we've got to get in and stake our claim and utilize the natural gas. That's another reason why they want to come here, because they can power these places and it won't cost them as much. And it'll take a whole lot off the energy grid. Your power is not going up. The PJM, State Senator Kim Ward explained it last week on my show. Jersey and Maryland, they're sucking us dry as far as energy, and we're paying more. We got to start thinking outside the box. You agree or disagree? 866-391-1020. We got Ross and Phil on the other side. Stay with us. Your Pratt Pack.
Here's a World Soccer Championship recap.
Brought to you by Lowe's. Members get more at Lowe's, and by the first ever Infiniti QX65. Stefano Stacchio's stoppage time goal gave Canada a 1-0 win over South Africa in the first knockout game of the tournament. It's Canada's first ever win in a World Cup elimination game and sends them to the round of 16. South Africa is eliminated. I'm Mike Conti.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Ask yourself this question. Is it really worth holding on to that timeshare that you know you need to get rid of? Here's the truth. The average maintenance fee just went up over 17%. That could have been 117%, and there's nothing you can do about it. When you buy a timeshare, you give them a blank check for annual maintenance and assessment fees. I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. For 15 years, I've helped over 50,000 families cancel their timeshare. Not sell it, not transfer it, cancel it. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment and your maintenance fees would never go up? That's a lie. Are you ready to get rid of your timeshare once and for all? Simply call us and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit that explains all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your timeshare exit kit. 800-979-3535. That's 800-979-3535. 800-979-3535.
Tune in this Sunday morning at 8 for the Coons Cooking Hour with Rob Pratt and the Coons Market team when they discuss quick and easy meals to prepare. It's the Coons Cooking Hour, presented by Coons Market, your hometown Pittsburgh grocer.
Do you owe $10,000 or more to the IRS like Mark?
I've been doing home remodeling for 30 plus years, but the economy crashed. I wound up losing my home, losing my job, and on top of that, owing the IRS a ton of money. I owed the IRS $114,000. It really, truly was the worst part of my life.
Then Mark found tax relief advocates.
On news radio, I heard about TRA, and I thought, what's the worst that could happen? So I picked up the phone and I called them. When it was all said and done, TRA settled my $114,000 debt for $100, and I'm telling you, I was ecstatic. Could not believe it. Would recommend TRA to anyone.
If you owe 10 or even hundreds of thousands of dollars to the IRS, don't lose hope. Do what Mark did and call TRA for a consultation.
But TRA did. They gave me a second chance, and I'm forever grateful.
Visit TRA.com or call 800-491-9914. 800-491-9914. That's 800-491-9914.
What is life-changing medicine? The discovery of cancer at the earliest possible stage, challenging limits and transforming the impossible into reality, or connecting people to doctors and specialists when they need it most. At UPMC, we believe life-changing medicine is all those things. Our goal is to change the world of medicine and the lives of those around us. UPMC, changing healthcare, changing lives. Life-changing medicine.
Everything you need, every time you listen. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
All right, you see a woman was killed by an alligator in Florida. Found a python locally running wild or slithering wild here in western Pennsylvania. Another bear attack was reported in our nation. Listen, we are under siege right now. And I got to tell you, anybody owning a python, an alligator, these wolf dogs that are wolves, I don't get it. I just don't get it. I mean, whatever happened to just a dog or a cat? Maybe a turtle or a goldfish. It's just, and listen, if you're an exotic animal lover, reptile lover, more power to you. But look what's happened in the Florida Everglades. I mean, it's going to get to a point that's going to start affecting tourism. And I can promise you right now, no matter what anybody tells you, there are a lot of people thinking twice about moving to Florida. It's crazy. Every day I just want to scratch my head and go, what are they thinking? What are they thinking? 866-391-1020. Here's Ross in Braddock. Ross, you're on KDK with your Pratt Pack. Go ahead.
Thank you very much. I know you probably don't hear this that often, but we've been chatting for a good while on News 1020. So there are times just listening to you is comforting because of the information stream you bring to us. The natural gas that's available is a draw. People complain, well, the construction job that the data centers will bring will only temporary. You'll have a data center with maybe one or two personnel. That's all fine. As you stated, Ms. Ford explained that rates aren't going up. But it's the information, it's people understanding what's coming. Now, real quick, I understand the whole package of the new mini nuclear power situation. But and read this up, because you talked about it, the only major draw to nuclear power at any level is the waste. What are we going to do with it? But in the meantime, lowering stress on the grid, giving the grid more power, and trying to just keep everybody in the information stream. And like myself, even though we can always talk, I think we should remind folks, and I've been one.
All right, Ross, listen, got to get a new phone, brother. We're worried about data centers, but nobody can get just a clean line when they call the show. This is what it sounds like. I mean, come on, folks. Help me do my job here. If you don't have a cell phone or a cell, signal where you're at, get a landline, all right? All right, let's go to Phil in Homewood. Phil, you're on KDK. How you doing?
I'm fine. Thanks. How are you today, sir?
I am wonderful. Thanks for calling in.
Yes, sir. I just want to make 3 points about these data centers, maybe 4. For one thing, they use an extraordinary amount of water, which make the water pressures in some of the communities where they're in very low. Electric bills have gone up because the data centers had promised to build their own power grid, and they did not do so. And people say they can hear the din of the humming noise 24 hours a day where they're not getting any sleep. And maybe even the fourth one, all their property values have gone down because they can't sell their homes because of the data centers. So I think that they should be built out in no man's land, build some access roads. There's plenty of water out there in nature, but then to be able to cool them, just run the power lines. And why should they be making billions and billions and their communities where they're in are not benefiting from it? Because they don't employ a lot of people because it's all AI.
Well, but here's the thing, Phil. If they would let the companies barter with the people who live in those communities, like in Shippingport, where that nuclear power plant was built, for years, those folks got free phone service, free cable. And I got to tell you, if that was a fact, I would have moved to Shippingport in a heartbeat. From what I have spent because of my business, as far as my phone bill, I could have moved to Hawaii and got a house on the beach. I'm just saying, you got to keep government out of it. Humming noise, what was it like if you were living behind J&L in West Aliquippa with billowing smoke and soot piling down on your roof every day? You cleaned it up. People lived lives. They grew tomatoes the size of pumpkins because of the soil. I mean, we can't keep living in a world that we're afraid of everything. One of the reasons why people are getting sick today, they're not doing vaccines. They're taking an antibiotic for a sniffle. Their immune systems are down because people don't go out and spend time in the dirt anymore. Kids don't go to the playground and scrape their knee anymore. I mean, we got to get tough.
Those people move to the steel mills because that's where they worked at. These people these data centers are being thrust upon them without them not even benefiting anything from it. And like you said, if government doesn't care about the people anymore, and especially under this administration, all they see is dollar signs. Billions of dollars they're generating, and the people in the communities have low property rates.
Well, guess what? This is when you got to simply say, government, get out. I mean, get out and just go directly. If I'm Meta or I'm Microsoft, I don't get involved with the legislature. I don't get involved with the state senate. And I surely don't have President Trump come speaking on my behalf. I go to the community where that local government, that mayor, that city council, let them decide. Do a town hall. I'll MC it for you. I can tell you right now, if it means jobs, most people are going to welcome it with open arms. I think, Phil, a lot of this, my friend, is just a lot of noise from the citizenship. All right, here's Bob in Monroeville. Robert, you're on the air with the Pratt Pack. Go ahead.
Thank you very much for taking my call, and you are 100% correct, okay? Meaning no disrespect to Phil, but I'd like to know where he did his research. The problem is that the people here in southwestern Pennsylvania and in my own community of Monroeville, in a lot of areas, they never got out of 1950, okay? They're afraid of change. They don't want to know about change. But yet these communities, including mine, want more tax revenue. Yet anytime a developer comes in to try to put a development in, they get fought constantly. And as far as the power goes, I don't understand why people are not complaining in the eastern part of the United States, why we have to send so much power to the West Coast, because out in California, Washington State, and Oregon, they absolutely refuse to build power plants. They're short of power. We're sending it out there. And, oh, by the way, my power went off today at my home because the grid's overloaded.
Exactly.
So, people got to get out of 1950. I mean, I hate to say it, but there's a lot of ignorance from some of the callers.
Well, here's the other thing. Everybody thinks it's the Green Deal, that Biden talked about and other current politicians talk about, wind and solar. You can't power this country on wind and solar, and you got to make green, as in money, before you can even experiment with that stuff on a larger scale. I mean, we've got nuclear energy, natural gas, and we're just like poo-pooing all of it, and we're afraid of a data center. Look, what you put into your body every day is probably going to be more harm to you long term than a data center. Let's be real about it.
No, you're 100% right. You're 100% right. But Churchill fought distribution with the old Westinghouse plant. They fought a distribution center, and it went to North for sales, and they're very happy with it. And then all of a sudden, people out in Churchill are kind of complaining. Well, we have to raise taxes because because the schools, this, that, and the other thing. People have to realize you can't have your cake and eat it too.
No doubt. No doubt. And listen, this could be the cherry on that cake. It's the same thing with that Amazon distribution center in Churchill. I still can't believe that didn't happen. I love having Shell in my backyard. I love the lights. I love the activity. Because why? Because people are earning paychecks. 866-391-1020.
Amazon Business. Discover smart business buying where unmatched selection meets AI-driven tools to simplify complex processes so you can focus on what matters most. Learn more at amazonbusiness.com.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. It finds them for you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio.
ZipRecruiter. Let me tell you something about insurance. When you sign your insurance policy, for some brokers, that's the finish line. Handshake, commission, done. Then you may not hear from them again until it's time for renewal. But your business runs all year, so do the gaps and the risk. So go to Supersure.com. If your company has more than 25 employees, whether you're the owner, CFO, or HR manager, it can be too complex to just go buy a policy online. Supersure is the super agency built for you, licensed in every state for your business insurance and employee benefits, all with year-round support for you and your team. At Supersure.com, you can access tools like fine print facts. It'll translate your current policy into plain English so you see what's covered and what's not. Plus a business value calculator so you can estimate what your business is worth so you know what actually needs protecting. Go to Supersure.com. One super agency, one powerful platform, all your policies in one place. Supersure.com. That's Supersure.com. Paid for by Supersure Insurance Agency, LLC, a licensed insurance agency.
Hearing the news every day is one thing. Hearing it hit home is something altogether different. That's the difference you hear every day on KDKA Radio. We go beyond the benign headlines and bring the news to life, your life. So stay here and hear the news and what a difference it makes. 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
From the Aetna Medicare Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Mostly sunny and 84 degrees at Pittsburgh International at 7:30. I'm Paul Alexander. The Pittsburgh Technology Council is urging state lawmakers not to make any rash decisions about data centers. We have more from News Radio KDKA's David Ballarado.
Tech Council CEO Audrey Russo has written the governor and the state's legislative leaders asking them to take a breather and to hold off on any further data center legislation for the time being. She says she doesn't want to see lawmakers do something that could jeopardize both technology and manufacturing jobs in Pennsylvania.
We have manufacturers that are, in the components that are actually producing components that go into data centers, and they're providing that to data centers all over the United States. And, that kind of business ecosystem is really important for our region.
Russo says she wants to see manufacturers, labor, and community leaders brought to the table to discuss the centers, their benefits, and to hear people's concerns. What she doesn't want to see, Pennsylvania doing something that makes it less attractive than neighboring states who get the centers and the jobs. David Ballarado, News Radio KDKA.
Temperatures hovered around 90 degrees today, and they will move closer or to above 100 degrees for much of the rest of the week. Dr. Don Yili is the chair of the emergency medicine program at UPMC. He reminds you to avoid strenuous outdoor activities during this extreme heat and humidity.
So the key thing is to be aware of the temperature, make sure that you have scheduled opportunities if you have to be outside for rest, for shade, and to stay up with fluids, because the very first deficit that will happen is dehydration.
Signs to look out for: headaches or nausea. He says if you stop sweating, that's a red flag. As things become more severe, you may have difficulty with thinking, pain in extremities, and losing consciousness. Yealy says when it's this hot out, something with electrolytes is recommended to help you stay hydrated. AAA says the average price of unleaded self-serve gasoline in the Pittsburgh area is now $4.23. That's down a dime from a week ago. The national average, $3.86, staying below $4 for a second consecutive week. Philadelphia is trading a fictional boxer for a real one. ABC's Mike Dubisky reports.
Sylvester Stallone as Rocky Balboa running up the steps of the Philadelphia Art Museum is an indelible image, not just for film, but for the city of brotherly love itself. So much so, the Art Museum has long had a Rocky statue outside, but now it's being replaced by a 12-foot bronze memorial to Joe Frazier, the heavyweight boxing champion who once took down Muhammad Ali. The change comes after the Rocky statue faced criticism for prioritizing a fictional white character over a real black boxer and native Philadelphian. Mike Dubusky, ABC News.
KDKA Sports. Things have gone from bad to worse for the Bucks. They now trail 5-0. Bryce Harper has added a 2-run homer to add to that 5-0 lead. I'm Paul Alexander on the voice of Pittsburgh News Radio, KDKA.
Hey, John, why so glum?
I just got let go. The company's downsizing. This is the third time in the last 2 years. I'm done with this.
Have you thought about My Computer Career? I've heard they can train you for a career in IT in just a few months, including cybersecurity and the basics of AI. And you don't need prior training or experience. Now that's a recession-resistant career.
Wow, thanks. I'll check them out.
Go to mycomputercareer.edu and take the free career evaluation. mycomputercareer.edu, an Elite CompTIA certification partner. Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free exit information kit. 800-970-8855. That's 800-970-8855.
1 in 4 Americans have a disability. I'm one of them. I'm also a working mom who cares deeply about making sure every child with a disability thrives by getting their access needs met. We've got a trusted ally by our side. Easter Seals provides children and families the foundation for lifelong success through early learning programs, skills training, and prep for college and career. That's my Easter Seals. Make it yours. Join us at easterseals.com.
With Progressive's Name Your Price tool, you can choose the best coverage option for you. Because you know you. Like, you know that hiking isn't for you. Sure, it sounds nice to be in nature while exercising, but that's what a gym and houseplants are for. I mean, you don't even like walking upstairs. So why would you walk up a hill for miles? To what, end up high in the air? Come on, you know you're scared of heights. Only you know you. So get coverage options within your budget with Progressive's Name Your Price tool. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Price and coverage match limited by state law.
Want to hear a shocking statistic? Medical malpractice is the third leading cause of death in America. Don't believe it? Google it. And that doesn't count serious injuries like birth injuries to perfectly healthy children. All doctors wear white jackets, but it doesn't make them all the same. Most medical errors are committed by the same quacks over and over again. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Many hospitals looking for more profits are forcing doctors and their groups to be employees of the hospital or be forced out of their system. It's a troubling trend in medicine. People make mistakes, but medical mistakes are huge and often forever. If you believe your child suffered a birth injury or a misdiagnosis or mistake led to a loved one's death or injury, let our team of medical malpractice lawyers examine your case for free. No recovery, no fee. Morgan & Morgan, for the people.
Morgan & Morgan, 603 Stanwyck Street, Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania lawyer will handle Pennsylvania cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
If you owe $10,000 or more to the IRS, you need to hear this message. The IRS can take aggressive action by hitting you with penalties, interest, wage garnishments, and bank levies. Thousands of Americans thought there was no hope until they realized there is a free alternative thanks to the USA Tax Network. People who have owed $10,000, $20,000, even $30,000 or more are now reducing or even eliminating their tax debt after completing their free tax review. Go to notax33 tax33.com to request your free tax review and get connected with a tax resolution specialist. Explore options that may be available for your situation, including payment plan assistance, IRS negotiation support, tax resolution programs, and financial hardship solutions. Don't let the IRS take more of your hard-earned money. Save thousands and get connected with a tax resolution specialist to find out if you can reduce or even eliminate your tax debt. Go to notax33.com now to see if you may qualify. That's notax33.com. Paid advertisement. USA Tax Network is not a law firm, tax firm, or tax relief company. We do not provide tax advice or tax resolution services. We connect consumers with independent tax resolution providers.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Warm and humid tonight with a clear sky, low 71. Partly sunny, hot and steamy tomorrow, high 94. Very warm tomorrow night, low 76. Hazy sunshine and hot Wednesday, high 96. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Ka Erickson on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Zero Res wants to help you clean your home. Big summer savings with 3 rooms cleaned starting at $139 and $599 per system for air duct cleaning. Visit ZeroResPGH.com and ask for the KDKA special.
The KDKA radio text line is driven by Kenny Ross Auto Group. Find your best deal and Pittsburgh's best warranty at KennyRoss.com.
All right, I'll catch you on Tuesday, and man, the weather will be a story. Colin Dunlap in for Larry one more day. I'll catch you at 5:40 until 10, and we'll talk about the heat and a whole lot more right here, KDK.
All right, I'm going to get back to this data center in just a second, the news. If you want to chime in and talk about it, we had a lot of calls first half hour. We'll do a little bit more on that before we kind of shift gears and head into the rest of the night. But if you have some thoughts, 866-391-1020. Look, bottom line is ask the people, not the party or political person who's representing your community. Let the people decide. And I guarantee you, if you bring something to the table that's going to benefit the hardworking men and women of America, they're not going to care about where you put this data center. They know you're going to be responsible. And there's a lot of other things that we deal with every day that are just as, or possibly, I should say, detrimental to our society. Okay. Paul brought this story up. I didn't know anything about it, and shame on me for not knowing about it because nobody loves that game that is boxing more than me. But the Joe Frazier statue has been permanently relocated to the base of the Philadelphia Museum of Art steps, where it was unveiled on June 29, 2026, replacing the original Rocky statue, which had been moved for an exhibition. The bronze statue, designed by Stephen Lane, depicts Frazier after knocking down Muhammad Ali and honors the real-life boxer who inspired the Rocky character. All right, so listen. I got to go back in time. You know, I was a young kid growing up in Western Pennsylvania, and I gravitated towards boxing as a young teenager because of Muhammad Ali. My favorite athlete of all time, a real hero to me when he died in 2016. It was devastating. And really, Parkinson had stripped him of his life, his personality, but he was always larger than life no matter where he was, even if he was trembling and unable to speak because of Parkinson's. But I had a massive respect for Joe Frazier. And up until that night, March 8, 1971, when he knocked down my hero in the 15th round with that perfectly timed left hook and went in to become the heavyweight champion of the world. After that match, pitted 2 former undefeated champions against each other, right? But so it's like 1967. I'm like 10 years old, listening to all of that boxing on my Westinghouse transistor radio, because they used to actually carry boxing live on the radio, right? Well, there was a young man who recently had won the gold medal in Tokyo by the name of Joe Frazier, who grew up a sharecropper's son in South Carolina, eventually came to Philadelphia because there was work there. He was a butcher. He did things. And obviously, Yance Durham said, man, this kid's powerful. He's strong. He went into a boxing gym to lose some weight because Joe had a tendency to gain some weight, right? Small in stature, but would balloon up. So he would go into the boxing gym to lose weight. They saw he had some skill. And the next thing you know, this guy is climbing up the ranks. And he had some skill because of his amateur career, but, you know, there was no promise of anything great as a professional. But because trying to stay in shape, next thing you know, Yance Durham sees him, and this thing, basically a syndicate, a group of businessmen put some cash in to give him some money to train, and the rest is history. But it was ABC's Wide World of Sports, and Muhammad Ali had his title stripped. He was being interviewed by Howard Cosell. So he was unable to fight because he wouldn't go into the service during the Vietnam War. And everybody knew that he wasn't going to go fight in Vietnam, but Muhammad Ali, conscientious objector, didn't think it was right, as many obviously felt, to be killing people in Southeast Asia. But Joe Frazier had an opportunity to be a part of this box office, meaning box off, to see who would actually eventually fight for the vacated crown. And in February of 1970, two gentlemen boxed at Madison Square Garden. One was Jimmy Ellis, the former sparring partner of Muhammad Ali and was always a top contender, and Joe Frazier. Well, Frazier beat him badly, knocked him out. And I remember he threw a left hook so hard that by the time he caught himself, he literally was so moving forward that he had to jump over Jimmy Ellis so he wouldn't fall to the canvas himself because he had that much power behind that left hook. But he had a tremendous style about him. If you remember Mike Tyson, he had that peekaboo style. So did Joe Frazier. But in my opinion, the best form ever when it came to that left hook from the hip. He would be up on his toes, everything into it, and he would more times than not defeat people. So he went on a really nice run there for a while, and then all of a sudden those two got together and fought. And I was devastated when he defeated Muhammad Ali, just as I was when he would eventually be defeated by a guy who won the Olympic gold in 1968, Big George Foreman in Caracas, Venezuela, that favorite saying of many, down goes Frazier, Howard Cosell, right? Nobody thought that Joe Frazier would ever be beat, let alone be beaten by George Foreman. But then, obviously, Joe retired, and his son Marvis became a really high-ranked amateur Golden Glove winner, and really they thought he was the prodigal son until he ran into Mike Tyson and got knocked out in one round, and his professional career was over. But I remember Joe brought his fighters from his gym in Philadelphia, a place that I always wanted to go to, obviously never was able to. Love Philadelphia for not just their cheesesteak, but Gamble and Huff, Darrell Hall, John Oates, Teddy Pendergrass, the Phillies, even though they're crushing the Pirates right now, thanks to Bryce Harper and others. I love it. The Broad Street Bullies, the hockey team, the Flyers, the Eagles going back in the day when we had a kid from New Brighton by the name of Ron Poe James playing for them. So I just love Philadelphia, right? A lot of history, the country's first capital. But I love Joe Frazier. Joe Frazier is everything that Rocky was, and in the movies, and more so, right? Even though they say it was because of Chuck Wepner, the guy from the Bayonne Bleeder, fought in Cleveland, Muhammad Ali, Bum of the Month Club. But many people still believe it was Joe Frazier who overcame insurmountable odds. And I think that was the greatest thing they could have done. As much as I love Sly Stallone, I could never figure out why he had a statue, where he had it, and Joe Frazier was the prodigal son. So that's justice today. But let me go back to around 1980 or so. Marvis Frazier comes to Western Pennsylvania to box in the amateurs, right? Penn State, Beaver campus, I get the opportunity to be the ring announcer. I'm like 19, 20 years of age, and there he is, my hero, working the corner of Marvis Frazier. My knees were knocking, my palms were sweaty. I could have reached out and put my hand on his shoulder. I couldn't believe there was Joe Frazier. I was a kid. I didn't have any confidence. There was no way I was going to walk over and introduce myself because my knees would have buckled. I would have collapsed. I would have passed out. This guy was everything to me, right? Even though he defeated Muhammad Ali. So somehow, some way, I end up back at a little hotel in industry called The Willows, which is still there today, been completely renovated. My friend Chuck Betters, it's absolutely state-of-the-art, right? But anyway, this was back in the day when it was one of those traveling salesman's hotels. You had hotel rooms on the right and left. You had a little banquet hall, a little restaurant, and you had a bar. Well, I end up in this bar, and the next thing you know, I look down at the end of the bar, and there's Joe Frazier sitting. They were staying at that hotel. And he was enjoying a cold beer, a Heineken, and somehow, some way I got the courage and I went over, and we spent like an hour together. Just me and him in that bar, nobody else, talking about my love of the fight game, kind of going through his career. And I remember him saying, you know more about me than I know about myself. And I explained to him about Muhammad Ali, and he talked about how great he was and what he meant and how they truly were good friends after the fact, even though a lot of folks thought that maybe they never were, and Joe never really got over the Thriller in Manila and all that other stuff. But they buried the hatchet, right? But he couldn't have been nicer, more congenial, more respectful, and let me have that hero worship thing for that 1 hour on that night many, many years ago in the Willows. So tonight is a great night for me finding out a story I didn't know about by listening to Paul, that Joe Frazier, that statue, is right where it should be, because there will never be anybody who is as important to a community in the world of sports than Joe Frazier to the city of Philadelphia. I love that story. All right, short break, coming back. More of your calls coming up a little bit later. Oliver Bateman talks about data centers and the gubernatorial race and Trump's sinking polling numbers. All of that still to come tonight, KDKA.
It's the little things. The information you need. People you know. The little things that make a big difference. The voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Warmer weather rolling in. Heavy rain, strong winds, and sudden damage. ServiceMaster Greater Pittsburgh responds immediately, 24/7, 365. Demand the yellow van.
The yellow van. Call ServiceMaster.
Ready to start thinking like Wall Street without leaving Main Street? Tune in Sunday mornings at 6:30 for a slice of advice with Kelton Burgess. Right here on the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM at AM 1020 KDKA.
Don't miss your chance to step up and make a difference in your community. The Highmark Walk for a Healthy Community supports over 150 local health and human service agencies across 6 regions, including Erie, Johnstown, and Pittsburgh. To donate or register for an upcoming walk, log on to walkforahealthycommunity.org. Even if the walk in your region has concluded, you can still donate. 100% of funds raised goes directly to the local nonprofit of your choice. So let's get walking and make a difference in your community. Donate or register today. Donations will be accepted through June 30th.
Hey, Pittsburgh, it's time for Pool City's 4th of July store-wide clearance. For your game room, patio, and backyard, we've got everything you need to enjoy time with family and friends, all up to 60% off. Dive into summer with Pittsburgh's largest selection and savings on all of our products. Plus, enjoy 0% financing for up to 60 months on select items. Hurry, these unbeatable deals end July 7th or while supplies last. Don't miss out. Visit Pool City today.
Buy one window, get a free unicorn. Just kidding. Are you tired of dishonest offers? I'm Brian Murphy, owner of Easy Home Exteriors, and we take your home seriously. If you need windows, roofing, siding, or doors, we'll give you fair, honest pricing the first time, every time. No pressure, no gimmicks. We'll give you a free estimate. You don't even need to be home. Call 412-678-7008. That's 412-678-7008. If you're lucky, we'll throw in a unicorn.
Pittsburgh's very own board-certified and licensed hypnotherapist Dan Vitchoff of the PA Hypnosis Center is here to help you. He has helped train U.S. Olympic team members control their brains, stay relaxed, focused, and in control, giving them the edge for the gold. He's recognized by many organizations around the world as one of the top hypnotherapists anywhere. He has gotten over 3,000 people to give up cigarettes for good in the last 22 years. He's helped folks even who've tried gastric bypass to lose weight. He can help you and give you a 98% success guarantee. Call 724-934-8446. That's Dan Vitchoff, the PA Hypnosis Center. Mention KDKA and get $50 off any program. But call for a free consultation today, 724-934-8446. The PA Hypnosis Center with Dan Vitchoff. Make that call today, 724-934-8446.
As a fitness coach, my active psoriatic arthritis can slow me down. With Skyrizi, risankizumab Riza, I'm treating my skin and joint symptoms so I can keep moving. Skyrizi, a prescription-only injection for adults, helps me move with less joint pain, stiffness, swelling, and fatigue. And for those who have plaque psoriasis, 90% clearer skin is possible. With Skyrizi, there's no daily dosing. It's just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
Thanks to Skyrizi, there's nothing like clearer skin and better movement. And that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi. Visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKY-RIZI to learn more.
Have you or a loved one recently needed nursing home care? This can be very expensive and you can lose your life savings without proper planning. The attorneys at Julian Gray Associates have helped thousands of families navigate these difficult situations. Visit grayelderlaw.com.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Where Pittsburgh comes to talk. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
All right, lots of really Big stuff from the World Cup today, and nothing bigger than this. Moments ago, penalty kicks was the difference as Paraguay ousts World Cup power Germany. They're done. Canada moving on. Brazil beats Japan. And coming up Wednesday night, this show will be originating from right by that big Ferris wheel, Rooney Way. We're going to be over there enjoying all sorts of festivities and talking World Cup. And I got a show lined up for you coming up that you're definitely going to want to come down and hang out with me, because Greg Diolis, of course, you know him from Milk and Honey Sports Entertainment, Diolis Law, Coons Market Black and Gold Sunday show will be there. But also a real fan favorite, Pittsburgh Spirit, Paul Child's going to drop by in the 7 o'clock hour, as is Micah Fitz, who is the women's soccer coach at Geneva. But thanks to Matt Getz and others at the Riverhounds, we are going to have a number of guests dropping by as well. And I hope that you will join us, because between 8 and 10, Sam Bassett, Lassa Kelp, Brad Sample, and also Danny Griffin from the Riverhounds are going to be with me on location over there by the big Ferris wheel, talking everything that's the World Cup. And then 8 o'clock, we're going to be all enjoying and waiting for the results, as it is Team USA taking on Bosnia-Herzegovina. Matter of fact, we're going to have them all there. Michael Bartley's going to be there this week. Lenny's going to be there next week. Brandon McGinley. So really excited about going over to the incredible North Shore, to AccuShore. And I'll be there again Wednesday night. So I hope that you will stop by and we'll get into this World Cup thing. This World Cup, it's bigger than any sporting event on the planet. I mean, we think the Super Bowl's big, and it is, and it'll be in Los Angeles, Super Bowl 61. People already, handicapping it, but there is nothing like the World Cup. Comes along every once in a while, and now you remember in 1999 when the women won it for Team USA, right? I'm going to tell you right now, with Germany getting beat, that's another indication nothing is signed, sealed, and delivered. If this soccer team, Team USA, somehow, some way, it would be like the New York Knicks New York parade after winning their first championship since 1973. That would look like just any parade. But if the Team USA would win the World Cup, it would be a parade that would start in New York City. It would go from the East Coast to the heart of this country, meaning the heartland farming country, all the way to the Golden Coast of California, and it would be a parade that would last for weeks. So it would be epic, to say the least. All right, one more thing about these data centers, then we'll get ready to get Oliver in here and talk about that and a bunch of other stuff. What worries me, and I feel this trend happening, Audrey Russo in that clip that you heard with Paul, she's right about everything. And she'll be with me next Wednesday night, July the 8th, to talk about all this and more in the 8 o'clock hour, because it's a big story, and it's only going to get bigger as we get closer to some decisions being made. But she's talking about, we don't want these jobs to go somewhere else. So if you need some time to be rational about it and talk about it, I get it. But we don't want to lose these jobs. And Audrey has said many times on my show, her show with Jonathan Kirsting, Tech Vibe Radio, they actually had a big show on AI just yesterday morning in the 6 a.m. hour. It's not going anywhere. And as I've said before, as long as you have human intelligence, it will never overtake. I think the real reason why people are afraid of these data centers, if push comes to shove and we're all honest, and maybe we can talk about this later, I think people are afraid of robots. The day the earth stood still, this alien being created by mad scientists. I really think a lot of people look at Elon Musk, ChatGPT, and all these others, and SpaceX. I think they look at these people as mad scientists. I still think there are people somewhere around the world that think the earth is flat, okay? These data centers are not going to overtake civilization. They're not going to be a bunch of robots that are going to be manipulating you. It's about the future when it comes to artificial intelligence, but it's data. Look, when the first computer and AOL and that signed and all the things went online decades and decades and decades ago, and we started hearing about Microsoft and Apple and eventually Google and Facebook, we've been heading down this path forever. Facebook, you can basically do anything, push a button, go live, and be seen around the world. Social media has always been evolving. The World Wide Web has always been evolving. Computers are always evolving. We're walking around with a computer in our hand. That's what a smartphone is. One of the first computers was used in 1969, bigger than half of these data centers, to get men to the moon. Nothing stands still. Remember when the calculator came out, the microwave oven? They're both antiquated now. I mean, you got air fryers, and you got a calculator on your phone. You can basically ask artificial intelligence, what's 1 + 1? And they're not going to make a mistake. Can help you formulate a better paragraph, help you be a better writer, help you be a better thinker. Listen, if I would have had that, we would have burned the encyclopedia as a kid. So I think this is becoming more political fodder, and I think the people that are pushing back are more afraid of the aspect of artificial intelligence running their life, and this is just another way for them to get a key to your community and to your home. We got to take a chill pill, we got to relax, and we have to evolve with the future. Remember, even Warren Buffett, who's 95 years of age, if you don't evolve, you're going to get left behind. All right, coming up, Oliver Bateman, that and more, moments away after Paul checks the news at 8, and that's 3 minutes away with your Pratt Pack, KDKA.
The Big K Morning Show with Larry Richards.
Are you smarter than an anchor man? And we have Joe from Penn Hills as a lifeline for me. Joe, what do you like? A, B, C?
Oh, I like the Super Mario. Is that A?
I'm going with you, Joe. You're my lifeline.
The answer was B, Incredibles 2.
Come on, Joe.
Weekday mornings 5:30 to 10 on the Voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
New to Medicare, get covered with MediConnect. Listen Wednesdays around 1:40 to hear Lance O'Brien of MediConnect help you navigate the Medicare process. Simply great, unbiased information to get you the best healthcare coverage. Get covered with MediConnect. Medicare made simple.
The Village at St. Barnabas, the perfect place for mom.
Tickets for Kids will host the Dress Big Happy Hour on Wednesday, July 22nd from 4 to 7 p.m. in the Casamigos Club at PPG Paints Arena. Join sports celebrities and TFK's friends from the ticketing, nonprofit, corporate, and foundation communities for a silent auction, hors d'oeuvres, a cash bar, and the chance to play carnival games on the arena floor. For tickets, go to the events link at ticketsforkids.org.
Are you prepared for winter storms and possible power outages? Duquesne Light Company urges you to prepare your emergency kit ahead of the next storm. Stock up on bottled water, non-perishable food, flashlights, batteries, a first aid kit, and warm blankets to keep you and your family safe and comfortable. And don't forget to charge your devices. A little preparation goes a long way. Learn more about how to prepare for storms year-round at DuquesneLight.com/stormplan. That's DuquesneLight.com/stormplan.
Life is all about attitude and perspective. The old saying is the glass half full or half empty. Life will always throw curveballs, so how do we survive and actually thrive? This is Dr. Shufo from the Weight Loss and Wellness Center. Yes, I will get the weight off of you. That's a given. But I also find the root of the eating, and that's always emotional. It's actually weight loss therapy, and I know it works. People lose weight, feel better, and have lifelong tools. I want to help you. I really do. Call me 1-800-900-THIN.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
KDKA and KDKA-FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Aetna Medicare Studios.
Proud to be the Voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Still some sun and 84 degrees at Pittsburgh International at 8 o'clock. I'm Paul Alexander. Tens of thousands of people are still missing under the rubble in Venezuela after the twin earthquakes that hit the capital, Caracas, and the other portions of the country last week. Nearly 1,500 people have died and more than 3,000 hurt, but rescuers are finding survivors, including an 18-day-old baby and the child's mother. Katie Sussman is the Deputy Regional Director of the Latin American branch of the International Rescue Committee. She tells ABC News that these earthquakes were unprecedented.
We're seeing huge water shortages. 7 of the states within Venezuela are without water now, which means that the survivors that are coming out of that rubble are facing greater challenges and really just being able to have their basic needs met, which is what IRC and other humanitarian organizations are really focused on right now.
A Fayette County couple has been accused of committing horrific crimes with the woman's minor child. 48-year-old Patricia Ann Muttery and 46-year-old Arthur Brooks have been charged with incest of a minor, rape by forcible compulsion, and sexual abuse of children. The couple will be held for court on numerous sexual acts and intercourse with Muttery's minor child and producing videos of the sexual acts. The man who allegedly nearly killed another man in a Verona bar over the weekend has turned himself in. Verona police say 39-year-old Michael Powell will be charged for aggravated assault after a fight inside the Hula Bar on East Railroad Street Saturday night just after 11 o'clock. The victim suffered potentially life-threatening injuries. The 27-year-old victim was stabilized on scene by paramedics and taken to a local hospital. In Indiana County, state police are investigating a shooting involving an Indiana Borough police officer. State troopers say officers were responding to a domestic disturbance call on North Cherry Avenue. The male suspect came after the officer with a shovel. The suspect fled, and when the officer caught up, the suspect stabbed the officer with a knife multiple times in his head and face. During the struggle, the officer discharged his weapon, killing the suspect. The injured officer was taken to a local hospital for treatment. Be prepared for hot, sticky weather this week. News Radio KDKA's David Bollerato has tips from a local expert how to beat the heat.
Dr. Don Yealy is Chair of Emergency Medicine and Chief Medical Officer at UPMC. He says people who have to go outdoors should make sure they have built-in breaks to escape the heat and humidity and to stay hydrated, preferably with a drink with electrolytes or water if that's not an option. He says the weather can especially pose a risk of heat illness for those with underlying conditions like high blood pressure.
Many people use medications that either change their heart rhythm or change how much fluid they retain to help control their blood pressure. That's a great thing to keep you healthy in the long term. But in the middle of a hot spell, it may make you a little bit more prone.
Yealy recommends those with underlying conditions who don't have air conditioning to take advantage of cooling centers. And he says it's also a good time to check on your loved ones to make sure they're taking precautions as well. David Bollerato, News Radio KDKA.
Someone in northern Pennsylvania has the choice of $1 million a year for the rest of their life or a lump sum payment of $14.5 million after buying a winning scratch-off ticket. Ironically, the ticket was sold at Walmart on Million Dollar Highway. That's right. The winning ticket was sold at 1102 Million Dollar Highway near St. Mary's in Elk County. KDKA Sports, it's a whole new ball game in Philadelphia. The Bucks have battled back to tie the Phillies at 5 apiece in the top half of the fifth inning. I'm Paul Alexander on the voice of Pittsburgh News Radio, KDKA.
Hi, folks. I'm with our good friend John Diagardi from Rome Monument. John, you were telling me earlier that people really should not rush into choosing a memorial for their loved one. Now, why is that?
We found that families need to take ample time to grieve first. Grief is not something that we get over, but rather something that we learn to live with. So the length of time to grieve varies from person to person.
You mentioned that the monument can't be placed right away.
That's right. There are certain things that need to take place before a monument can be installed. So it's really worth taking time to think about how to plan and design a memorial that truly reflects a person's life. It's actually a healing activity that helps to alleviate grief.
John, this makes a lot of sense.
It does. And when the time is right to proceed, not only can Rome Monument help families choose and design their memorial, we can help them save as much as 50% by eliminating the middleman.
Thanks, John. Folks, you can learn more by simply visiting RomeMonuments.com.
Are you turning 65 and have questions about Medicare? Aetna has Medicare Advantage plans that include prescription drug coverage in Pennsylvania with a $0 monthly plan premium. Plus, the plans include benefits like dental, vision, and hearing. You may also qualify for a monthly credit toward your Part B premium. Call Aetna today at 1-888-76-AETNA to learn more.
Aetna Medicare is an HMO PPO plan with a Medicare contract. Our D-SNPs also have contracts with state Medicaid programs. Enrollment in our plans depends on contract renewal. Plan features and availability may vary by service area.
For almost 40 years, Rugby Realty has been a leading real estate company in the heart of Pittsburgh. They specialize in the operation and leasing of iconic office buildings. One Oxford Center, Frick Building, and the Coppers Building. Rugby Realty is leading the effort of converting historic office buildings into luxury apartments and hotels, including the Gulf Tower in 933 Penn Avenue and 4 Allegheny Center on the north side. Thank you, Rugby Realty, for supporting KDKA's 4th of July celebration.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Clear and humid tonight, low 71. Turning hot tomorrow with clouds and sunshine, high 94. Clear tomorrow night, low 76. And hazy sunshine Wednesday, high 96. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Ka Erickson on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Rob Fracks on the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
All right, let's welcome Oliver Bateman back. He joins his Metropolitan Window video screen. You can see him and see this stream and hear it live. Go to kdkradio.com, KDK Watch. Oliver, a little potluck tonight, as I said.
Yes.
I've come to a conclusion. I know why people are pushing back on these data centers. They think they're UFOs and they're vessels, and there's going to be robots basically running their towns and their communities. I really believe they're not worried about where they're being put or even energy cost. I think people are so afraid of AI that they truly think one day, the day the earth stood still, there will be this big shiny object in the middle of Main Street, and these alien-like robots will come out of them and take over society. I'm serious. I think people are more afraid of technology because of robots in the future than they are about electricity and where these data centers are going to be. Your thoughts, good or bad? That's my opinion.
Well, I do use AI every day in my day job as head of research and content at a research consultancy. The big thing is I run the AI, like I control all the output that goes through it. And it's been my experience that a lot of people not in those sectors, not working with it every day, don't have a lot of experience working with AI one way or the other. Retired folks often don't. People that other lines of business haven't added AI to what they're doing quickly enough. So there's probably a lot of fear. And then they do see that, like with companies like Meta, which had that recent scandal over AI surveillance of employees to kind of learn what they're doing and layoffs tied to AI, they're scared. And then, like you said, there's the sci-fi element, Rob. And I don't think the AI companies help that by saying that the AI is going to create a super genius one day, because I think what it's actually going to do, in fact, is help you do your work more easily, which is what it does for me in the day-to-day.
Someone that you should interview, and I know she'd probably like to interview you, good friend Audrey Russo, who hosts Tech Vibe Radio, CEO of the Pittsburgh Technology Council. They had her as far as a couple of sound bites in the news today, and she's going to be with me on July the 8th, and we're going to talk about this exact same thing. Everybody has to do their due diligence. We got to pump the brakes. But as she said, if they don't do them here, they'll do them somewhere else. Microsoft just cut the deal with Texas. They're going to do a massive thing there. We want to do it, but obviously do it safe, do it right. But we don't want to lose these jobs, because there will be a lot of construction jobs, building trades, permanent jobs that will add up. And more importantly, some tax revenue as opposed to giving tax breaks, where in essence, the real people who pay the taxes when they get a tax break are the consumers. So we don't want these jobs or these data centers to slip away. If they're good to go, we want them to be good to go in Western Pennsylvania.
Yeah, I mean, putting everything else aside, Rob, I mean, how many times have you lived through with this region missing out on something development-wise?
Groundhog Day.
I mean, yeah, this is just it could be more of the same if they don't get things going with natural gas fast enough, hookups, plants. The communities need to embrace what's coming, or it's just going to come somewhere else. The dislocation that's going to be tied to AI will probably happen in one way or another. But do you want this stuff to be hosted in Canada or Mexico, or, do you want China to surpass the U.S. as an AI leader? That's one of the big worries. Companies are already talking about how they can use cheaper Chinese AI solutions, which are open source, versus Anthropic, which is getting handcuffed by the government right now, what we use at work, and OpenAI. So big, it's one of those things where, yeah, there are a lot of challenges, there are a lot of problems. But if you don't get ahead, and we only live so long, like this region's only going to, we need to take the opportunities that we're going to get. Western Pennsylvania in particular, like I said, how many times we missed out on something?
Well, let me put it in perspective, because everybody's still caught up on the glory days of the steel industry. So when Weirton closed their tin plant, that means we now have 2 of them in this country. China has 25,000 tin mills. Now, these are places that make cans for soup, vegetables. It sounds trivial, but that's where we are right now. And you wonder why they are dominating the world as far as commerce is concerned. We have 2 tin mills. They have 25,000. So they've got 2 billion mouths to feed. If they can snatch these data centers, they're going to snatch them. We cannot be so full of ourselves that we get in our own way and lose this opportunity.
Yeah, right now they're figuring out how to do it cheaper. It's not as good, a cheaper AI alternative, and a lot of companies that have been facing rising costs from Anthropic and OpenAI, they're looking and saying, maybe these Chinese models, if we can figure out the security, and believe me, they can't. Though they're a cybersecurity risk, no doubt about it. But they're thinking, what can I do for cost? And the other thing that's coming, Rob, and we're worried about it, and I wonder how long we'll hold the line on it because they're coming into Canada and they're coming into Mexico. Chinese electric vehicles.
Talk about that.
I think that there's been a lot of reporting in the past 2 weeks questioning the American domestic auto industry. Because right now Canada has opened up the floodgates. They're gonna bring in like 6 or 7% more Chinese EVs. That means they're gonna be at the gates in Canada. Mexico is already buying them like hotcakes. They outperform in terms of like cost per dollar. The value in these things is incredible. The technology is quite good. They're comparable to Tesla's for a fraction of the price. There's many different brands. They're heavily subsidized by their government. Basically that's a form of imperialism. You get those cars into your country and China's got you on the hook for another 100 years. They get in here, Ford, GM, they'll be in their last days. They can't compete. They haven't figured out how to skill up on this key issue. Like Tesla hasn't figured it out. And that technology is mostly built off stolen Tesla tech for the most part.
Yeah. You realize the automobile industry is the last bastion. When you destroy the American automobile industry and those lights in those dealerships start going out, game over.
Yeah, I mean, Australia is a country that used to have an automobile industry, a domestic automobile industry. It doesn't. Now it's heavily reliant on Chinese cars and American cars, but increasingly Chinese cars. That's an example. Once that's gone, your base is gone. And we've propped up, you remember 2008 and all those other, we've propped up these auto manufacturers. Ford's kind of hung on. I'm always rooting for it. I think the combustion engine and the hybrid engine are good pieces of technology, especially for trucks. But they are not. Have you looked at the sticker price on a truck recently, Rob?
I have, as a matter of fact.
80 grand, 90 grand for some of these F-350s rolling off the lot. Craziness.
Well, there are still some very affordable vehicles, but when I see China ramping up and these stories that you're telling me are unfolding in front of our very eyes, global economy, the automobile industry is the only thing that really works. But the bottom line is China will do everything to make up for lost leaders. And right now, because of the pandemic, they've lost a lot. And they are kicking and screaming, trying to find ways. And sadly, when it comes to the consumers, if they can get it cheaper, they're not looking at the big picture or what's happening with, General Motors. They're not worried about it. They're worried about their own way of, staying afloat. But I surely hope that doesn't happen. I'm hoping that Ford and others can get ramped up and Tesla can find a way. And if I had my money and it was a few more bucks to buy Tesla, I'm going with Tesla because you may not like Elon Musk, but in Texas where they make these things, they have a mill gate at the end of Main Street, and people are going in by the tens of thousands and either purchasing them around the country, around the world, or thousands going into these plants and getting good paychecks that are generational wealth type of paychecks.
Yeah, I mean, I remember, and I grew up in the car business. My dad had a Chrysler dealership, and I remember in the 80s and 90s, the big thing was the war with Japan. Now, we kind of lost that war ultimately. Japanese cars are all over the road, and they're quite good cars. But the American truck, especially the Ford truck, is still the best truck on the highway by a long shot. It's just that our government isn't subsidizing our vehicles the way China's is. China sees this trade war, and like you said, they know how high the stakes in the game are. They're willing to do whatever it takes to get us hooked on more cheap products, cheap AI, cheap trucks. People don't, and that patriotism is gone in terms of buying power with the cost of living being what it is.
The bumper sticker should now read "Buy American." Oh yeah, if I can afford it. That's the bottom line right now. That's what's happened in America. And I'm going to go to a break because I'm going to bring up something else I saw concerning Australia that I want to get your thoughts on. But right now, we cannot let any opportunity slip through, meaning jobs, building trades, moving into the future. Data centers are needed. And look, if Meta can't do it here, they'll go somewhere else. And if it even means China, they'll go to China. So we got to figure it out. All right, Oliver Bateman, so honored to have him on board again. Always has a lot to say. What are you writing about real quick, and where can we see it before we go to break?
Big ones coming up this week. Another one on skill games and the recent Pennsylvania Supreme Court decision to regulate them, which was the right decision under the PA Gaming Act. The question now, and I interviewed John Fritz, great, Representative John Fritz, PA representative, and some other folks. But where should the money go is the question. And how much should we tax them? Because as John Fritz told me, it's not just about taxing them. A lot of the businesses that have put these in there now depend on them for the bottom line or paying the rent at the end of the month.
Yeah, and only $1,000 a year? Don't you think that's
But they're that close. He said, some of those friendly societies and fraternal societies and stuff, they're that close to being out of their buildings. It might be a skill game that keeps them in their hall. Which is sad to think.
It is. Well, hey, everything's changed since the pandemic. People aren't out drinking at night anymore.
No.
Most of these bars, social clubs are shut down at 7, 8 o'clock at night. They've lost a lot. Our country needs to find a way to get back on some sort of solid ground. All right, Oliver Bateman, one more segment. Stay with us. Your Pratt Pack tonight, KDKA.
News, weather, traffic, and business every day. Hear it on News Radio KDKA.
Hi, Tom Jacopin with West Penn Life and Health. Being self-employed is rewarding, but finding affordable health insurance can seem almost impossible. That's why we recommend New Era Health Plans. Unlike marketplace plans with hefty premiums and high deductibles, many people are saving 30 to 60% or more and have no deductibles or copays on things they use most. If you pay for your own health insurance, are uninsured or on COBRA, give us a call at 724-228-7187 or visit newerahealthplans.com to learn more.
Curb appeal. That's a real estate catchphrase when they want you to know a home looks really beautiful from the outside. You want the same thing anyway. Hi, this is Larry Richard for CertaPro Painters, which, by the way, each CertaPro Painters business is independently owned and operated. You're dealing with the owners. Now, there's no reason to procrastinate. All you have to do is get the professionals to do the job right from the start. And all you need to do is schedule your free estimate online at CertaPro.com. That's Certa with a C.
Summer is here and the savings are great at Coons Market. Isn't that right, Frank Dentisi?
Right, Rob. In our meat department, 80% lean fresh ground beef is $4.99 a pound. In the produce department, sweet bicolor corn is $5 a dozen. In our deli, plain or garlic Eckrich bologna, $4.99 a pound. An additional savings this week, selected varieties of Blue Bunny ice cream, 46 to 48 ounce containers, 2 for $6.
Coons Market, a Pittsburgh tradition.
When you're handling an estate or an inherited home, the decisions can feel overwhelming. At Home Buyers of Pittsburgh, we help families through this every single week. We make a quick, fair cash offer on the home, coordinate any cleanouts, help you through the process, and we'll buy it in its current condition. No pressure, no surprises. Visit homebuyersoftpittsburgh.com or call 412-500-9057 for help selling today. That's 412-500-9057 for help selling today.
Home Buyers of Pittsburgh, Pittsburgh's local trusted home buyer since 2015.
See website for details. BillsHappen.com is not a lender. It does not make credit decisions. Must be 18 years old. Not available in all states.
Honey, everything is so expensive, and our bills are piling up.
You're telling me credit cards are maxed out, rent is due, and the car payment's right around the corner? We need some extra cash.
We should do what my friend from work did. She went to BillsHappen.com and got the money she needed the next day.
Our credit is not great. Are you sure that would work for us?
BillsHappen.com is one of the largest personal loan networks. They can help people with all credit types get up to $5,000.
Sounds like it's going to be a hassle.
My friend said it was super easy. She did it right from her phone during her lunch break.
If you have a regular source of income, you can be approved for a loan for up to $5,000, and your cash can hit your bank account the next day. BillsHappen.com's lenders have millions of dollars to lend, regardless of your credit history.
Guess what? I went to BillsHappen.com, and we're getting our money tomorrow.
Wow, that's fast. Problem solved.
If you need extra cash, go to BillsHappen.com. That's BillsHappen.com. BillsHappen.com.
Are your property taxes too high? You have from July 1st until September 1st, 2026 to file an appeal of the Allegheny County Property Tax Assessment. Contact Richard Ernsberger at the law firm Barrenden Ernsberger. Call 412-391-2515 for the help you need.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
Rob Fracks on the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
All right, one of these days when his schedule permits, I'm going to get him into one of these Coons Market and give him a little gift card and We're going to do a little video podcast because he always has so many great things to say, and we have such little time here on the radio. But he is a columnist that you can read a lot in the PG and the Trib and other places around the country and the world, for that matter. He's Oliver Bateman, Metropolitan Window video screen. You can click on kdkradio.com, KDK Watch. So we're talking about China, and they've been in the news for a lot of things, including TikTok and that whole situation. But I saw this as far as the Australian government, and I'm sure you already know where I'm going. They're trying to say now, anybody 16 and under, you can't use social media. Yep. Now, look, where are the parents? I don't like how it flies. Any thought of controlling anyone? I don't care when, we start having closed-circuit television and people could watch adult movies in the privacy of their own home. You have a parental control and a remote control. You have that don't lock your door process. I can go through your drawers, your closet anytime I want. I can look under your bed. Give me your phone anytime I want to see it. But when you have the government saying basically, if you're 16 and under, you can't do any social media, that's only going to make people 16 and under want to do it more. And it's like a power tool. It's like a chainsaw. When you got to cut a tree that's fallen on your property up and get rid of it, it's a good thing. But when you use it in a dangerous way, it can be a horrible thing. Your thoughts about this record-breaking news out of Australia, and if they do it, how many other countries will follow, trying to stop 16 and under from using social media? Go ahead. A guy that makes his living writing in social media. Go ahead.
Well, I will say, Rob, in 2023 for the right-leaning American Affairs Journal, my friend and former colleague David Inman and I argued that just such a ban might be what we need. Social media, a lot of different writers, Jonathan Haidt, many other people have identified, Gene Twenge have identified a lot of the problems developmentally for young kids. Now, we, as a parents of a 6-year-old, enforce a strict, like, she's not on social media, she doesn't have a phone, it's going to be ages before she gets that stuff. But I think we can't overlook a lot of the harm from that. I think the Australian policy might be overbroad, just like a lot of the United Kingdom speech enforcements of what people are saying on social media. Those are two separate things. I definitely think if you're an adult, you shouldn't be getting harassed by the police over something that you post on social media. But I do think there might be a time, place, manner, way to restrict social media use. That said, I personally do believe it should start with the parents. It starts with us. But I did argue for something in print, if anybody looks it up, in 2023, basically saying we need just such a ban in light of a lot of the social science coming out with developing young minds. And I feel that, I do feel partly the companies, the Metas and so on, have pushed this in a way that has made it so appealing and so easy to get on that it's very addictive. And I feel bad. I felt bad for the cigarette companies when they got hit with those huge fines, but something's got to be done, though it should start from home. Like we should never have reached this point. There should have been better regulation to begin with. And we shouldn't reach the point where we're even talking about a ban. But I do feel, Australia took a step. I do think probably like most government policies, Rob, there's going to be all these things that show how poorly it's being administered. And, there'll be punishments being doled out that aren't fair. There'll be things going wrong that aren't fair. But I also think that, it should start with smaller things, probably in a country like this. No phones in the schools, things like that. I
agree.
Sensible bans, local bans, things like that, ways to get social media out of the public sphere, out of the public center, out of places where people could come and talk. I think that we ought to, try to push that first, like sensible regulation and small behavior change. But if it's really that bad, and if in 5 or 10 years it gets worse, right. It's gotten worse since COVID. Kids are really cocooned in their phones. There was a study that just came out the other day. Financial Times ran it. The fertility rate crisis in the West, one researcher said he's eliminated all these other variables over the past 10 years. What's causing it? Phones and social media.
Wow.
People are so locked. You'd think that's making them more social, right? It's called social media, but they're so locked into it that they're not getting out. They're not getting to bars. You mentioned the bars being empty. Yeah, you only go there to play a skill game, right? But so there might be reasons just including people meeting and dating and talking again, that we want to get them off these freaking phones. But there might be better ways to do it.
All right, let me give you a topic. 2 minutes before I got to get to the break. Anything on your mind that you'd like to talk about real quick?
I think everybody in this area, I know you're probably bracing it for it. Everybody needs to get ready for the latest heat wave.
Yeah, man.
If you're not ready for it, if you have not installed an air conditioning unit in your home for some reason, and some people still have it in Pittsburgh. People used to tell me here, you don't need it. Maybe they didn't when you were a kid. I don't know. But they'll say, oh, you don't need it. No, old folks, anybody listening to this doesn't have air conditioning, guys, high blood pressure. Please get an air conditioning unit. I've told my mom, run that AC. I know the energy costs are through the roof. Run the AC, please.
It's going to be interesting to say the least. But listen, we never had it as a kid growing up. I mean, it sounded like the inside of a jet engine. We had 10 box fans going, window fans going. My dad running around the house in his pajama bottoms with no shirt looking for a bowl of ice cream that we already finished off 2 hours ago, Anyway, you're the best. Let's keep it going. And again, if I can ever help you, reach out. But I'd love to do that video blog, that little podcast with you one day in the produce section at Coons Market.
Do it.
All right, man. Keep it going.
Night Road.
There he goes.
All right.
Oliver Bateman, columnist, PG, Trib, read around the world, always plugged in on everything. It's one of those guys that I could listen to all the time, especially for breaking news and things that are happening. And these data centers, that stuff's not going to go away anytime soon. But I just hope in the big picture that we look at jobs first, jobs last. We have them, they don't. Look, if we don't do it in Pennsylvania, they'll skip over to Ohio or they'll go to West Virginia. And right now, West Virginia is in dire need of jobs that will employ people because we've destroyed the mining industry. All right, we'll take a break. Your calls after the ABC News Radio Report in a couple of minutes. Stay with us.
Here's the latest from the KDKA Community Message Board.
March of Dimes, it starts with Mom PA Military Shower, helps pregnant military families have one less thing to worry about with a fun, informative, and free baby shower, Saturday, August 22nd at the 316th Sustainment Command. If you're pregnant and you or your partner are an E6 or below active duty, reserve, or veteran military service member, call 412-506-8610 to join them. New to Rivers Casino? Join now and earn up to $1,000 free slot play. Stop by Rush Rewards on your next visit to start earning today. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Explore the hand-drawn world of artist Chris Deegan. His detailed pen and ink illustrations capture cityscapes and landmarks with technical precision and intricate fine line detail. Browse the full collection of prints and original designs on Etsy at Art from Chris.
Details at KDKARadio.com.
See website for details. BillsHappen.com is not a lender. It does not make credit decisions. Must be 18 years old. Not available in all states.
Honey, everything is so expensive, and our bills are piling up.
You're telling me credit cards are maxed out, rent is due, and the car payment's right around the corner? We need some extra cash.
We should do what my friend from work did. She went to BillsHappen.com and got the money she needed the next day.
Our credit is not great. Are you sure that would work for us?
BillsHappen.com is one of the largest personal loan networks. They can help people with all credit types get up to $5,000.
Sounds like it's going to be a hassle.
My friend said it was super easy. She did it right from her phone during her lunch break.
If you have a regular source of income, you can be approved for a loan for up to $5,000, and your cash can hit your bank account the next day. BillsHappen.com's lenders have millions of dollars to lend, regardless of your credit history.
Guess what? I went to BillsHappen.com, and we're getting our money tomorrow.
Wow, that's fast. Problem solved.
If you need extra cash, go to BillsHappen.com. That's BillsHappen.com. BillsHappen.com.
Get connected. That's the Inside Connection this Saturday morning at 9 with your local Medicare experts from MediConnect. If you're turning 65, hear all the inside information available to seniors on the Inside Connection, presented by MediConnect. Medicare made simple.
For generations, you've listened to us in your kitchen, catching baseball games on your front porch, and ending your day as your bedtime buddy. Now, you can watch us every day on your TV with our new KDKA Radio YouTube page or by clicking on KDKARadio.com. It's presented by Metropolitan Windows. Same great content, more live visuals. The voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
From the Aetna Medicare Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Stephanie Officer. As Kentuckians begin the recovery and rebuilding process after this weekend's devastating floods, Governor Andy Beshear posted a video warning of dangerously high temperatures expected this week, which could prove more dangerous to those still working to clean up.
We are now going to face intense heat, with most of the heat index being over 100 degrees across Kentucky.
A JetBlue flight today reported hitting a drone while trying to land in New York City. Then hours later, a helicopter pilot reported a very close call at the same airport. These incidents after a United pilot reported a near collision with a drone. ABC's Gio Benitez.
Around 7:15 a.m., pilots of a JetBlue flight full of passengers from Las Vegas coming in for a landing at New York's JFK Airport believed they hit a drone at nearly 3,000 feet.
If we don't need any assistance, we're just going to go ahead and land.
And a second incident at JFK, a helicopter pilot reported nearly colliding with a gigantic remote control.
Tickets are on sale now for the upcoming season of the Pittsburgh Speakers Series at Heinz Hall, presented by University of Pittsburgh, with Anderson Cooper, former UK Prime Minister Boris Johnson, historian Anne Applebaum, financial journalist Andrew Ross Sorkin, former NASA Administrator Charles Bolton, and acclaimed war photographer Lindsay Addario. For information and tickets, go to pittsburghspeakers.org. Sponsored by News Radio KDKA and the Spanos Group of Raymond James.
Heart disease is the leading cause of death in the United States. So when it comes to your heart, there's no room for compromise. At UPMC Heart and Vascular Institute, innovation, technology, and world-class expertise come together to treat the most complex heart cases, redefining what's possible for patients who need it most. Getting your heart checked can save your life. Schedule your appointment with the region's leader at upmc.com/heart.
Life's best moments start with perfect choices. For Connie Nowak, it was a trolley ride and a 67-year love story. A life of family, smart decisions, and companionship with Chester the cat. Her retirement choice? The Village at St. Barnabas. Recreation, healthcare, close to family, everything on her list. Right now, we'll make your move to the Village perfect too. Up to $2,000 toward moving costs. St. Barnabas Retirement Communities, stbarnabascommunities.com, or call 724-444-5568.
If you owe $10,000 or more to the IRS, you need to hear this message. The IRS can take aggressive action by hitting you with penalties, interest, wage garnishments, and bank levies. Thousands of Americans thought there was no hope until they realized there is a free alternative thanks to the USA Tax Network. People who have owed $10,000, $20,000, even $30,000 or more are now reducing or even eliminating their tax debt after completing their free tax review. Go to notax33.com to request your free tax review and get connected with a tax resolution specialist. Explore options that may be available for your situation, including payment plan assistance, IRS negotiation support, tax resolution programs, and financial hardship solutions. Don't let the IRS take more of your hard-earned money. Save thousands and get connected with a tax resolution specialist to find out if you can reduce or even eliminate your tax debt. Go to notax33.com now to see if you may qualify. That's notax33.com. Paid advertisement. USA Tax Network is not a law firm, tax firm, or tax relief company. We do not provide tax advice or tax resolution services. We connect consumers with independent tax resolution providers.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Warm and humid tonight with a clear sky, low 71. Partly sunny, hot and steamy tomorrow, high 94. Very warm tomorrow night, low 76. Hazy sunshine and hot Wednesday, high 96. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Ka Erickson on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
A couple of stories of local interest if you feel the need to express. You know how it works. 866-391-1020. And Logan Armblaster, my producer, will get you in the queue and we'll take care of the rest. Retired police commander returns. Chief Jason Lando announced that retired police commander Karen Dixon is returning to the Bureau as an assistant chief. Really have a lot of respect for her. So happy she's going to come back. You know, there was a story in the PG today that I found fascinating. I love real estate. For many years, I did a real estate show here and have been fans of many of the people who have run these real estate companies for a long time. You know, and this is a good sign. It is. But it simply talks about Western Pennsylvania's luxury real estate market is experiencing a massive boom. Over a recent 46-day span, buyers purchased 81 homes for $1 million or more, with the average price of these luxury properties surging to $1.6 million. Look, I'm going to say it again. When you have the housing market working, everything is headed in the right direction. I am actually witnessing on the street that I live, and I couldn't believe it. I drove around the block a couple of times. Someone is building a new home. They knocked down an old home on the river side of the street that I live on, and they're building a new home. And I was so excited to see this because as a child growing up in Western Pennsylvania, you would wake up every day to the sound of trucks, hammer to nail, saws. There was always a new home being built, a new subdivision, a part of the woods that you used to play in were being cleared out to put a subdivision in. The home that I live in now was built in 1918. And if you step out onto the curb and look left and right, you will see homes that look similar to the one that I live in. When I grew up in the late 50s, when I was born, ranch homes were becoming the row house of the baby boomer generation. That's right. The greatest generation grew up in the row houses along Main Street that went to the end of the street that was that mill gate for that steel mill. And then when those, greatest generation came back from World War II, they married their high school sweetheart, and they wanted a yard. They wanted to get out of living in the city or that town. So thus they went out and built these cookie-cutter ranch homes, which right now anybody in real estate will tell you, if you have a ranch home to sell, now's the time to do it because they've never been more popular. But when I see brands like Ryan Homes and 84 Lumber out every day building and creating, something is going on right now. And when you see that story, then you could read for yourself, get that PG app, you can see it for yourself. That's a good sign. And I've been talking a lot about this merger, this possibility, Mars and Adams Township. I came through Adams Township about 2 years ago for the first time in forever. Because usually when I was ever up in Butler County, that area, it was Cranberry, it was Mars, but that was about it. And most of Cranberry was to shop. Well, then I started noticing a lot of new homes, beautiful homes, big homes. And I've said to myself many times, who can afford these homes? Hey, Rob, there are people working. There are good jobs. And there are. These condominiums that are going up like incredibly beautiful condominiums. I mean, there's one on 376 right next to the Hopewell Exchange that is absolutely amazing. They built these huge, beautiful condos, and I'm thinking to myself, coming back and forth to work every day, who's going to live there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Parking lots started to fill up. Stringing lights, those Edison lights, the clear light bulbs, so people can go out and have picnics and parties and sit on their patio and find a place to park and have a good lit parking lot to be able to get into their house. Right now, when I go home tonight, if I travel that route, there will not be an empty space in those parking lots. So there is cash flow. People are making money. But what we need to do, we need to get the working communities working again. The places that are on the river, the place that is close to the rails, the places that have the major highways and the interchanges and the exchange and the exit ramps that get them into these working towns. Because right now property is pennies on the dollar in some of these places like the Mon Valley, the Beaver Valley, the Ohio Valley. Fresh coat of paint, remodeling these homes. If you may remember, when the mills were closing, one of the biggest things happening in this region was remodeling of homes. It was massive. It was huge. It kept people in the lumber business booming. And then you saw Ryan Homes come into the picture. Incredible stuff. And then the log cabin home. I mean, so many different things. But now you have to understand, I was having a conversation with my oldest son, who's 35, with 3 beautiful kids, he and his wife, Sarah. And, they kind of gone through that whole thing. And my son and I were sitting at the Brighton hot dog shop one day, and he was talking about some homes, and he was mentioning prices. And now I'm so cheap when I squeak. And years ago, maybe not the case, but I am now because, it changes. When you get older, you got to have a little bit of a thought process as far as life after work, how you're going to make it work, and you got to get yourself in the mindset, right? He said, Dad, wake up. This is the going rate. And he says, we can afford it. We're making the money. Both of my sons making more than I am. So what I'm saying is it's supply and demand. And right now there's a demand for these homes. And that's good business because that means cash flow. Now, why do I bring this up? No, I'm not here to promote Hottie Hannah. I love him, but I'm not here to promote him. I'm not here to promote Berkshire Hathaway, Remax. No, I'm not. I'm here to promote real estate and why it works. Coldwell Banker, all these names. When you see a for sale sign, you know what I do a lot of times on Sundays? I'll go on Willow or I'll follow social media realtors and I'll just look at the homes that they're listing. And there's some beautiful homes right now out there. Beautiful. But when you see a story like I read in the PG today about these luxury homes, do I wish? No, because my yard's enough. I got to cut the grass. I got to shovel the sidewalk. I don't need no more to do. I like where I'm at. Would I have loved to have built a little ranch home? Yeah, it was a dream. Didn't come true. But my dad was able to do it, raised 6 kids, got us out of that little community of New Brighton, got us out in the country for some fresh air, and we had neighbors. And see, that's another thing today. We need more subdivisions. Because in these communities that are selling these homes in Peters Township, Washington County, Butler County, up in Cranberry, up in Adams Township, just to name a few, they have neighborhood block parties. Kids are playing with kids their own age. They're going to school, catching the bus like we did. But this is why it could work now more than ever. Because you have that cash flow up there. If you start investing back in these river communities where you can get property reasonable, you can get homes reasonable, you get young families, and I'm going to say it again for those of you who know the area, Crows Run Road, that started years ago with people like Melissa Hart, Jason Altmaier, and others, and finally, State Senator Elder Vogel, they got it done, pristine tract of land. If you could build a bridge, and we know they can build bridges. Look what they're doing on 376. They're building a bridge, and then they're going to slide it in. That's amazing, right? But just imagine if you could put a bridge over the Ohio River that would drop down into Aliquippa. Imagine what that would do for that community. New housing, the possibility of a data center along the Ohio River, that 8 miles that is beautiful, pristine tract of land that's ready for all sorts of development. We could regenerate and ignite this region that we haven't seen ever before because you will have those who are making a really good living doing things that they went to college for and are reaping the benefits, or they're doing something as entrepreneurs, reaping the benefits, that next generation, the millennials and X, Y, and Z, and then you give that working class individual a chance to get that job at the end of Main Street, to go through that mill gate. You mix in a community with a manufacturing site because of all of the money that's being generated, and then you dump in the cash flow with the cars and the houses, and you start tearing some of the boards off of Main Street, and those buildings once again get occupied, and you have a grocery store because you have the population. You have a bank because every 2 weeks paychecks are being cashed. I'm telling you, there's too many good stories right now for us to just continue to overlook. Now, this heat wave, we're going to talk about it on the other side of the break. Dangerous heat wave is triggering a heat advisory across western Pennsylvania. Meteorologists expect temperatures to soar into the upper 90s with the heat index values regularly ranging from 98 to 105 Fahrenheit, prompting the region to open local cooling centers. This is what I want you to answer me, and I'm serious about this. We had hot days back in the day. I mean, no one had air conditioning. So how did we survive it, or did we not? But we just didn't get those stories that we get today because we didn't have the blanket of news coverage that we have today. And let's face it, the weather report when you grew up in the 60s was it going to rain or was it not going to rain this time of year? But how were we able to beat the heat back then? And how many of you remember living in a house with no air conditioning? Listen, when somebody got a box window air conditioning in their living room and they had a TV, man, if you were invited over, it was like the biggest night in town. So how did we survive, and how many of you remember no air conditioning? Something that you can find anywhere, including in your car. 866-391-1020. More on that and a lot more to get to tonight. We're with you till 10 o'clock. If you'd like to join us, 866-391-1020. That's 866-391-1020. It's your Pratt Pack for Monday night, here all week from 6 to 10 on KDKA.
Every Tuesday morning at 7:20, listen for Inside Independence Health, a look at all things healthcare with the experts from Independence Health System. It's brought to you by Independence Health System. Expert care here.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Straight Talk Wireless presents Pickup Truck Wisdom.
Trust is earned. That's why I've stuck with Straight Talk. Same price since 2009 on Verizon's 5G network. Cause shoot, anyone can make a promise. Keeping it for years, that means something.
Now plans starting at $25 a month with 4 lines. Find us at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Straight Talk Wireless. Straightforward. Always. Same price claim applies only to the base monthly price of our $45 plan from October 2009 to present.
This is Steve and Barry Ehrenrich from Petite. Traditions are passed down from generation to generation. And at Petite Kitchen and Bath Design Center, we have a tradition of making customers' dreams come true.
Over the years, 3 generations of our family have worked with countless customers. We've listened to their ideas and then developed designs for their kitchens and baths.
And speaking of traditions, we've also had the unique privilege of creating generations of satisfied customers the Petite way.
They've seen that upgrading a kitchen or bath adds value to a home and makes it more desirable. And we can do the same for your home with the best designers and installers in the business.
Come visit our newly remodeled showroom. The response has been overwhelming.
Petite Kitchen and Bath is on Route 50, just off the Carnegie exit, or call 412-279-2222. That's 412-279-2222.
Haven't you waited long enough? PA 625.
Join Rob Pratt every Sunday at 11 a.m. for Black and Gold Sunday, presented by Coons Market, your hometown Pittsburgh grocer. Rob keeps you posted on Pittsburgh sports with 2 hours of exciting talk. That's Black and Gold Sunday, 11 to 1, presented each week by Coons Market.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
The 50,000-watt voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
I don't know. Maybe we didn't get through it as easy as I thought, but I remember as a kid, it just never stopped you. And sadly, moms were so loving back then. If it was 100 degrees in the shade, they were still working in the oven. How many of you remember those days? I don't know. Maybe it's just me. Mark, North Hills, KDK, your Pratt Pack. How you doing, Mark?
Hey, Rob, I'm doing great. How about yourself?
I am excellent, sir. Thanks for calling tonight.
Good. Oh, hey, Rob, in the 60s, my family, we used to drive down to Miami Beach in a station wagon that had no air conditioning. And 1968, the last time we went down, it was so hot. I mean, it was unbearable driving down. So I remember telling my dad, I said, Dad, do you think the next car you get, you can get one with air conditioning? And he said, yeah. Next thing you know, summer of 69, my dad buys a brand new Oldsmobile Cutlass station wagon with air conditioning. And, Rob, it was living. And then he says, you know what? We used to drive down to Miami Beach every year. He goes, since we got the new car, how about if we don't drive down to Florida, we drive to California? And so with the new station wagon and the air conditioning, we drove to California. And, Rob, it was living. Coming out of, we took the northern route through North Dakota, South Dakota, that way, and came down Northern California and came back through the southern part of the country. And we remember, Rob, when we came out of Yellowstone Park, my dad needed gas, and it says last gas, 200 miles, 25 cents. My dad was livid. How could they charge that much, 25 cents a gallon? And he goes, that's too much. But getting the air conditioning was just wonderful. Oh, I couldn't believe it, Rob.
Well, and sadly, we all take it for granted today, but I can tell you right now, if my dad would come back from the dead and he died 26 years ago next month, if he would see the price of the electric bill, he would have shut the air conditioning off even if it was 100 degrees. He would have said, turn it off, turn it off. It's just open the windows, get a fan. And those fans used to blow like hot air. But my dad came up with something that was just ingenious. And I don't know how many of you remember this, but my dad would turn the fan around and it would suck all the hot air out. And we as kids were stacked like core wood just to try to get near that exhaust of that fan, even if it was warm air, because it was stifling hot. But guess what? Nobody cared. And you would sit down and still eat, piping hot bowls of spaghetti. It'd be like 100 degrees outside. Crazy. 866-391-1020. You do have to be safe. There's no doubt. But it amazes me how we've gotten so used to the pleasurable things in life. All right, let's go to Lee somewhere in Pittsburgh on KDK. Hey, Lee.
How you doing, Rob? So you brought up the how it was summer without air conditioning. I could just remember, we'll go back to what Mark's saying. His dad invested in air conditioning for the car. Same with my dad. He had a road job a lot of time, on the road a lot. He would buy air conditioning for the car, but we never had it at the house. But what we would do is, if it was a real hot night, our basement was really cold or cooler, so we would go down in the basement sometimes to sleep. Or we had a neighbor who had a pool. We would swim all day and into the summer night. And then I would keep my swimsuit on and sleep, in the house just to stay cool. But we survived it, and it was doable. But
it was doable then, and we did survive it. Good stuff, Lee. Good to hear from you. Thank you for the call. Here's the other thing. The other thing that happened in the 60s and 70s in these ranch homes, people had to get as much living space as they could out of them because everybody had multiple kids. I don't think I grew up with anybody that was a lone child. There was always at least 2, 3, or 4, and even more. I mean, we had 5 sisters in my house and me, so 6. My dad came from 9. He had a brother who had 11. But what I remember, this phenomenon started in the late 60s. Everybody started to get, from Sears and elsewhere, those above-ground pools. They were like 5 feet, right? And some people were ingenious. They built decks around them. They did all sorts of things, right? But I remember there was always the redwood fence with the floodlights, right? And at nighttime, you would go swimming. And your cut-off Wrangler jeans, you'd have a tank top. You basically had your shoes, and the shoes of the day were the Converse tennis shoes, right? $13.99 each. They were the hottest thing, and now they've kind of made a resurgence, right? But you would always have a beach towel on your bike, and you swam every night. And I remember one thing I'll never forget about swimming, as we always did. And back then, it was like a game of little volleyball action in the pool where you had a basketball hoop, and then the Nerf basketball and football kind of came into play. When you would get out of the pool, you would be starving. And that's when you didn't have to count calories. You didn't worry about anything. You just got your hands on it and you ate it. And if there was a dad in the neighborhood who was off from work, he'd be enjoying a couple of those 16-ounce, Iron City beers, or like Pabst or Carling Black Label, Iron City, obviously, Stoney's, all these beers, Old German. And he'd say, "You guys hungry?" Well, what do you think we're going to say? After he had a couple of adult beverages, he wasn't feeling any pain. He'd say, "Let's have some hamburgers and hot dogs." And he would, basically call his wife, "Hey, will you get some of those hot dogs out of the freezer?" And we didn't have hot dog buns. We had Town Talk, or in my case, Keystone Bakery. You got the one slice of bread. You slapped a hot dog on it. If you were living large, you had chopped up onions, but mostly it was Heinz ketchup, Heinz mustard, a little squirt. You fold that thing in half, and you drank out of the garden hose. But sitting on those stoops, those porches, late at night, or waiting in the pool, coming out, the smell of charcoal. And the other phenomenon of that era, people needed to get outside because the heat was really bad. And those ranch homes, if you remember, the porches were like closets. They were small. So everybody got this idea, let's just carve out a little piece of our yard and put a concrete patio in there, right? We had one. One neighbor would come over 1 week, help you pour the concrete. Next day, you'd go over and help them. But these kerosene tiki torches, Now, you know what I'm talking about, right? That smell of kerosene and those hot dogs on the grill. And, you know, if you were old enough, you get your dad a beer. He'd give, don't do it. Don't do this, but we did. Give you a little sip of that beer. And you'd be listening to KDKA radio, the Pirate game, and you'd see the fireflies, and it wasn't so hot as the night rolled into the evening. It was getting cooler. The conversation, the laughter. I think we are so hermetically sealed up in our house that this heat thing, we are so psychologically prone to think, what could go wrong? Could we lose our power? These cooling centers are needed. I see these little splash parks. They've got one in Ambridge, and they're everywhere, right? I mean, they've done them in our city. We've got city pools. Go out and embrace the weather. Just be safe. If you have medical issues, listen to what we tell you about, you know, what you need to be concerned about, breathing issues, sensitive skin, all of the things, staying hydrated. But if you're a kid, go swimming, have fun, embrace this time in your life. You know what? Because it's not going to come back again. And, you know, when I think about these times in my life, and I drive through the old neighborhood, everyone's gone. Parents are gone. My friends are gone. All new families, second and third generation removed from when we lived there. A lot of those pools are nothing but a big patch of like dirt now where the grass never grew back. But it seemed as though it would go on forever, but it didn't. And what we used to love to do as kids, I don't even think kids do it anymore. We used to sleep out. We got that Sears sleeping bag for Christmas. And from May to September, just about every night, we were in the backyard or in one of those Army surplus tents. I just think sometimes we have to embrace what we deal with when it comes to weather. It's like snow, it's like hot weather, it's like rain, all of the above. It's Mother Nature, and we're still here, right? So kind of just be careful, but get out and embrace it. And if you have air conditioning, embrace that too. All right, we'll take a break. Stay with us. News 9 next.
The Village at St. Barnabas, the perfect place for mom.
At Liberty Mutual, we love helping people with things like customizing car insurance, just like how we customize a song for you. Catered country tune. Liberty Mutual, saving you bucks by protecting your truck. 'Cause Birdie told me to only pay for what I need. Thank you, Limu. I'll always trust in Limu with Liberty, 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 Liberty.
Fresh paint inside, fresh flowers outside. Summer at your house is looking good. During July 4th deals at Lowe's. Buy one, get one free. Select interior paint via mail-in rebate. Plus, get 2 1.5-gallon red, white, and blue annual hanging baskets for just $15. Our best lineup is here at Lowe's. Valid through 7/8. Selection varies by location. While supplies last. See store at Lowe's.com for details and requirements. Excludes Alaska and Hawaii.
Zero Res wants to help you clean your home. Big summer savings with 3 rooms cleaned starting at $139 and $599 per system for air duct cleaning. Visit ZeroResPGH.com and ask for the KDKA special.
100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, covered by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 platinum roofing company.
For decades, Morgan & Morgan has represented hundreds of thousands of people at their hour of need. Injuries on the job, car crashes, medical malpractice, and nursing home abuse, Social Security claims, dangerous drugs, and dangerous products. We became America's largest injury firm for a reason, and no firm is even close. Then we got to thinking, what if we could prevent these terrible events before they occurred? So we built the AI-powered People Protector. Simply visit peopleprotector.com and type in the product you have questions about before you buy it. Children's toys and accessories, cars, drugs, products, you name it, we got it. With our success, we decided to pay it forward for all of America. Our way of saying thank you for your trust all these years. Morgan & Morgan, protecting America. And if you've already been injured, just visit us at forthepeople.com.
Morgan & Morgan, 603 Stanwyck Street, Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania lawyer will handle Pennsylvania cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
KDKA and KDKA-FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Aetna Medicare studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
From ABC News, I'm Stephanie Officer. The Supreme Court, in a 5-4 decision today, handed a big win to President Trump, affirming his power to fire federal regulators. ABC's Mary Bruce reporting from Washington.
The High Court expanding presidential power, allowing him to fire officials from independent bipartisan regulatory agencies for any reason. Chief Justice John Roberts writing the president may remove his subordinates at will. But the justices carve out one exception, the Federal Reserve, blocking President Trump for now from firing Fed Governor Lisa Cook, citing our nation's tradition of central banking protected from political interference.
Luigi Mangione was back in court today for a hearing that set a date for his federal trial. Jury selection will begin January 5th with opening statements 20 days later. The state trial is slated for September 8th. ABC News legal contributor Brian Buckmeyer.
We saw in the state case as well that they brought up the issue of a psychiatric defense. That's going to play a big part in this, even though the fact they pulled it away in the state case, because I think it's going to impact the potential jurors who are going to look at this case. And I think that's what comes down to being the biggest part of this case. Who's going to sit in that jury box to decide the fate of Luigi Mangione?
Details emerging about a fatal alligator attack on a woman swimming in a river in Florida. ABC's Victor Oquendo.
At a river north of Orlando, Florida, a woman swimming with friends attacked by a large alligator. Her boyfriend desperately trying to pry her from its mouth. Officials say the 31-year-old woman from Orlando was swimming in about 3 feet of water on Sunday. The woman dying on the way to the hospital. It's the third alligator attack in Central Florida in the last week. A child fishing at a resort was bitten on his hand, and a snorkeler was mauled at a state park.
The House this evening passed a sweeping bipartisan bill aiming to protect kids online, but it now faces opposition from tech safety groups and the Senate. You're listening to ABC News.
Hot summer days and high energy bills are on the way. Upgrade your home's old leaky windows this month during Window Nation's Buy 4 Get 4 free sale. Yes, half of your new beautiful energy efficient windows free. Plus no money down and no monthly payments or interest for 2 years. Call now 866-200-8670 or windownation.com. In select markets, trust our family of brands, New South Window and ArmorView. That's 866-200-8670 or windownation.com to book a consultation.
Ever wonder why you have insurance for your car or home, but not your digital life? Meet WebRoot Total Protection, your digital bodyguard that includes antivirus, identity protection, VPN, cloud backup, and more. With plans for individuals and families, WebRoot takes the guessing game out of cybersecurity so you can get back to living your best life online. Go to webroot.com/protect and get 60% off today. That's webroot.com/protect to get 60% off today. Live a better digital life with WebRoot because peace of mind shouldn't be optional.
Just a few months after a big fight in Congress over the expiration of Obamacare subsidies gripped the nation, we're beginning to see some impacts of that decision. ABC's Sherry Preston with the latest.
Millions of people had fallen off the rolls of health insurance through the Affordable Care Act. New government numbers show enrollment in February was down by 3 million people compared to last year. Experts say it's likely connected to the end of federal subsidies for premiums and the much higher cost for those who can't get health insurance through work.
The Pentagon confirms a U.S. Marine who went missing at sea has been declared dead.
Lance Corporal Armando Ortiz Canseco was taking part in a training operation aboard the USS Anchorage off the coast of Southern California last week. The 21-year-old was reported missing from the amphibious transport dock ship last Thursday. There was a large-scale search and rescue effort, but he was not found. Now the U.S. Marines are declaring Canseco deceased and are releasing his identity. Canseco enlisted in the Marine Corps in 2023. Alex Stone, ABC News, Los Angeles.
Off the coast of Malta, one tourist was killed, 2 others were injured after the popular Kissing Elephant rock formation collapsed. One of the injured was an American who was rescued, sent to the hospital, and later released. Police in Germany investigating a deadly shooting at a youth facility today that killed 6. Authorities say the suspected shooter and 2 others are in custody. I'm Stephanie Officer, ABC News.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Clear and humid tonight, low 71. Turning hot tomorrow with clouds and sunshine, high 94. Clear tomorrow night, low 76. And hazy sunshine Wednesday, high 96. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Ka Erickson on 1.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Are you turning 65 and have questions about Medicare? Aetna has Medicare Advantage plans that include prescription drug coverage in Pennsylvania with a $0 monthly plan premium. Plus, the plans include benefits like dental, vision, and hearing. You may also qualify for a monthly credit toward your Part B premium. Call Aetna today at 1-888-76-AETNA to learn more.
Aetna Medicare is an HMO PPO plan with a Medicare contract. Our D-SNPs also have contracts with state Medicaid programs. Enrollment in our plans depends on contract renewal. Plan features and availability may vary by service area.
For almost 40 years, Rugby Realty has been a leading real estate company in the heart of Pittsburgh. They specialize in the operation and leasing of iconic office buildings. One Oxford Center, Frick Building, and the Coppers Building. Rugby Realty is leading the effort of converting historic office buildings into luxury apartments and hotels, including the Gulf Tower in 933 Penn Avenue and 4 Allegheny Center on the north side. Thank you, Rugby Realty, for supporting KDK's 4th of July celebration.
Rob Fracks on the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
You know, ABC News always on top of things. We were mentioning about the man killed in Florida by an alligator. 3 incidents in just the last couple of days. I mean, I know we worry about the endangered species, and I get it, but these bear situations that we've been talking about in western Pennsylvania, don't tell me that many of you, when you go out late at night to take the trash out or whatever, I don't care where you're living, that it doesn't cross your mind. You know it does. Coyotes, all these things that are happening. I mean, I see flocks of turkey as I used to see robins coming back from, to settle in for the spring. What about the endangered species that is the human being? I mean, I saw 3 bear attacks out west, and one person was actually mauled by multiple bears. I mean, it's crazy. And you can say, Rob, come on, you're getting a little, wimpy here on me. Well, guess what? I'm telling you right now, wildlife is taking over our country. And I know if you love wildlife and you want to hug a tree, that's good. But you know what? I don't want a bear mauling me when I take out my trash. It's crazy. It's just crazy. And this alligator situation in Florida and those pythons in the Everglades, it's crazy. All right, 866-391-1020. We're going to get to Helen in a moment. I saw this the other night, so I did a little research on it. And I want to let you know how far we've come in this country. And some of these modern marvels, as I call them, that have happened over the last 250 years. But there was nothing more important than what happened right here with names like Westinghouse, Frick, Morgan, Carnegie. And Morgan did something that not only was known in finance, but he also, created brands like U.S. Steel, American Bridge, but he also did some amazing things, too, with a guy by the name of Thomas Edison. I was talking about those Edison light bulbs earlier. That's the clear bulb that has become the rave. I'd like to get some for my back porch. Love them, love them. I see them everywhere. But he met Thomas Edison and bought out Edison Electric and formed General Electric. I don't think many of you realize how big General Electric has been for years. They've done so many things, whether it be medical, jet engines, locomotives, medical supplies. I mean, it's staggering. And honestly, I'm probably the last person on earth who hopes every day that General Electric can get back to where they once were. Will it happen? I don't know. I'm excited that Westinghouse, in a different form now in the nuclear energy industry. A lot of that working right out of Cranberry, Pennsylvania. But at the turn of the 19th into the 20th century, even though we had blocks of ice for refrigerators, every year when we'd have heat like this, especially on the East Coast, when it was a shock to them, they used to call it the dying season. Because people would get food poison and they would die literally at the dinner table after dealing with cramping and, vomiting and diarrhea and chills and fever. And if you've ever had food poisoning, you know what I'm talking about. But imagine being chronically under food poisoning because you could not keep your food safe. Well, first home model of a refrigerator, domestic electric refrigerator in Chicago, invented by Fred W. Wolf. Now, the Kelvinator Company introduced the first successful mass-market electric refrigerator in 1918, but the breakthrough, General Electric launched the iconic monitor-top refrigerator in 1927, making them popular in American homes. Voila! So once again, we are complaining about the heat, and I get it. I get it. But we have so many things to be thankful for, and I think we've become so dependent on the air conditioning and electricity that we are destroying the grid by overthrowing every switch we can, ramping everything up. Look, if you got 5 TVs, you don't need them all on at the same time, right? Don't go in the refrigerator as much. Hey, certain times of day you go to work, turn the thermostat down so the air conditioning isn't overworking. I don't care how many zeros you have at the end of your name. I don't care if you live in one of them $1 million homes or the home that I live in, like a Matchbox cover. You got to be smart. And the thing that people did back when we rolled into the 20th century and especially depended on each other during the Depression, they had 4 loaves of bread. Their family only needed 1 until the next bread they could pick up. They would share it with people in the neighborhood. Look, I remember my grandmother in the 60s. We would have these people who would ride the rails, okay? And they were known as hobos, right? She would say, go down to the bridge, look over the hillside. If you see some of those men, invite them up on the porch. Hey, guys, come up. They'd come up, sit on the porch. She'd come out, give them a bowl of soup, give them a sandwich, give them a hot cup of coffee. I mean, people helped each other. We don't do enough to help one another. And if we continue to baby our children and don't let them get out and get a little bit of... Listen, we used to play pickup basketball when it was 100 degrees and that heat would be reflecting off that asphalt. And you would do shirts and skins, meaning skins, no shirt. And you lived to play another day because we got the full gambit. Early in the morning, we slept late, did some chores in the house. After lunch, roll out with your buddies. And if it was too hot, you'd go swimming. And then as you rolled into the night and the weather would get cooler, you'd play basketball. You'd play baseball because you had the extra hours of daylight. And by then, the temperature was 70 as opposed to 100 in the shade. Same thing with people in their gardens and yard work. It would always wait till after the workday. They would have food out on the patio. They would make big gallons of lemonade. We always had jugs of Kool-Aid. How many of you remember Kool-Aid in the jug? I was thinking the other day when I was in Coons Market, I said, I had to buy a pack of Kool-Aid and, some of these plastic jugs because I like to buy water because, good to stay hydrated, make coffee with it, things of that nature. And good old-fashioned tap water, too. It's not going to hurt you. Garden hose, not going to hurt you. I mean, we have purifying systems in all these communities, large and small, and look what Alka-San does. Are you kidding me? They're worth every single cent. But what I think we need to do, we need to toughen up. We have gotten so soft in this country. I mean, think of the people that are picking up your trash all day and running alongside that truck. As I mentioned, the post office, FedEx, UPS, those people delivering packages every day, Amazon. You think their job's easy? Construction. When that bridge project goes, July 10th, you think they're going to get the day off because it's 100 degrees? Not going to happen. You got some carpenters swinging a hammer, building a structure somewhere. It's 100 degrees. You think these men and women are going to get the day off? No. Even when it's 80 at night and it's sweltering hot and you're sitting on the porch hoping to cool off, when I go home tonight, there'll be PennDOT. There'll be plow drivers, heavy equipment operators, those cutting through the guardrails to put a new one in, carving out a slab of concrete to replace it, people on the turnpike. People working in manufacturing, law enforcement out, driving their cars, being out there, walking around, first responders that have to battle blazes, utility workers, Duquesne Light, climbing to the top of a telephone pole when it's 100 degrees in the afternoon and they're climbing closer to the sun. I'm telling you, we as a country need to get tougher. 866-391-1020. We're going to take your calls on the other side. Stay with us. Open talk until 10. Here all week from 6 to 10. Your Pratt Pack on KDKA.
Your source for everything that's news. Hear it on News Radio KDKA.
For 250 years, America has been more than a place. It's been a promise, a story of courage, hope, and dreams. And through it all, local TV and radio broadcasters have been there, telling the story of America, bringing truth to light. Broadcasters tell the story of who we are and who we aspire to be. We are America's storytellers. We are broadcasters. This message furnished by the National Association of Broadcasters.
Summer is here and the savings are great at Coons Market. Isn't that right, Frank Dentisi?
Right, Rob. In our meat department, pork baby back ribs are $2.88 a pound, In the produce department, sweet Northwest cherries are $1.98 a pound. In our deli, butterball turkey breast, $7.99 a pound. And additional savings this week, Gold Peak or Simply Gold Tea, 52-ounce bottles, 2 for $4.
So get to Coons Market for the summer savings, a Pittsburgh tradition.
In 1945, my grandparents made sausage using the finest ingredients and a lot of love. I'm Ernie Ritchie. After 80 years, the recipe never changed. Visit our store and celebrate our 80th anniversary. Ritchie's Italian Sausage. It's what Pittsburgh eats since 1945.
If you owe $10,000 or more to the IRS, you need to hear this message. The IRS can take aggressive action by hitting you with penalties, interest, wage garnishments, and bank levies. Thousands of Americans thought there was no hope until they realized there is a free alternative thanks to the USA Tax Network. People who have owed $10,000, $20,000, even $30,000 or more are now reducing or even eliminating their tax debt after completing their free tax review. Go to notax33.com to request your free tax review and get connected with a tax resolution specialist. Explore options that may be available for your situation, including payment plan assistance, IRS negotiation support, tax resolution programs, and financial hardship solutions. Don't let the IRS take more of your hard-earned money. Save thousands and get connected with a tax resolution specialist to find out if you can reduce or even eliminate your tax debt. Go to notax33.com now to see if you may qualify. That's notax33.com. Paid advertisement. USA Tax Network is not a law firm, tax firm, or tax relief company. We do not provide tax advice or tax resolution services. We connect consumers with independent tax resolution providers.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
Rob Fracks on the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
And if there was ever a time for another energy summit, Senator McCormick, you guessed it, it's now, and he's already working on it, and it's going to happen. 866-391-1020. Here's Helen in Forest Hills. Helen, you're on the air with your Pratt Pack KDK. Good evening.
Hi. In my family home, which I still own, in Forest Hills, we have a big wraparound porch that goes from the front door and wraps around to the side of the house. And I remember in the summer one time, I begged and nagged. I said, why don't we sleep out on the front porch? And so finally one day we did. We had a cot and a glider, and we had cushions, laid on the ground. And my dad and my brother and I slept out all night. And I thought I was in heaven. We didn't have air conditioning or anything.
Well, listen. Sleeping out was a joy. I loved it. We did it every night. One summer in my 7th year, as far as 7th grade, I was 13. My buddy and I started sleeping out in May. We slept out every single night, even the weekends, until we had to go back to school. I mean, we loved it. And what was so great, because you knew you weren't going to cause any trouble because you would pay, with your derriere feeling it by your parents putting the paddle to you or the belt. You always respected everybody's yard, but what we got to do, and I don't think I'll ever feel that free again, Helen, we used to walk around the neighborhood at like 2 and 3 in the morning. It was, I'm telling you, it was coming of age, but to be out under the stars and moon and your dogs at your side, not on a leash, just walking places that you played or caught the bus during the school year, and it was, sled riding in the winter, but at nighttime in the summer, the weather was warm. The moon was bright. Our faces were full of joy and happiness with our transistor radio, listening to stations all over the country, including KDKA. It was a golden time. And I think kids are missing out on all of that stuff. And back in the day when you had no air conditioning, that forced people to go out on their porch or on their patio, and people talked to one another. They knew who their neighbors were. Whatever the bad situation was, Helen, we found a way to put a positive spin on it.
Yeah, and another thing, you were talking about wildlife. I had a bunch of cans of tuna that had an old expiration date on. So I thought, well, I'll put one out on the back porch. This was about 10 years ago.
Not a good idea.
And I thought a cat will come along and eat it. So every morning the can was empty, and I threw it away, and I'd put one out the next night. So this one night I look out, and I said, oh, look at that beautiful cat with a big white tail. Then it hit me. It was a skunk. Yeah. So that was the last time I put out tuna.
But here's the problem. And, my late father said it perfectly. I was sitting with him one night just before he died, about a year or so, the summer before, and we were in the backyard that I grew up in, And there was possums, there was raccoons. I mean, there was everything. And my dad, World War II vet, tough, could do anything. Here I am, I've got my feet up on the chair. And he's like, they're not going to hurt you. Just grow up. And I'm like, Dad, where did all this wildlife come from? He goes, Rob, you don't understand. There's no more kids in this neighborhood. There's nobody sleeping out. There's no movement. They basically have taken over the neighborhood. And my dad said back then, the more that the generations come and go and people aren't in their backyard doing things, wildlife will move in and they will become fearless even when it comes to humans. And that's exactly what's happening right now. When I was a kid, if you saw a deer once a year, it was a big deal. There's not a day that I don't see deer today. Not a day.
Yeah, that's right.
And the other thing, too, everybody went hunting. When you were 12 years old, how many of you remember this? Christmas time. You got a .22 rifle. You went and took the 2-week NRA test, and then you went small game hunting. And then you eventually got one of them hand-me-down deer rifles, or if you were lucky enough, your dad went out and bought you one, and you went out and you went deer hunting. And people, not only did they hunt, they would bring the food home and cook it. My dad went to the Dakotas one time on a pheasant hunt with his cousin, who was just a couple years younger than him. My dad came from a large family. Oldest sister had a son that eventually, believe it or not, my kids were raised in the house that man built in 1965. Still in the family, though. But anyway, he comes back with these boxes of pheasant. And I mean, you had the feathers on them and the whole works. They were packed in ice. And right away, my mom and them had to go to work and, take the feathers off. And you would have thought it was 5-course dining. We were at the Ritz-Carlton. People came from all over. We had a big pheasant night. You had all these birds deflocked and cooked, lying on the table with newspaper as a tablecloth. Dig in, and as we're starting to taste this delicious pheasant that tasted like rabbit, I can remember my dad saying, be careful of the buckshot. You don't want to break a tooth because I can't afford to get it fixed. In other words, there was still the buckshot in these pheasant. Now, I grew up in a really nice upper middle class neighborhood, but we ate venison, we ate rabbit. My Uncle George, actually, we ate squirrel. Listen, if I told my kids, hey, I'm coming over with some pheasants, and once we pluck the feathers off of them, we're going to cook them, they would hang up on me. We would if there was an old tree stump in the backyard, nobody called a tree service back then. Men would get together, get out the chainsaw, drop it, slice it up, use it for firewood in the winter, but there was always the stump. And they didn't want to dig these massive, oak trees, locust trees, these stumps that have been around for 100+ years. So what did they do? Ingenuity. I wouldn't recommend it. My dad used gasoline for everything. To start the charcoal grill, don't do it. Wash his hands to get the turpentine off, don't do it. But also, they would douse the stump in kerosene or gasoline, put some kindling around it, and then flick their cigarette on it from a distance and saying over and over, you kids get back, you kids get back, you kids get back. Next thing you know, added more kindling, some other lumber lying around the yard, and then they got out that proverbial penknife. Now, this is in the middle of a hot summer season, just like we're going through now. We were always outside. Get out a penknife. He'd go over in the woods by the fire hall, cross a couple of yards, bring me back some sticks. We'd run over there, bring back some of those sticks. They'd whittle the point. We'd get a pack of hot dogs with that knife. He'd slice it open, okay? We had Kool-Aid. We had that Keystone bread. And we had a wiener roast. We would sit there while the parents were listening to the radio, just, doing what parents do, throwing back some adult beverages, bottle of whiskey, and a tub full of beer, and Kool-Aid, hot dogs, bread, sticks. And yes, if it was a big night and your dad was on vacation and he was feeling good, he'd say, okay, go get the marshmallows. You bought marshmallows. Hey, I wanted to take care of you. It's the summertime. We're on vacation. And you would basically get marshmallows over that fire, and usually would end up, they'd be stuck to the roof of your mouth, and you'd be looking for something like Kool-Aid out of the jug to put the fire out in your mouth, right? But we had fun. The crickets, the frogs, the noises. Honestly, I have done so much in my life that really it's been unfair. I've had so much good fortune. I've done so much. I've worked my tuchus off, that's for sure. But when I think back of that coming of age, when you're like 10, 11, 12, you go to the dances, you start to understand girls are more than, people that you fight with. And that's that first date you go on, or your parents take you to the movies together. All of these things, discovering music and this and that, following your favorite Pirates team throughout the entire summer, going to your first big league ball game to that major league field, or going on that vacation to Geneva on the Lake where we went every year and the entire neighborhood would go, and it would be like we would take our entire neighborhood and move it to Lake Erie for 2 weeks. And you would actually get firewood in a little red wagon and take it to these cottages, and they would give you a quarter or 50 cents, and you'd go to the penny candy store while your parents would go to the sunken bar at Geneva on the Lake. It was great. It was great, and you couldn't wait to get the sweatshirt that said Geneva on the Lake. You get a little bit of a tan. You just enjoyed yourself. Waking up and seeing Lake Erie, or in the nighttime, the winds would swirl and you'd have a storm and you'd look out over Lake Erie and the waves were pouring in. You thought it was the Atlantic Ocean. Little things that made a big difference. And we went cheap. They paid for the cottage. My mother would get one of them coolers, stack it full of lunch meat, cheeses, condiments, and get some eggs and some bacon, pancake mix. We were gone. That was it. And my dad, because, my mom said he deserved it, and he did. My dad and I, as soon as we would get there, we'd get in the car, go to that little beer distributorship, and he'd get a case of beer. When the case of beer came in the carton, the case that was made out of a carton and it had the 2 flap openings, and you'd open it up and you could return the bottles. And I can remember my dad so happy opening that little refrigerator that there was hardly any room for anything because we had all these condiments and lunch meat and everything shoved in there to last us for the next 2 weeks. My dad would put 4 or 5 in at a time, 4 or 5 in at a time. And I can still see him with that bottle opener. And he never got a tan other than what he had on his forearms down because he was cutting grass or working in the mill. My dad worked every day. My mom, same thing. Put a bathing suit on. They would be happy. They'd be enjoying a beer. Or go get me a beer, and you'd get that bottle up, and you'd hear, psh, and you'd give your dad that ice cold beer, and he'd go, nothing like it. And then as the night went on, they started singing and dancing. My parents would start dancing anywhere, on the beach, on the grass, on the patio. It was just a different time. We didn't let things like the heat stop us. You do have to be careful. I get that. But you know what? It's summertime. We got the 4th of July coming up. And it's going to be our 250th birthday. Do you understand the significance of what that means? In case you don't, I'm going to remind you, between now and the rest of the week, this is historic. And how many of you remember 50 years ago, the tall ships, 1976, the Spirit of St. Louis, all of that good stuff, the boxcar that was traveling from one side of the country to the next that had that engine that was all decorated in red, white, and blue? We need to figure out who we once were and get back to it. We were a country that worked hard, but we played hard. We cooked out at night, and we didn't have fancy gas-powered grills. We had charcoal or an open fire. We had fun. We lived life, and that's what we need to do in America again, but especially as we get ready for this huge, historic 250th birthday. More coming up after ABC News Radio at the bottom of the hour. It's your Pratt Pack on KDKA.
Planning for retirement isn't easy. If you don't know where to start, join Beth Andrews of Net Worth Advisors every Saturday at 1 for the Net Worth Financial Hour. Beth shares helpful tips and strategies that just might change the course of your retirement. Listen every Saturday at 1 to the Net Worth Financial Hour with Beth Andrews of Net Worth Advisors. Net Worth Advisors, LLC, is a registered investment advisor.
At Liberty Mutual, we love helping people with things like customizing car insurance, just like how we customize a song for you. Catered country tune. Liberty Mutual, saving you bucks by protecting your truck. 'Cause Birdie told me to only pay for what I need. Thank you, Limu. Always trust in Limu with Liberty, 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 Liberty.
Julian Gray Associates has the most certified elder law attorneys of any law firm in the nation, right here in Pittsburgh. They also have experienced social workers so that you can prepare a plan to age with dignity that you can afford. Visit grayelderlaw.com.
When you call yourself the voice of Pittsburgh, you have to know when to not talk. Sometimes you just need to be the ears of Pittsburgh. Just listen. Listen to what you have to say. These are complicated and uncertain times. But when you need us, we are here for you. And we're listening. A trusted source that you can count on to be here. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
From the Aetna Medicare studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
ABC News, I'm Stephanie Officer. President Donald Trump says he'll continue fighting the case brought against him by E. Jean Carroll after the Supreme Court rejected his appeal in one of her cases. ABC's Mary Bruce.
The Supreme Court letting stand a jury's $5 million judgment in favor of writer E. Jean Carroll. The jury found Trump sexually abused Carroll in the mid-90s and later defamed her. The president asked the justices to review the case, but they refused. And so now Trump will have to pay Carroll that $5 million.
For now, those pursuing grad degrees in nursing, physical therapy, and many other fields will be eligible to take out higher federal student loans after a federal judge blocked part of a Trump administration rule. The U.S. Education Department issued a revised rule today. Agency officials call it a temporary change while they fight in court to keep the original rule, which defined medicine, law, and other fields as professional programs, but excluded fields like nursing. This is ABC News.
Brian Schlaba here from the Home Buyers of Pittsburgh, born and raised right here. Since 2015, we've helped over 1,000 Pittsburgh homeowners sell their houses quickly and without the stress. No repairs, cleanouts, inspections, or appraisals. We give fast and fair cash offers, buy your home as is, and you choose the closing day. Visit homebuyersoftpittsburgh.com or call 412-500-9057. That's 412-500-9057.
Pittsburgh's local trusted homebuyer since 2015.
Take a walk around your house, and unless you've had CertaPro painters paint your exterior recently, you're thinking the same thing. I need to get rid of that drabby paint. I did this with CertaPro painters, and wow, what a difference. Get the job done right because you're working with the owners. Each CertaPro painter's business is independently owned and operated, and I love that. And 70,000 five-star reviews can't be wrong. Schedule your free estimate online at CertaPro.com. That's Certa with a C.
Life-changing is happening every day at UPMC.
UPMC is building the future of healthcare right here. Working at the Cayman Tower, the scale of the project is incredible. It's a very large facility, 1.2 million square feet. It's essentially going to be a landmark for the city. You're going to be able to point out where you're at in Oakland by pointing to this building. I am very proud to work at UPMC.
That's life-changing medicine at UPMC.
And the match is about to begin.
Most of the team is out with COVID-19, so there'll be some substitutes tonight.
What's this? We have an unexpected guest on the field.
It's a dog. Well, they could do with extra players.
She's going for the ball.
Are front paws hands or feet?
Soccer season is full of surprises, and COVID-19 could be one of them. If you test positive, prescription medications may help. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Learn more at PfizerForAll.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Warm and humid tonight with a clear sky, low 71. Partly sunny, hot and steamy tomorrow, high 94. Very warm tomorrow night, low 76. Hazy sunshine and hot Wednesday, high 96. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Ka Erickson on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
All right, I'll catch you on Tuesday, and man, the weather will be a story. Colin Dunlap in for Larry one more day. I'll catch you at 5:40 until 10, and we'll talk about the heat and a whole lot more right here, KDK.
All right, let's go right back to the phones. It's been a busy night on the fan lines, as I like to call them. Here's Kirsten in Lawrenceville, KDK. Hey, Kirsten, how are you?
I'm great, Bob. Thank you. How are you?
I am fantastic. I always love hearing from anybody from anywhere, but especially that great community of Lawrenceville. What's on your mind?
Oh, it's such a wonderful community. Anyway, I was hysterical laughing because we always went to Geneva on the Lake.
Loved it.
And we still go.
Do you?
2 weeks from now, it'll be our 63rd year of going.
Wow.
And, it's like all my family, all my cousins, and our children now, our grandchildren. It's amazing. Like, I guess there's some kind of a bond there, Everybody still goes, because I never thought my children would go once they were teenagers. Nope. Now they're married with their own families, and they're still to go.
So you got to fill me in now. A couple of places I remember, I'm sure, are no longer there. One was Shoreland, one was Harper's. Where do you stay, and what are some of the properties out there now? And what's it look like, Geneva?
Oh gosh, we used to stay in the state park, which was kind of on the outskirts.
Right.
But then they tore those down and made it a trailer park. So now we found this group of condos that's like maybe a mile out of like the Strip. So we stay there.
So are there no more cottages on the beach? Those little cottages, or no?
There are, but they're so hard to get. And our problem is they don't have a beach. And the beach is our family hangout. It's nothing for 30 of us to sit on the beach every day.
So you can actually get to the beach quicker where you're at as opposed to those cottages?
Yes. Exactly.
So that definitely has changed. Now, let me ask you, what's downtown like? It was such a quaint little place back in the day. What are some of the hot spots in Geneva that you go to?
Well, we really don't go to the bars. I mean, there's several bars, but there's all kinds of cute little stores now. The donut shop's still there. The ice cream place. The arcades are still there.
Oh, I love those arcades.
Aren't they fun?
They are fun. And you and I are probably the same age. Look, that was a big deal when we were kids. And my mom and dad, you know what, even though we were always counting our change, because, you had 6 kids and my dad was on a limited income and my mom always had to make it work, we really got to live it up when we went to Geneva on the Lake. We got to eat basically all the good food that we loved. And, we got to go out on the town. But more importantly, it was safe there, and we had freedom. We basically, coming of age, early teens, could go out and meet people from other parts of the country, maybe have a little quick summer romance with somebody. It was just a really special place, and I'm talking holding hands and maybe getting a smooch under the moonlight. All just really naive and just gentle stuff. But some of those people, like us, went back year after year, and when I say our whole neighborhood went, there was about 5 years that for those entire 2 weeks, everybody from New Brighton went to Geneva on the Lake. It was such a happening place. I just absolutely loved it. And I'm shocked that you would call because I didn't think anybody even went there anymore.
Oh, we certainly will. In fact, we're going to go. In fact, my father goes still.
How old's your dad?
90.
90? Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
So it's just, because there's so many wonderful memories, And like probably months before, because we usually go in July,
right?
My cousin starts texting me, 200 days to Geneva, 150. It's just such a wonderful feeling. It's so much fun.
Listen, everybody thinks, and I love talking about those, trips of a lifetime. We do it every week on AAA. But some of the best vacations are getting what you need from that local AAA Central office and just driving to a place like Geneva on the Lake, Cedar Point, the Jersey or Maryland Shore, Virginia Beach. There's so many incredible things that you can do that aren't that far from where you live. But to me, Geneva had everything. Geneva was just like going to the ocean when I was a kid growing up. I absolutely loved it.
My children, I used to take them to Geneva, and then we would go to Ocean City like a couple weeks later. They love Geneva more.
I know. Listen.
The water is more under control. It was so much nicer.
Listen.
And
I remember where.
sorry, go ahead.
No, that's okay. I just remember. I'll let you finish for sure. But I remember when we were kids, we brought our old tennis shoes because there were rocks in the lake, and you had to walk out. And we always had life jackets on because of that undertow that everybody talked about. And I mean, I don't know. I just loved it. And my favorite time was when the wind was kicking up and you had a little bit of a sunburn. You went back, you got a shower, put on that sweatshirt because it was kind of getting a little chilly at night, and it had Geneva on the lake on it, and you had your cutoffs, and you'd go down to the beach, and there were dead fish bones everywhere, and it had that smell to it of algae and fish. But the white caps, the big waves were rolling in, and somebody would say, you know what's on the other side of that lake? You know what's on the other side of that lake? That's Canada. That's right. It's Canada on the other side of that lake. I mean, it was a wonderful, wonderful experience. And I'll be honest with you, my kids have been to Disney. They've been to Florida. My daughter just came back from England to see Harry Styles at Wembley. But I'm going to tell you right now, I wouldn't change any of it for that time I spent at Geneva on the lake.
It is. It's just so wonderful. And like I said, I'm sure we all continue to go because of the wonderful family memories too,
Well, don't stop going.
Oh, we will not. Definitely not. In fact, my kids are so into it that even when I die, they're still going to go. Them and my younger cousins, because I'm the oldest cousin. So
no, you're not going anywhere. Listen, do you guys cook there or do you eat out?
We do both. Because sometimes we're on the beach so long because there's so many of us and we're talking and, nobody wants to change and get dressed to go to dinner. So we do both, cooking and going out.
I heard the beaches are absolutely beautiful now.
Some of them are. It all depends because the lake changes drastically every year.
Yeah, but just think about this, Kristen. Think about how many families have gone to Geneva on the lake. How long that probably was at the turn of the 19th into the 20th century. That was probably like the hot spot back in the day.
Oh, it was. In fact, I have this wonderful book my son bought me, and it starts at the very beginning of Geneva, like way back. It was like the late 1800s. It's so interesting.
Where'd you get that? Where'd he get that at? Do you know?
He bought it up there somewhere. I'll ask him, and then I'll text you the information.
Yeah, please do, because I'd like to get my hands on that. Look, all I know is I can still remember it was called Sea Breeze. It was sun tanning lotion. We couldn't afford Coppertone.
Oh yeah, I remember that.
We couldn't afford Coppertone, so we got that Sea Breeze. And honestly, I can still smell it as we were getting lathered up. It was such a great smell. Oh, everything.
It was.
It was. Listen, I used to love playing bartender for my dad, running and getting him beer, because every beer that I brought back, he loved me even more. You know what I'm saying? So it was a magical time. It really was. And I just felt so free. So I'm so happy you shared that with me tonight.
Oh, my gosh. And then when we go in 2 weeks, I'll text you some pictures from up there. I'm sure you'll enjoy those.
I don't know how are you a friend of mine on Facebook?
I don't think so. I'll have to look. I'm not big on Facebook.
Well, I don't know how you're gonna text him to me. You don't have my number.
Oh, I was just going to do the KDKA number.
Oh no, you don't need to do that. I'm sure that they don't want to. They don't want to be overrun with that. Find somebody who has Facebook, and tell them to send me a friend request, and I'll make sure that I accept it, and you can send me some pictures via Facebook. Listen, I love one thing about social media, and it's not just Facebook. It's really giving people a chance to. I love seeing all these family photos of people on vacation. It's just a kick. And I'll tell you the other big thing that I remember about Geneva on the Lake was the miniature golf.
Oh yeah.
I don't know if they still have that, but that was a big deal, man. That was a big deal. Yep, and getting a hot dog or a slice of pizza. I don't know. Is that Sunken Bar still there or no?
No, it closed. The building's there. The sign's still up.
Isn't it cool though isn't it cool that those arcades are still there though?
It is so cool. They still have that old musty smell,
Yeah, you see, here's the thing. You don't want to get rid of all of the mustiness. I mean, that adds, and you don't want to remove all the dead fish. You don't want to remove that smell, And I remember seeing like lake seed, not seaweed, but it was like a big deal. So all of that stuff It's a flavor of what made Geneva famous. And the great thing about it, no excuses. It still is very affordable, is it not?
Oh, it's so affordable. Oh, my gosh. And my thing is, it's such a short car ride.
What is it, about 2 hours?
2 hours, maybe 20 minutes, and you're there.
All I remember is when we'd be in that station wagon, I don't even know if this makes sense, but my dad would say, okay, we're on 224. We're halfway there. That's all I remember.
Oh,
we're on 224.
That's how we used to get there in the station wagon, you know.
Where do you go? You go Turnpike now?
Yes, we take the Turnpike and then go on 534 that takes you right in there. But it's fast.
Nothing like it.
I'm leaving from Lawrenceville.
How long? How long?
Yeah, you know what? 63 years.
Wow. No, again, how long does it take you to get there? Just a little over 2 hours?
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, like 2 hours, 20 minutes, 2.5 at the most.
Good stuff. Well, listen, when you're there, if you do so imbibe, and I know you will be responsible, have a drink for me and give me a little toast and just say, your Pratt Pack Mrs. Geneva on the Lake, some of the best years of my life. So keep it going, okay?
I will, and I'll just text you or email you on Facebook or whatever.
Yeah. Just have one. You got. I'm sure one of your kids or somebody's on Facebook, and then once they friend me, they can send me a message direct, and that way I can see the pictures or they can post them. But I always like catching up with people having fun, and I hope you. When are you guys going again, Kristen?
July 15th till the 25th. So
great, good stuff. Now the grandkids go too.
Yes, everybody does. It's amazing.
How many people go in this crew?
There's 7 condos with at least 5 in each. So there's like almost 42 people that go. And that's just my immediate first cousins and family. You know,
and
it's just wonderful.
No alarm clocks, just relaxed. Oh, I love it. All right, hey, have a great time. Okay.
Okay, thank you. I'll keep you updated.
All right. Isn't that good, man? Isn't that good stuff? Come on. That's what summer's about. 866-391-1020. Short break. Back to wrap it up for a Monday night. Your Pratt Pack KDKA.
When you need to know, depend on the news leader. At home, in your car, or at work. The voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM, AM 1020, and KDKARadio.com.
Tickets for Kids will host the Dress Big Happy Hour on Wednesday, July 22nd from 4 to 7 p.m. in the Casamigos Club at PPG Paints Arena. Join sports celebrities and TFK's friends from the ticketing, nonprofit, corporate, and foundation communities for a silent auction, hors d'oeuvres, a cash bar, and the chance to play carnival games on the arena floor. For tickets, go to the events link at ticketsforkids.org.
The Pittsburgh Speaker Series at Heinz Hall, presented by University of Pittsburgh, announces its 26-27 season. 7 events to challenge your mind, enlarge your world, and make you laugh. With Anderson Cooper, former UK Prime Minister Boris Johnson, historian Anne Applebaum, financial journalist Andrew Ross Sorkin, and the former U.S. Ambassador to China, Nicholas Burns. The series is sponsored by News Radio KDKA and the Spanos Group of Raymond James. Tickets on sale now at pittsburghspeakers.org.
Are you turning 65 and have questions about Medicare? Aetna has Medicare Advantage plans that include prescription drug coverage in Pennsylvania with a $0 monthly plan premium. Plus, the plans include benefits like dental, vision, and hearing. You may also qualify for a monthly credit toward your Part B premium. Call Aetna today at 1-888-76-AETNA to learn more.
Aetna Medicare is an HMO PPO plan with a Medicare contract. Our D-SNPs also have contracts with state Medicaid programs. Enrollment in our plans depends on contract renewal. Plan features and availability may vary by service area.
For almost 40 years, Rugby Realty has been a leading real estate company in the heart of Pittsburgh. They specialize in the operation and leasing of iconic office buildings. 1 Oxford Center, Frick Building, and the Coppers Building. Rugby Realty is leading the effort of converting historic office buildings into luxury apartments and hotels, including the Gulf Tower in 933 Penn Avenue and 4 Allegheny Center on the north side. Thank you, Rugby Realty, for supporting KDK's 4th of July celebration.
Hey, Pittsburgh, it's time for Pool City's 4th of July store-wide clearance. For your game room, patio, and backyard, we've got everything you need to enjoy time with family and friends, all up to 60% off. Dive into summer with Pittsburgh's largest selection and savings on all of our products. Plus, enjoy 0% financing for up to 60 months on select items. Hurry, these unbeatable deals end July 7th or while supplies last. Don't miss out. Visit Pool City today.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Rob Frax on the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
All right, so that call made me think about where we are in our country's history. Let me explain. So I was going to give you all this historical stuff, and we'll do a little bit more of that as we move through the week, obviously. And then on July 4th, which I will be here bright and early after ABC News at 5 a.m. But I want to remind you, we got something really special planned for Wednesday night. We're going to actually be the first of 4 broadcasts. They're going to be over there near the Ferris wheel, Art Rooney Avenue, right there, West General Robinson Street, near Stage AE. We're going to have these parties that are going to be in conjunction with none other than the World Cup. That's right. And Team USA, Bosnia-Herzegovina, 8 o'clock. They have a match coming up on Wednesday. But we're going to be joined by Paul Child in the 7 o'clock hour, the former Pittsburgh Spirit. Micah Fitz, who's been doing such a great job, the women's soccer coach at Geneva. He'll be there, but we're really excited about just all the things that we're going to be doing that night. We're going to have members of the Riverhounds who are going to stop by. We're going to spend time with them, including Danny Griffin, Sam Bassett, Lassa Kelp, and Brad Sample. So if you're a Pittsburgh Riverhounds fan, you're going to have a chance to see some of your favorites in person with Greg and I as we broadcast live right there by that Ferris wheel over there on the North Shore. Really looking forward to that. But we are in the midst of a big historic week. And, you know, back in 1976, I recently graduated from high school. I was getting ready to embark on this broadcasting career. And I remember the tall ships and the coverage in 1976, 200th year of our nation, right? And I already was thinking ahead. And I thought, where would I be in 25 more years? And where would I eventually be in 50 more years? And honestly, even back then, I just wanted to be in radio. I did. And I really wanted to work at KDKA Radio. I really did. And yeah, that dream did come true, but it was a lot of heavy lifting, a lot of ups and downs, a lot of long days, but it was worth every single moment. But what I'm thinking about then and now, 50 years ago, our nation did not have a debt. We had a manufacturing base. We had hundreds of thousands of steel workers right here in Pittsburgh. There were all of those mills that really were lined along the Monongahela, the Youghiogheny, the Ohio River, names like Crucible, Bethlehem Steel, J&L Steel, U.S. Steel. I mean, they were everywhere. American Bridge. People were working, millions of paychecks being pumped into the street. People had money. We had synagogues, we had churches, we had parishes. People and families were going every week. We had social clubs for the Italians, for the Irish, for the Polish, for the Serbs. Everywhere. Main Street were paved with gold. Literally, shops on every corner, eateries, clothing stores. Every community had a grocery store or two, and 2 and 3 banks, and normally it was Mellon Bank, right? You ate. You basically went to bed, you went to work, and then every 2 weeks you went to the bank to cash your check, put a few shekels away, you went and bought groceries, you had parties and celebrations, and the one thing those families did, no matter how tough it was, just 50 years ago, when we celebrated our 200th birthday, 1976, people would go to places like Geneva on the Lake, Conneaut Lake. They would go to places like Cedar Point. They would go to places like Lake Erie, to Presque, 2 hours away from just about anywhere where we live, right here in western Pennsylvania. They would go to the Jersey Shore. They would go to Ocean City, Maryland. They would go to Virginia Beach. And if somebody got a brand new Chevy or Ford, they wanted to take it on the road, and they'd go to Florida, right? Or if it was that big year that they had planned for, They'd load up the Chevy Impala and they'd take Route 66 and go all the way to California. People found a way. They found a way, but the one thing that kept this country together and families together was that paycheck. And don't you see, in just 50 short years, which is a blink, it's a dash, it's the blink that all of us don't realize until we're on the other side of that 50 years. So for those of you who right now may have children that are of high school age or recently graduated, or maybe you're listening, within a blink, you may not see it now, but God willing, we'll be celebrating our 300th birthday. But remember, even the Roman Empire did not make it past 300 years. So what happens in the next 50 years is going to be crucial to the future of our country. But it's the simple things that make a big difference. It's not about having $1 million in the bank. It's about having security in the bank. It's about having a good paycheck. It's about doing the best you can for your employer to help them grow their brand. No matter what that employer does, whether it's broadcasting or steel making, it doesn't matter. Your job every day while at work is to do everything you can to help your employer take that next step so you can continue to step in the future. And more importantly, it still is cool, really cool, just to go to a place like Lake Erie, get in the car, fill it up, take some food, and head out. You heard from Kirsten, what she was talking about, 60-some years. These are memories that go on from one generation to the next. And sadly, over the last 50 years, we no longer have a balanced budget. We have a crime rate that's out of control, a drug problem in this country that's epidemic. Manufacturing has been gone for 40 years. That's why when I talk about data centers and the building trades and moving forward in natural gas and Nippon and U.S. Steel, it's the future. So let's grasp the future and take this 250 years and do everything we can to make it bigger, better, bolder, and brighter for the next 50 years. So when they're getting ready to celebrate birthday 300 in America, they will have known they have